have a pool of players collectively, these gigabrains over here, that we thought deserved consideration. Somehow we ended up with 7 of them, so we must have been on the same page to some degree, guys. You got the faces here.
Top 5.
We've got a top 5 list here. Settle down. All right. What was it, 2.5?
Oxy. No, I'm not putting that.
Okay.
I'm just showing off. We got Kesnet, we got Saucy. These are the people who I think, you know, definitely deserve.
Look at these pearly whites.
Teeth absolutely shine.
Unreal.
I'm getting blinded.
It's radiant.
Yep, we got Sadhawk with his my honest reaction face. Kalanzin. Aspas.
We got 7 faces here. So first order of business, we have to sadly cull 2. Who's going to volunteer a couple of these faces as tribute? Yeah, exactly that.
Okay.
We have to get rid of them right away?
Yes, you guys pick 1 each to remove from the pool.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
This breaks my heart. It hurts my soul.
Sure, you're devastated.
But Kesnet, you got to go.
What? Why?
Why?
That's fine. That Colgate sponsorship's doing him just fine.
They lost.
They did lose, but
He had a
also
great third
carried.
map, but he lost.
He carried.
And now he's frowning. They lost. What are you talking about?
Okay.
He carried on. Yeah, he went crazy on the third map.
All
We
right.
all know that.
I don't
Kesnet's
think
gonna
that's
go crazy.
not a make or
Come on,
break
guys.
for me, but I think he's in the top 5 based off his performance in that first match.
Listen, I'm not opposed to revisiting it potentially, but
Okay.
for now, I'm correct. So, all right, now your turn.
I am going to get rid of. I'm between.
No. Leave my boy.
Kalanzin.
Come on.
If you get
Saucy right
Kalanzin, you're trolling. I mean, that's peak trolling.
I have full reason to back this up. If it was somebody, it's not Sadak. If it's somebody from Loud, it's going to be Kalanzin. I will take him off. He'll go all the way. He's off the list. He's off the list.
That is. So we're revisiting that because some nonsense.
We'll do it later.
No, you can't make the list with him on it. With the rest.
All
of
right,
his
we got
players.
5 faces, right?
I think, yeah, okay.
All right, Oxy, Saucy, Ethan, Sadak, Aspas. Come on, that's plenty to work with now.
Can we just do this
you
real
just
quick?
alphaed me.
Can we just do this real quick? Real quick.
Aspas number 1.
We got like a minute and a half. Let's.
All right, I'm gonna do one we can actually agree on. Oxy, 4.
Yeah.
Oxy,
Okay.
4.
Yeah. All right. Saucy.
Great performance, not against the best. Saucy, me personally.
Off the list, actually. Wait, off the list.
What?
You had your
Off the
chance.
list.
You had your chance.
Bro, he bottom fragged like 3 of their maps.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
But he top ranked 7 of them.
You got 2
and he went
faces left.
crazy at the end.
Ethan Sadak.
This
is ridiculous.
Odin, bro.
This
Like,
is
abused the.
this.
Bro, come on, man.
No.
Get him back up here.
This is so
Saucy-
cursed.
Wait, actually, this is where Ethan's got to go there.
Hey, whoa, it's a top 5.
Ethan's got to go
Well, here's
there.
the thing.
No.
Kalanzin was amazing
Even
in their match.
QCK,
Was
I would rate
fragging
higher
out
than
You're
Kalanzin.
trolling his
Yes.
voice. QCK was going crazy probably because of
Kalanzin
Kalanzin
did-
setting him up on breach.
He did the things that we expect from Kalanzin. And that's
excellence.
fantastic.
We expect excellence.
All right, boys.
Boom.
No way. There's just no
There's 1 spot left on the tier list.
No, Sonic literally saved them all the games, bro. Get him off the list. Get him off the list.
There's a number 5 down there. That's it.
go.
Don't touch the screen.
There you go.
All right.
That's
Aspas,
beautiful.
Ethan, Sadak, Oxy, Kalanzin. I'm glad Kalanzin made onto this. We need a quick break. We need to work this out a little
is
bit
good.
here. The
I had
chemistry needs to get
this
flowing.
is good.
And then we'll get into today's first matchup. So we'll see you in a second for NRG and C9. You don't want to miss it.
I had it stipulated in my contract that I can't work with Bala anymore. Look at this. This is ridiculous.
Now players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities. It is beautiful. There's Sheriff and goes for his contact. Nice shot there from Oxy. The back of where's the communication? There's a goal! Oxy on fire!
हेलो शीला दिस साइड
आपकी कंपनी से फोन लिया था, ये ऑन नहीं हो रहा है।
गलती से मिस्टेक बोला आप एक काम कीजिए अपना अकाउंट नंबर भेजिए पैसा आपके अकाउंट में रिफंड हो जाएगा
अभी भेजता हूँ सिस्टर। भाई साहब आपने सही वेबसाइट से फोन नंबर निकाल कर कॉल किया या जो पहले मिला उस पे लगा दिया। यूपीआई कहता है किसी भी कंपनी से संपर्क करना हो तो उनके आधिकारिक वेबसाइट पे जाइए और करिए। अपने पैसों का ख्याल खुद रखिए। इनका मैं रखता हूँ। लाओ फोन रख वरना आंखें निकाल कर। आप भी ये वीडियो शेयर कीजिए और अपने आस पास के भोले को बचाइए।
माँ हमें दुनिया की काली नज़र से बचाती है। माँ
माँ हमारे सपने सजाती है।
माँ हमें पढ़ाती है, बढ़ाती है।
माँ हमें पैरों पर खड़ा करती है।
माँ हमारे लिए कितना स्ट्रगल करती है। माँ हम सबको मजबूत बनाती है, लेकिन माँ को मजबूत कौन बनाता है? मोदी जी। किसी को नल देकर,
किसी को गैस, किसी को टॉयलेट देकर,
किसी को बिजली, किसी को लोन देकर, तो किसी को डिजिटल बनाकर। मेरी माँ मजबूत तो भारत माँ मजबूत, ये मोदी सरकार की गारंटी है।
थैंक यू मोदी जी।
Definitely, yeah. I got the receipts, my guy.
Who said
I've been
that?
to the VOD dungeon. Josh.
did.
That was Josh. Typical.
I would have agreed.
That was Josh. But one has to ask about that match. Did Cloud9 underperform, or do you feel like MIBR rose to that occasion and looking a little bit more well-rounded?
I think MIBR looked way better than anybody expected. I think, first off, you have to state that. Like, without stating that, anything else, the context is lost, right? But with that said, I still think Cloud9 played slightly below the level that I think a lot of people would have expected after that real hot streak that they had at the beginning of the offseason.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see Cloud9 that didn't feel as well structured as I wanted, given how much match time, and not just match time, but like land match time that they had in the offseason.
A lot of reps.
I think that was the part against MIBR that was unimpressive, and MIBR rose to the occasion in that in their offseason, coming out of the struggles that they had last year, their big change was coming together as a team and playing as a unit. That was the big difference. And they outshone Cloud9 there, but Cloud9 made up for it in terms of, you know, the guy behind me going crazy. Number 4 on the top 5,
yeah.
that horrible top 5
How is
list.
he so far down there? This is crazy.
I mean, there's a lot of players in this league, but he had a stellar performance. I think if you look at anything, that is the one thing that I think it's really, really shining for Cloud9 right now is Oxy's performance against MIBR.
I guess on another topic, Vanity hasn't beaten this NRG core since 2020 run, right? We talk like Victor Crashies. Marft was obviously in that mix to some degree here. Vanity obviously is someone in every team seems to have like a really signature or really clear calling style. Vanity really loves to pull teams across the map. Against MIBR, they kind of second guessed themselves a bit and rotated into stacked sites, sort of, you know, based on the info that they had.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Vanity and what can he do to bring another team up around here?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very successful IGL. He's brought 2 different teams to international events. He's going to try to do a third one. Obviously, Cloud9 is kind of doubled up here, but it's a different roster. And I think for Vanity, he's somebody who's very fluid, right? Incredibly fluid. And that does bite him in the butt many times, especially, I would say, against MBR when you're talking about some of those things you're mentioning on Bind in particular. Like, he had to react to, I think, something that he didn't expect. And that caught him off guard, for sure.
Why, on Bind, especially in that series against MIBR, we got to see the Oxy Yoru, which was great, but we saw Cloud9 just running out of time in that first half. In fact, they were 1 and 6 on retakes, I think, on defense here. Seems like it took them a while to get into gear.
Yeah, these are the situations that I was referring to in regards of where is the team play, the well-roundedness that you would expect from a team that has had this much practice going in the offseason. They are just taking the time. I mean, Vanity, he's filing his taxes before hitting the site. It's just, it's taking way too long. This is a clear point that needs to be improved heading into this match today.
I think part of it, though, is the comp choices that they kind of go for. A lot of times they're trying to fight before those instances where they have to, you know, rely on the time a lot to make quick decisions. And so you're talking about early on stalling them before getting on the site. That's where they get their advantages. The style that they have about force buying constantly, that's the sort of stuff that they're trying to really take advantage of. And if you can't, then they fall into troubles like that. So I don't necessarily think that that's like a horrible point, but it's definitely something they need to address.
Worth keeping an eye on. I mean, Cloud9, they had an incredible 2023, finishing 2nd in Americas, but it all came crashing down when they faced off against NRG in the playoffs. Look, the emotion on their faces after this game, I remember it pretty clearly. They were absolutely gutted. It's definitely an element to, you know, a monkey being on their back. It's a different look NRG team, but you have to wonder how it factors in, and you have to wonder, after a shakier showing against MIBR, this has got to be like the real test for this team getting into playoffs.
Absolutely, and I think we were talking about Vanity. It's going to be a big test for his IGLing, and when we were talking about that NRG of you beat them for whatever 1,000-something days, big difference. Those 1,000 days, Fennis. He is gone, and he's going to be in the IGL battle against Ethan, who just took up that role recently. So a very different team in that way for Vanity to go up against?
Yeah, I think the demons of last year as well for some of these other players like Jake and Zeppa are different as well. They have different star player in Oxy. I think Zeppa is somebody who's going to have to be very consistent the entire time. But Jake as well is somebody that is now, I mean, he's not a rookie anymore. So you have to put some pressure on his shoulders. It's going to be different this time around. And yes, there's high stakes, but it's not the same as that playoff run for them, right? That playoff run was them culminating a massive success story, turning just from rags to riches in that season. And, you know, at that point, you come up to that stage and you're in a series against NRG, who's gone to like every single international event at that point. It really, really stacks up against you for a young player like Jake.
I don't know, a lot of eyes are going to be on him because he made it pretty clear that he put a lot of effort into increasing his sort of mental fortitude and really preparing for this second year in that off-season after such a great rookie year. Let's talk about something that's been bubbling maybe a little bit under the surface here, the trash talk, right? Oxy was called the worst duelist in franchising, I think. Demon One obviously is on the other side here. He might have been involved in that to some degree. I mean, look, broadly, it's an exciting prospect to see them go head-to-head. Oxy with an unreal showing in their match against MIBR.
Yeah, absolutely. He was far and away the bright picture, like I said earlier. Some of those rounds were insane, and that's the sort of thing that I think people were hoping for to see in the offseason after his incredible performance back then. So it's really exciting. I hope that there's somebody who's going to be able to bring it to Demon One this year because he actually destroyed everybody in the Americas League last year.
Oxy and him have been calling each other out. Let's have a little bit of a look and get you up to date on this story if it's new to you.
Rank the duelist in NA from best to worst.
Do I include myself though?
You can include yourself, yeah. You can just skip and do the worst one.
Oh, shoot. I'll say Oxy probably. He just entered.
Really? He's gonna watch this video.
Own them in Tier 2. Welcome to Tier 1.
Your next opponent is definitely a tough one, an NRG. What are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I mean, Demon One called me the worst duelist in franchising, so we'll see about that.
We love a bit of trash talk. I don't know how Demon One is. I don't know if he's sort of still sort of doing this, but there was definitely some statements made, some comments. And Oxy definitely seems like a player who feels like he has a lot to prove here, being underrated by a lot of pundits.
He has something to prove as well because, you know, we're making reference to past Cloud9. They got eliminated by NRG, but last year it was Leaf that was the standout for that team. It was built around him. He was going crazy the entirety of the season. And it felt like going into this, can they even replace this guy with someone? And they did. I mean, Oxy he's just been fantastic all the offseason. This first game against MIBR, he was the hero. He took them over the edge.
This is disgusting.
I mean, this is out
Play
of
the week last week.
He's the reason that they were able to overcome what they were lacking in team play. He made up for those rounds lost. It's just mad.
This guy is ridiculous. I think, yeah, people underrated him, I think, mostly because of the team that he got put on here in Cloud9. I think a lot of people looked at the roster they put together and said, oh, maybe they could have done better. But I think people were missing out on watching Oxy last year, watching the prospects that he had as well. Before last year, the amount of teams that he was almost on were tremendous. I think people didn't do their scouting research on this guy because he's the real deal. He really is.
Let's walk across the aisle and talk about the other character in this story is Demon One. I mean, unreal expectations on this guy's shoulders coming into their first match here. And it feels like he delivered. It wasn't an out-of-this-world, us-bus level performance on the scoreboard necessarily, but going up against a very capable opponent like MW0, able to keep him quiet, punishing Havoc constantly. He's +9 in first kill, first death. Seems like he had a good opener.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Demon One is somebody he got to the top of the world last year, right? So we're not expecting him to go anywhere from that position. No, it wasn't like the most flashy performance. It was one that we expect from Demon One, right? Like, insane, but, you know, we could still see better from him. And I expect that we will. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
This stat head-to-head is kind of crazy, right? Where Oxy really having to put the team on his back on a couple of occasions, whereas Demon One is really, you know, supported heavily by the rest of his team.
In that game, it really just felt like Demon One was chilling.
Yeah.
Picked up the off.
NRG entirely.
I get a shot, I get a kill. I've got my knives. All right, I'm gonna get a first headshot. Like it was just,
he's comfy.
It felt so effortless from him in that game because it wasn't a tight game. They know they're gonna beat Furia. Where on the other hand, Oxy had to go nuclear to actually get them over the finish line. So it was very different in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, bro has, Ethan still with him, right? So, it's the same story for him. He's literally still just lounging from last year. And I would say, too, just looking back at the NRG Furia game and Furia's results in general, I do think it was, somewhat underwhelming from NRG to have the performance that they did against them, struggling in the early openings of both maps and eventually putting them away for sure. But Furia, I mean, they crumbled against MIBR down in the lower bracket. So the relative strength of people, I think, is very interesting to think about.
And worth mentioning here as well, I feel like a lot of last week was dominated by the conversation of fragging IGLs, right? We talked about Demon 1 chilling, probably because Ethan is absolutely dominating, right? Not only is he setting Demon 1 up, making him very comfortable, but also on his own, fragging like an absolute monster.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, IGLing for the first time as well, and he's putting up these numbers. I think this is something that you can expect sometimes when somebody's very motivated going into a season like this, but he has leveled up. I mean, since last year on the champion run, in that first game, he was absolutely destroying, and he did this multiple times last year. It's just a matter of if he can keep it up and as well continue all the supportive stuff, which is a guarantee almost.
It looks like when you're watching NRG, they have really just plugged in this incredible duo that even if the other guys are struggling, when you're looking at these clips of Ethan popping up, but also when we're watching the Demon 1 highlights, you notice the KO flashes just coming over top on all of them. I mean, just making it so easy for him. Even if the other guys are struggling, I just feel like you're going to always see the synergy with those two, Demon 1 and Ethan, and it's just going to take them over the finish line.
Seems like a massive difference on Breeze, especially when we see these defensive pops through mid by NRG. Or every single time Demon 1's able to get away from it, pops up, Bladestorm finds a kill, always behind a flash, always behind some degree of support here. And that's something that, by contrast, I don't think MIBR were really able to emulate. But I'm hearing now that our coaches are ready for map selection. So let's find out what's on tap today.
Hi guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip, so C9 will be Team A, NRG will be Team B. C9, you have first map ban.
Ban split.
C9 ban split. NRG, what would you like to ban?
Ban bind.
NRG bans bind. And C9, you have first map pick.
Pick sunset.
Or C9 picks sunset. Would you like attack or defense?
We'll start defense.
NRG pick defense, and then you have a map pick.
We'll pick ascent.
NRG pick ascent. Would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
C9 pick defense, and you have one map ban.
Ban breeze.
C9 ban breeze, and what would you like to ban?
Ban icebox.
NRG ban icebox. Decider map will be Lotus. And would you like attack or defense?
Pick attack.
C9 pick attack. All right, best of luck today, guys.
Okay, so no surprise to see the Breeze band out there also. But I mean, curious to see Sunset also locked into this map pool here. I think Bind was locked away. Maybe the Oxy Yoru was something people did not want to deal with.
And also just the NRG core is insane on Bind all the time too. I mean, it's really interesting that we get to see Sunset because this is a map that Cloud9 has been really relying on throughout the offseason. We haven't seen it yet for NRG.
Yeah, that, gives credence to the idea that NRG should be approaching this with a solid understanding of what Cloud9 are going to be doing. And then, when we're heading over to map 2, Ascent, the KO's playground, again, it's just, we're taking it right back to the Ethan Demon 1 narrative,
yeah,
but,
absolutely.
How can you doubt that they're going to beat them on Ascent?
We got 1 minute to talk predictions here, so let's whip them out. I got mine already locked and loaded here.
Okay,
we'll start from this end of the table. Wyatt, who have you got taking this one?
15 seconds, actually. Yeah. NRG. 1 minute. Well, we have NRG. A lot of dead air to fill.
Yeah, dude, this is the most boring prediction ever, but NRG is a super team. I think Cloud9 showed a little bit of struggles in that MIBR game, and you can't really look anywhere else.
Yeah, definitely like some more weaknesses exposed on the Cloud9 side. That NRG looked like they weren't maybe tested to a great degree, and MIBR didn't have that level of team play they were sort of looking forward. Quickly, who's your player to watch for?
Oxy, I think, is the guy who needs to pop off.
I'm going to agree. Yeah, it's got to be Oxy if Cloud9 are going to make something happen here. And this is a test for NRG, this new super team.
Let's get it started. It's time to wrap up this pre-show and get the day started. It's NRG versus Cloud9, LEV versus Leviathan. Day 5 America's Kickoff starts right now.
Now, players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities. It is beautiful. There's Sheriff and goes first contact. Nice shot there from Oxy. The back of where's the communication? There's a gun! Oxy on fire!
A new player, I don't know. There's a lot of shuffle, I would say, this season. There's just so much room for a surprise.
Don't remember all the new faces, so I guess I'll have to say it myself.
Sheriff and goes first contact. Nice shot there from Oxy. The backstab. Where's the communication? There's a third! Oxy on fire! Satchel on the other end. Nice little util coming out. Oxy will get the last one for the iLive Power Race.
That man on your screen right there, Oxy, 2 aces in his debut. It looked like he was born on that stage.
Hopefully you can keep this performance going on because your next opponent is definitely a tough one, an NRG. What are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I mean, Demon 1 called me the worst duelist in franchising, so we'll see about that.
My team now is even better than last year, and the expectations are even higher than last year.
Backing away still here with the updraft. That is nice. Players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities, and it is beautiful.
NRG did not need any more help on site than a couple of flashes from Ethan and Demon 1 collecting names.
Who's better though, Oxy or Demon 1?
Who knows? We'll find out.
Riot Games Arena. It's time to kick off this Friday and bring our first team out to the stage. Make some noise for Cloud9.
Gotta get it on my set, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The gang's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you
Let's bring out their opponents and NA rivals. Make some noise for NRG!
And don't forget, folks, it's the talk of the town. Support your favorite team with the VCT team capsules. Throughout the 2024 season, teams will earn 50% of profits from their respective capsules. Already saw some of those down there. The NRG one looking proper clean. Demons of the past facing Cloud9 from across the stage, and one demon of the present is one they'll be surely keeping an eye on. Good to see Sunset Ascent Lotus here in the pool. The narratives from last week continue to build. Is it going to be Ethan setting Demon 1 up for success? Does Oxy have to go wild again? Do we get more Gecko fade on some occasions here from Cloud9 as Vanity looks to continue innovating?
Yeah, the second look at both of these teams, and I think, you know, there's been a lot of questions in the offseason surrounding NRG, Ethan's IGLing, and I think we really are going to get a test now against a very experienced IGL on the other side of the stage with very high stakes on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't talk enough about the Oxy versus Demon 1 little battle that's going to be going on. But secondary to that, we haven't talked about Zeppa very much, and I do want to bring him up in this matchup because he's the one opposing Ethan, who we're going on and on and on about.
We banged on.
And Zeppa has had a lot of fantastic moments on his run with Cloud9 and some down moments as well. I'm going to be looking to him to see if he can match up, rise to the occasion here.
Absolutely. That's huge as we look at the agent select. I'm really curious to see what NRG is going to play, and I'm also curious to see what the Chamber now patch in effect as well. Is Cloud9 going to kind of go back to that despite Cypher being so prevalent?
Still really powerful on so many of these maps. We saw Victor have his debut on Cypher last week. He looked really solid. He was solo anchoring that B side on Breeze. The rest of NRG 4-stacked A and absolutely steamrolled. And there it is. The Oxyoru makes another appearance.
That is going to be so much fun to watch. I think going back to Victor, though, on Cypher, that's somebody who really was so good way back in the day with that agent. And I think we're seeing him go back to that role, be a little bit more comfortable, too. And you have Demon 1 being able to really float and be such a good duelist that you don't have to worry about any sort of the role issues that people had.
The server is so star-studded. It's hard to find time to talk about every single player before we get into this. Crashies is going to be on the Viper, an agent you do not often see that man on. Victor, someone who probably doesn't get enough credit for how it's just solid they've been on NRG last year leading into this year.
Yep.
Just so many players to watch that are going to be so influential in this game.
Here in the VCT Americas, we are still universally sky-pilled as well, and it's something that teams, we were taking a hard look at teams last week. Do you have enough flash util, especially for retakes late in the round? Teams are still using that guiding light early to get that info and don't always have it available when they need it. But again, we're still seeing it get picked up here, and it will have a Jet, of course, to round things out. None other than Demon 1.
Yeah, Demon 1 on NRG, but on the other side, too, you actually had Raised by Zeppa. They're going for a double duelist. I think the conversation about this Sky last week on the desk was a lot of times, who can you supplement with? And the answer was oftentimes Yoru. So you're going into this with a little bit extra on the side of Cloud9, whereas NRG sticking with the bog standard 2 flashes out of Sky. It could be a risk, but a lot of teams are happy with it.
I like C9 taking this risk. I like them bringing out the double duelists here. I think you need to hit them with something different.
All right, we're all set, so let's send it over to your casters. It's the always stylish duo of Doug and Baby Bang.
Thank you so much, man. It feels good to be back. We weren't here this past weekend, but I also get the privilege of welcoming you, to the casting booth for the very first time. Dude, welcome. How good does it feel to be up here?
It feels amazing. I mean, I told everybody all week, man, I'm gonna be on stage. But they didn't know I'm not gonna be playing. You know what I mean?
Well,
so
we're gonna have some insane players in the server up in this series. Again, the desk put it together so well. You've got Oxy, you've got Demon 1, you've got some of the history between these two teams, and for us to kick things off on Sunset, no less, is just gorgeous.
Weird too. I didn't expect this, but I think this is very smart from C9, trying to get maps that are Raised dependent, you know?
Yeah,
but
sure.
We still see Demon 1 on the Jet on this map, so he's gonna be comfortable as ever.
Well, on the other side of things, you know, the test mentioned it, we've got Yoru. We've got Yoru on Sunset. That's going to be a ton of fun to keep up with. So we're going to in for a good time. Yeah, I mean, it's freaking Oxy too.
Oxy.
Of course it is.
Ooh, it's going to be sick.
The timer is ticking. I was a little worried for a second. There wasn't a whole lot of gameplay happening, but we are well on our way to kicking off this series, a best of 3 between Cloud9 and NRG. You've got this star-studded roster in NRG that everyone goes, these guys are going to be world enders given enough time. And then on the other side of Cloud9, can it come together? A perfect opportunity and an excellent test here as Cloud9 is on the attacking side.
Already a mid-push from Demon 1, Doug. Oh my gosh, just getting aggro right off the rip here. Victor, a little retake, B setup. Looks very similar to how they played Breeze, though.
Yeah, it does. You've got the dog. It's already making its way up. That cam is getting so much info. Again, very reminiscent of what they were able to get away with on Breeze. They're doing it again here. Oxy getting the first onto Ethan, though. As they're going to push back, they've got the Sky Flash. They've got the Paranoia. They're pushing into spawn, but Mark's there on the push back. Crashy's getting another. See numbers start to dwindle down, but Cloud9 got what they wanted. They got the spike down.
3v4 scenario here. They smoke off the main. This Viper wall's still up, so they're being cautious. And here it all comes down to this, Doug.
You imagine Cloud9's going to take the fight to their doorstep. I can't imagine they're going to let him sit back and do their own thing. Zeppa getting one onto Victor. Demon One on the swing. Vanity down. How much more can they find? Whippy and Zeppa still standing. Demon One looking to try to get with one. It's just one bullet left, and that's not going to be enough. Can Crashies pull it off? No, he cannot. Cloud9 get the pistol.
Clean post plant, 3v4, just spamming away at the bomb and getting those kills. Demon One looked hot, but he whiffed on an important kill there on Oxy.
An excellent start for Cloud9. You see the side of NRG financially. There's not going to be a ton to talk about there. I wonder here too, we saw the impetus that NRG were wanting to execute through when it came to taking space early. We'll see if that continues to be a trend in this defensive side.
Yeah, already gearing up here for early B main. Aggro play. Looks like Jimmy's gonna go for the behind the box play. I think they pinged it. But nevertheless, early default here from the side of C9, using utility too. A lot of utility invested here. Are they aware?
That flash looks good. Oxy's on the swing. Gets pushed right back as Ethan gets away with a little bit of something, but he's in a lot of trouble. He had nowhere to go. Yeah, when you're in a position like that against Vandals, it's really going to be tough to find success.
Wow. And someone who's really impressed me on this roster has been Whippy. It seems like he's been that stone cold killer on their team who's just consistent and stable in that role. And he even out the round, getting 3 right there.
We'll see what they can do here. They're still going to have to get by Crashies and Victor, who have not upgraded weapons. They're still just sitting on their classics. Of course, right on cue, Victor picks up a Guardian. Yep. Is it going to be enough to find success? Really not able to convert into the second, leaving Crashies on his own. It's been unbothered so far.
He could be anywhere. I don't think they know where he is.
Hey, you're absolutely right. He's going to use that to his advantage. Zeppa falls. He's still healthy. The spin onto Whippy. Can he get away with this? Has to reload the clip as it runs dry! And Crashies converts!
No way. No way, Doug. What an insane play. Early aggro. Pop flash play from Ethan. Sneaks a kill. Stays alive for long enough. And now they have a Vandal that they saved in the 1v2. What a beast.
Yeah, hopefully we get to take a look at that one more time. Red Bull Clutch could not come in at a better moment. And Dre, honestly, you set it up. They had no idea where he was, and he struck at just the right moment.
That's why he's a championship level player, man. What a dog.
We'll see what they do here. Demon One with the op in round 3.
Third round op.
I mean, light armor too, but yeah, you're investing into what, I mean, should be win condition for you.
And this is coming from somebody who, in the last year, has said he's like, I don't even like opping.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, he's like one of the best oppers that we've all seen.
That must be nice.
You know? NRG taking advantage of that.
Hate opping. I'm one of the best in the world at it, but
yeah.
What do Cloud9 do from here? You've got the Vandal in the hands of Oxy. You've got a Stinger for Zeppa. And you've got Marv, who's gotten really aggressive here. So yeah, you can smoke Demon One off this angle, but if you don't check Marv, he's gonna get away with a lot, but they're jump spotting. They know.
Wow. So confident, Marv there, staying, seeing if they're gonna give him anything. C9 wise to not give him early first blood. Nothing really shown on this A side of the map from C9, even though they're dogging B now. I think they're trying to feint it. Already playing with early feints. It's really clean.
And it seems like NRG's biting a little bit. Demon One came over. Ethan's not far.
And we noticed this against Furia. Every time Furia went somewhere, NRG realized it was a 5-man.
Yep.
I think C9 did their homework here and realized that NRG likes to over-rotate where they see the pack.
They're able to take elbow. That deep trip with really nothing to punish on the other side of it. They're playing really far off on A. They give it up. Satchel over the trip, so that's still up in play for now. Keep a close eye on that. Then remember, it's been a long round, but NRG have a massive gun advantage here. That flash is pretty. Victor not able to see a damn thing. Ultimately gets cleaned up, but Marv shows up at just the right time. No upgrade. Oxy was the only one who had a Vandal. He dropped that. Cloud9's not able to scoop it up right now.
Cover going out.
So they don't have that to their advantage.
Blinded.
Look at the mini-map. Look at how everyone's moving from C9, readjusting their positions. Here we go.
I mean, they've gotten it to half. They're going to stick it. They're playing so far off the side here. NRG are essentially unbothered. They get the defuse and a couple of kills come through. Zeppa ultimately, no, doesn't fall. But they played, it's almost like, Dre, it almost felt like they played too far off.
Yeah, they couldn't get there in time. I don't think they expected NRG to just stick the bomb there.
Yeah.
And that just goes to the practice and everything that goes into what NRG's been prepping for. They're so confident in that retake. Crashies has no doubt in his mind his team's going to hold for him there, and he just gets the defuse. Beautiful. Beautiful retakes already from NRG.
And you can see it in Crashy's face or in the replay. He's just cool, calm, collected.
Not a care in the world.
Undisturbed.
And this is new. Look at this aggro B-wall. Yeah. I have not seen this yet.
Ooh, and a paranoia from Marv too. Nothing really to pounce on it, but that has the makings of a filthy trap setup. You know, maybe in the next round or something like that.
Absolutely, maybe conditioning something for future rounds. Nevertheless, it's going to make them have to use more utility to clear that close area out. Looks like they're gearing up to re-clear B main space. And on the other end, DB1 creeping up on Oxy with the hop here.
Oh, and just at the right time. Oxy's going to rotate away. What do they really have to go here? They don't have Oxy who's able to dive back line.
Destroyed.
And it's really kind of on Zeppa to go forward. He has one satchel.
So hard though.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Layers on layers for NRG right now. They feint the B main aggro, make them have to use utility to re-clear, and now they're stuffing them at the choke.
Very well said. Ethan's able to get onto the first crash. Jeez, as the wall goes down, hits a transfer onto a second. And Oxy, who is on the other side of the map for the majority of the round, now has to show up and, you know, what the heck happened here?
We've seen crazier things happen, and it all starts with one, Doug. He takes the head off Marv.
Yeah, there's that one that you were referring to. There's still so much to be done. You got the high-low setup. He doesn't even get a chance at firing onto the second. So NRG off of that early aggression that you mentioned, forcing Cloud9 into a brutal spot.
Yeah, very clean. And to be fair, C9 did a very good job of trying to bait the utility out, not going out when that molly is up in the choke, but still so hard to take there. Ethan gets the spam through the Viper wall. Just a full read there from NRG.
And tough sledding for Cloud9. Their buy is still not great. Light armor on everyone, 2 Guardians, a Spectre, and a Stinger with a Vandal to round it off. And it seems like intent on mid-aggression is NRG in this round.
Absolutely, and they're doing this B wall again. But they're just walking out mid. They're so confident. I love seeing this from teams.
Yeah, and honestly, Dre, on the other side of things, Cloud9 look a little
timid.
Scared?
Timid, yeah.
I mean, hesitant as to the fact that it feels like we've only played, what, 4 rounds now, but it feels like Cloud9 have never really had breathing room.
Absolutely. Early cam, broken at A. But it is a retake setup, and they're already leaning here because they have DB1 in mid.
It looks like the trips are going to go undisturbed. Well, of course, Oxy will clear that one out.
Beautiful.
The elbow one's still alive. The dog goes through. They're going to scale up behind it. Do they have any tools? Vanity has Seekers, Wibby has his pit if he can get it down, but it doesn't matter. Once again, the attack side of Cloud9 just crumbles before they even really get a chance to establish themselves. Whippy's going to join the fray. Vanity and Zeppa left alone, and yes, it's going to be one parting gift.
Wow.
But Victor gets 3, and NRG get another round.
And Victor, he's not falling for those Mjolnir shenanigans that we saw Oxy do against my BR on bind. He's waiting there, waiting for him to just get out of that dimensional drift. Big kill on Oxy there from the likes of Victor. Ends up getting 3 in the round total.
Yeah, they were just staring at each other, and then, as soon as he comes out of that ult, he gets peppered.
And Oxy, he got away with a lot of those ults.
Yeah, he did.
In the previous series that he played, so why not try it against the best team if it works? Against one of the best teams. If it works, it works, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to see him do that again. Getting punished like that against a team like NRG. I just want to talk about real quick, like how confident NRG is going straight into this. Aggro from the first round, right off the rip.
And it's not really in their DNA to come out of the gates a little hesitant against any team, and that is really no different against Cloud9. Early timeout called. Quick moment for them to discuss things, figure out what's going on, and maybe find some room to breathe. Because again, as we were mentioning, Dre, it feels like they've been suffocated from the very beginning of every round.
Yeah, I feel like NRG has had a hard read on them most of these rounds. They're finding out where the pack is, and they didn't even fall for the feint. But if they do get feinted on, they have the structure and the fundamentals and the protocols to do the retakes cleanly. I don't think we've seen more than like, what, 2 people go down on the retake so far.
Yeah, I don't think it's
besides for the pistol round.
We'll see, they still have a couple of ults. We mentioned that pit a couple of rounds ago for Whippy. Jake has his, and then Vanity too. Different defensive Viper wall here.
And just, they're so creative just with mixing it up. Different looks all around. They always keep C9 guessing.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the same look. You're absolutely right. This time, Cloud9 has gotten some space up tiles. They've gotten some space mid, and it was off of an early flash over the top, but...
Really aggro here in B main. Smart of C9 to dog him out. Stop backing down, Doug. He's so confident right now.
And again, Oxy gets away just when it seems like there's going to be a challenge. Maybe Cloud9 have found a little bit of room to work with as they continue to push mid, but look at how much respect Ethan is showing to this. Instantly gets back into spawn. You have 2 members coming over from back B. They're okay with giving up the site because they know they can fight for these retakes that you've talked about.
And it's like they already knew that they were going to go mid to A.
They're already in the pit. He's pushing the pit. He falls. Marv's able to take care of that, but can they get the pit down? So far, no such luck. This might be the round where Cloud9 gets something back. Well, they get something going here. Marv is going to fall. Demon 1 and Ethan left alone. They've got the op in hand. Yeah, they've got some money, but it seems like they're going to save this out and play for the next. So yeah, again, Cloud9, a little bit of success up mid.
That was very good, and it all came from this Viper ult as well. This is such a crucial spot to control, and the fact that he got the kill onto Victor here just secured it, honestly. Very hard to retake once you play an aggro Viper ult like this. We barely see this, honestly.
I mean, it's super deep, super aggressive.
Super aggressive.
I mean, you talk about moving, like drawing a line in the sand in their backyard. That's wild.
You can clearly tell that C9 has done their prep against NRG because they definitely watched the Furia match and realized that Furia, almost every single time they had a post plant, played out.
Yeah.
They know that if you play out against NRG, it's going to be tough for you. You got to disrupt them. Right? That's what they're trying to do.
Man, it sounds like a war zone outside. I can hear helicopters through my headphones.
Yeah, war zone indeed, Doug. War zone indeed.
What is going on out there?
Oh, she's popping off.
Yeah, she was going in.
Well, see what they have here. Zeppa's ult is online. A heavy stack towards A.
Another wall. Another new wall.
I mean, dude, they're so prepped for this map. This is wild.
It's not very often you see a solo jet as well.
You would imagine they commit to this here, but if Victor plays his cards right, he almost got that kill. He's stuck now. Whippy tried finding a late lurk across back spawn, but it was actually Demon 1 who pushed all the way up, gets the kill, so now you have to be concerned, paranoid about the flank that could be coming at any moment. Attention divided. Do they focus on what's before him or what could be behind it? Victor falls at the hands of the showstopper. The flash out of the smoke. Crashies couldn't see anything. Marv can't punch back either. Cloud9 seemingly with a new lease on life in these last couple of rounds. What? A chance for something. Demon 1 getting another 1v2. He's got op, he's got blades, hasn't used them. If he finds one with the op, he's got a shot at this thing. He lands it, it's a fake TP! Oxy played him. That's another round for Cloud9.
Oxy learning from his mistakes. Jukes him out this time. Beautiful. And there it is again. I sound like a broken record, but the aggression from C9, not letting them get that retake in, not letting them get set up to do the retake.
They just flood right out.
Taking the fight to him. With that Yoru flash. It's so dangerous. This comp is so versatile.
We've got another timeout here, this time courtesy of NRG as they've just lost the last 2 rounds after really having control for the entire half. A slight step back and an opportunity for them to discuss.
It kind of just seems like C9, they just, like, we don't care what walls you're doing. Yeah, go ahead, do whatever walls you want.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially these
we're gonna
last
play
2
our
rounds.
game. Yeah, we're gonna play our game. We're gonna take the fight to you, and that's what they need to do. Zeppa sitting on 7 and 5. He's known for his raise.
Yeah, he's played very well. Again, in these last 2 rounds, it really feels like Cloud9 have found something, and you imagine that's why Chet has called the timeout on this. Figure out what is it? What is that weak spot that they've been able to press into and hurt them on?
Absolutely, and it will be a buy round here with Demon 1 on the knives, and we know how sick this guy can be with the knives.
And look at that. You know, you mentioned in that push out of the smoke into spawn just sets you so far back. So that's now 2 rounds in a row where you think in the previous round it was the pit going up pretty aggressively, and now this, a little bit different, but similar idea. They're pushing them back, forcing them to use a lot of their retake utility further from spawn.
Absolutely, Doug. And look at this. This is already a setup for a feint on B. Here. 4 people outside of A. You have Vanity sitting outside of B. He's going to try to draw all the attention with that Viper wall.
Came out for B. It was a deep smoke, a flash, nothing found. Demon 1 with blades. He's alone here. We've talked so much about how good Ethan and Crashies have been at setting him up, but this is a solo mission from beginning to end, and you can see Vanity still in spawn. He knows there's gonna be something, and there's the flash. Did he get behind it? No, he didn't. But the thing is, it could be top mid, it could be right next to him, and that's exactly where he is. Surely he spotted him at this point. Knife out. Vanity drops him.
So smart, Doug.
But dude, talk about knowing exactly what was gonna happen.
What a bait.
And
they
how,
read into it.
Yeah, and all of this, Cloud9 have a lot more room to work. They have a lot more options, but Ethan could play spoiler. The first falls, the second does not. Oxy with the counter punch. Are you expecting Crashies? Yes. Oxy's just not slowing down. Can Marv clean things up? He cannot. Victor there on the trade. The spike down.
Mid.
And now 1v2. Spike well out of reach for Cloud9 as well.
Doug, you're ready for 1. Are you ready for 2? What about the 3rd? What about the 4th?
Man, it's just wild.
30 seconds left.
What a battle in mid.
Interesting here too for Victor to reposition, to give up his hold on the spike. Try to catch maybe a late lurk. Oze ultimately guessed is wrong, but that's going to allow Cloud9 to scoop the spike up, head towards B. Vic has no cam here or anything.
10 seconds left.
And the clock is ticking. Can Cloud9 hold them back? Yes. Yes, they can. Whippy with clean shots as Cloud9 ties us up at 4.
Ooh, baby, Whippy hitting shots like that.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other. Here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Here.
Nevertheless, it's a tie score. 4-4.
We'll see if we get a look at that one more time. I mean, there was just a flood, a flurry of fighting that happens across mid, and things ultimately settle into that 1v2. So again, out of the timeout, you saw a slightly different approach from NRG, but the same results. Now 3 rounds in a row for Cloud9. Op still in the hands of Demon 1, and this time he might get a challenge, but he's going to get pushed off by the dimensional drift. He's ahead of it! Wow. With reckless abandon, pushes forward, punishes Whippy, and then gets away. Yeah, Oxy's all the way back there. He tries to get out, but he cannot. Ethan is there to greet. Ethan is there to punish. Jake tried getting backside, not able to do it. Vanity left alone, a 1v3. Victor on the other side of the smoke. Demon 1 not far off. A triple stack like that will be too much for him to handle. NRG take the lead back.
I mean, talk about threading the needle on that.
Yeah.
They literally can see him on the mini map. They can see him in front of them. And he still goes for the peak, still gets one and gets out and lives. And Oxy again punished using his ult.
Dude, that's a player just like taking matters into his own hands.
Absolutely.
Understands like there's the tiniest window that I'm gonna be able to punish here, and that's exactly where Demon 1 hits.
It's kind of like he had a talk with himself. He was like, yeah, I played good last match, but that's not as good as I could be playing, you know?
Let me try this.
Let me step it up here.
2 rifles for Cloud9. Again, the early op angle, this time flash in the face. Interesting here too, they've left Marv. Can't imagine they're gonna go back that way though.
And Doug, the disrespect that Demon 1 is showing right now. He doesn't even care about utility, he doesn't care about ults. That's dangerous.
Dog used, and that should cue. The op is B. Do they still choose to go that way though? They might.
Nice reposition from Demon 1.
I've got your trail.
Oh, he stuck that. Oh, surely he's dead. Yeah, he is. Tried to get up a little bit too far, and Marv was there to greet him. Now their Seekers used. Where do they go from here? Cloud9 with a quiet moment to settle things down. Still have a few options. Still just 1 rifle in the hands of Whippy.
Look at the setup, Doug. It's beautiful.
And once again, Cloud9 are on the run. They continue to pivot. This pendulum swings back and forth with no real place to land.
30 seconds left.
No way.
He takes it! Of course he takes it! Gets his 3. The damage is done.
Wow, Doug.
Dude, it was like you could hear his thoughts. Walks into the smoke, looks at the spit and goes, yeah, I could do that.
I mean, talk about taking a page from Oxy's book. Yeah, I'm just playing like it's ranked. That's the most ranked play I've ever seen, pushing a Viper volley.
I mean, but the timing was perfect. He hit it just right. And yes, it was a lighter buy, but again, you know, you've mentioned Dre a couple times throughout this map, the confidence that it seems like NRG are playing with, the just kind of like swagger and carefree attitude with which they play. If that's not a perfect indication of that, I don't know what is.
And that's after losing, what, 4 rounds?
Yeah. Deep smoke, Ethan taking a little step back. Marv is there to help. And they smoked off the right side. That ult might not get deep enough. Yeah, he can't see anything. No target is given. No inch-afforded.
Here we go.
They're going to push into spawn again. They've done this so many times. This time it's without a flash. The paranoia is great. And they can't do anything else. Yeah, they're going to invest the ult. Whippy's trying to push out a spawn. They've managed to get the spike down. Can Vanity and Whippy hold them back in a 2v3 as the spike ticks away? Time could be the great difference maker here. As the wall goes down, the tap is there. It's enough to draw out the spam and punish. That's exactly what they do. Now Vanity with 61 HP, down to 21, gets the first, will not find the second. NRG get another round.
Absolutely beautiful. NRG making the adaptations, knowing C9 is trying to take the fight to them. Early omen flash from Marv.
Perfect timing.
Completely obliterates C9.
I mean, as the smoke is dissipating.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Beautiful gameplay right now, and something that we saw already throughout all of last year. Ethan and Demon 1.
One enemy remaining.
Just going off.
What's crazy too is that paranoia didn't hit Jake. Had to hit all 3 of them because 2 of them were flash. Jake was the only one who was able to trade back on the kill. It's just a perfect setup. 13 and 8 for Ethan, leading from the front. 3 rounds in a row for NRG once again. And when it felt like for just a moment Cloud9 might be stabilizing, reestablishing control on the map, it's all gone. It's all lost.
Double op setup right here.
That's brutal.
Only an Omen ult online.
That was a fake. I think that was a fake shot. Marv's shot to suggest that that's where the op is and it's B because that's where he's been the entire time. But you're right, the double op setup. Demon 1's been playing over on A this round. It's a bait.
100% right. They did that on purpose.
Crashy's getting one onto Zeppa, flashed up. Still repositioning and looking for another. And once again, they're in a spot where they don't have anywhere to go. Now they've realized they're pushing into yet another op. Demon with 2. Vanity left in a 1v5. And it's another round for NRG.
What a half.
Pretty clinical feeling, to be honest.
Switching sides.
Beautiful bait there from Marv. Jimmy's so smart.
See if we get a look at those one more time. Actually, no. We're going to rob you guys from that as we do take a look one more time. I'm sorry, I've lied to every single one of you. Yeah, there was that setup. I mean, Demon 1 able to find so much value with the op, getting NRG to an 8-4 half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break that down.
Thank you very much, Doug. We are back here at the wall after an 8-4 half with NRG. Starting strong, finishing strong. It's what happened in the middle there. I think that was a little bit more interesting. Baby Bay mentioned something on the cast. He said it's very clear. Cloud9 watched the footage of Furia and NRG, got an understanding of that, Furia playing off those sites was pretty detrimental to them, so they went and did the opposite in these post plants.
Yeah, for a second there, Cloud9 were giving me something tantalizing to chew on, Mitch. They were giving these really, really excellent post plants, and that stretch of rounds they were winning. They were fighting into the link effectively on this one with Whippy, popping that Viper's pit. Victor tries to catch a timing, gets shut down. You can see Vanity here backing him up. Such a crucial area of the map to take. And then on the very next round, they're able to do the exact same thing again with Zeppa. He finds this nice little kill with the Raze ultimate. Look at that flash from Oxy out of the smoke, the swings together to find a pick. And then after that, well, things...
4 rounds in a row for NRG.
Not as good for Cloud9.
Yeah, the timeout that Chet took, I mean, they completely understood what was going on. I thought that was was an interesting time to take a timeout because at that point in time, you've seen it so many. You know exactly what you're going to be talking about in that timeout. It's, dude, they're going to push you. They're going to push Link. Like, you just wait for them and kill them, right? And I think the way that you're able to dissuade them from doing that sort of thing again is what you saw, right? Really stall them, force them to make all sorts of rotations around the map, and at that point, you lose your edge, and that's what NRG capitalized.
I mean, Cloud9, they kind of telegraph when they're crossing mid. It's always a smoke top mid and a snake bite, and Ethan decided to push that. He just swung that smoke, took some damage from the snake bite, and was able to spray down 3. Big difference maker. You got a Vanity team here. It's a team that likes to go the long way around, likes to make those large rotates midway through the round. Cloud9 suffering a little bit there in that first half. A chance to bounce back, as always, as we head back into sunset.
Thank you so much, fellas. I mean, the storyline is really told in the timeline. Bookended for NRG 4 rounds in a row, and that gets them to an 8-4 half. Now on the attacking side, we'll see what they can do to keep up that pace. See if Cloud9 attempt to do a bit of the same, that early aggression, the fact that they have really no options.
Something I want to point out here, Doug, is this A wall from the attacking side of NRG. Using full Viper utility here to split the site in half and use the orb to lurk up into elbow or go lane.
Well, it seems like Cloud9 actually might be using that to their advantage. See, Oxy is spotting a couple of members mid, takes a little bit of damage, decides to double dip, and that's just not something you do. Demon 1 on the other side. Crash, he's feeling some of the pressure. That classic not going to find any value.
Look at the reaction from Jimmy.
Well, I mean, they're going to be able to get on the back, but yeah, that's huge. That kill, I mean, potentially saves the round. Vanity falls, and now it's Zeppa who's going to try to catch them slipping. He's going to spot the first. Ethan falls. With that comes the spike. You've got Whippy, who, if he hits the timing, might find something here, but now he's the one left alone. Now they realize, I mean, it's up.
Wow. Beautiful reactions from NRG. Marv, knowing to take that space off the kill on Crashies into top mid. That's such a crucial kill, like you said. Opens up the entire A site. And then Demon 1 with that first blood onto Oxy.
It was pretty.
He's trying to prove a statement right here, Doug.
That's now 5 rounds in a row for NRG. You imagine, although, as we saw in the first half, it's not always the case. You imagine this round will go that way as well. Got a Guardian, you've got a Vandal, a smattering of everything else around it.
You don't just have a Guardian, you have Demon 1 with the Guardian.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He likes it more than Vandals, apparently.
Where do they go from here? Silence on the attacking side.
Here.
Looking for any type of aggression, any type of mistake out of C9. Trying to get info. Here comes the dog.
Orb goes up, Oxy goes off undetected off the paranoia. I think, yeah, they thought there was going to be a lot more aggression up mid. So that's what? That's when they decided to take that fight, and Jake with a classic from a distance. Able to punish onto the first. And Crashies has a lot to deal with. So you see the aggression, the space that they took from Cloud9 pays off.
Found you.
Victor's really far up. Does he expect Jake around the wall? Oh my God. Around the corner, it's a classic, and that's gonna be enough. Gets caught with his pants down. Ethan on the swing, spotting a couple more mid, realizing he's feeling a lot of pressure, has to get away. They've gotten the spike down. If they continue to buy time, if they continue to fight this out, it should be fine, but Cloud9 have upgraded weapons. Vanity falls. Demon 1 left alone. And what a statement this would be. 1 bullet. It's got to connect. It does for a little bit. Switches to the ghost, and it's not enough.
Wow.
Unreal. Yeah. Unreal.
So close.
Less than a second.
He went for it, Doug. He went for the 1 tap. So close. I don't blame him sitting at 17 and 6, but beautiful classic shots from, honestly, across the board from C9.
Here.
My classic does not shoot like that.
No, mine doesn't either. I mean, that's... He had 1 bullet, and it just wasn't enough. And the thing is, I mean, Whippy played that so well. The spit behind him, so he had nowhere to go. Time was short. He had to take the fight to Demon 1 in that instance, so he cuts off his route of escape, and that's what pulls things off again with less than a second to spare. Now, much like we saw in the first half, The tables have turned. All of a sudden, you lose the pistol, you're in a better financial situation.
They gave him a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, they did. I mean, and it's a heavy taste too, man. It's full armor, full rifles. They've invested.
I gotta be honest, if that didn't happen, you know, I think NRG would have just ran away with this game. Now anything's possible from C9. Confidence builds up. Momentum shifts. And already Oxy feeling that momentum, taking the first blood onto Crashies.
Poison's off.
We've talked a lot about him, the star in the making, and man, if there's one thing that I've noticed in his gameplay is that he doesn't take a step back, man. He doesn't back down.
Absolutely. I definitely feel like Demon One has been getting the best of him in this map so far, but he's not afraid. He's still going for the plays.
And Zeppa holding W as well. Really nowhere for Victor and Demon One to go. You imagine this round will be over soon. Marv able to trade back on one, but nothing but a sliver of health. Paranoia not gonna land, but it does not matter because Jake's bullets do. Cloud9 will get another, and again, a massive second round of the half. That changes everything.
That's legit, Doug. That's legit.
So where do they go from here?
Already has knives up. Nice little replay of Zeppa hitting these headshots. Closing out the round. Eco kills. Always feel good.
Yep. Where do they go from here? Cloud9 able to put 2 rounds together. A financial situation is still great. You mentioned Demon One with the blades, so only one who doesn't have a rifle to work with this round. Seems like a lot of focus mid too. Pop flashed out. You saw the setup there. There was a cloudburst, the flash out. Demon One takes high ground, and assuming there's somebody mid in that situation, they're done for.
Notice how they give mid right away. Clear it, let them know that they're there.
Yep.
And we're out. Now we're grouping up for a sight hit. Looks like it's going to be pretty uncontested. Dogging in. They get all the info. It's a clear retake B. Here we go.
Zeppa from a great spot. Talk about it being a little uncontested. He finds value. Uh-oh. First couple of blades miss, finally connect. And Demon One continues to push because of course he does. Why not? Surely you don't expect him there. Vanity decapitated. Jake follows suit. 3 on the round for Demon One. And the blades prove to be the difference maker as he's continuing to hunt, continuing to look for more. Oxy's there on the ground. He falls. The ace on the cards. Hasn't connected yet. Whippy, play spoiler.
He's unbelievable, Doug. He is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is.
How can he make it look so easy?
I mean, just
every time.
Effortless. Whippy looking to play for exits here. He's going to get 3 kills of his own. No real time to make the defuse happen, but a massive implication when you look at the financial situation for NRG.
Huge exit kills from Whippy there, and he gets closer to his ult.
Yep.
Only 2 off now. Saves the Vandal into this round. I mean, that's pretty good considering what this menace did to his team. What a beast.
1 enemy remaining.
He had a shot here too on the ace. Ultimately just doesn't connect, and Whippy able to punish as we mentioned. So
just like the eco round.
Yep.
Whippy needs to find Demon One before anybody else does. Because it seems like he's the only one that can take him out right now, Doug.
21-8 for the duelist. Pretty good. I'd take those numbers.
Absolutely. And honestly, what is an off-meta pick on this map? Like I said, I have not seen a lot of Jets in general. Solo Jets, that is. Usually you see the Rays.
Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
And NRG, honestly, not really doing anything different there. Just doing this early B util with the Cypher. They put the Viper util on A. Different types of walls for sure. Just really trying to get a feel of what the setup is from C9.
Once again, silence early in the round. As NRG have quietly taken a lot of space mid. That gate crash is going to join back up with Vanity. He's so far up right now. He's going to get the orb. And then he can flip the map if he chooses to. Well, those Seekers are going to give away a lot. With 40 seconds left in the round.
One of them's going the wrong way.
Catch up, little buddy. finally starting to come through, and now they know the hit's going to be A, and take a close eye at where Oxy is. He's already back there. He's already gotten Demon 1. He gets Ethan 2.
Spike down A.
They're going to try to recover, but Whippy surely doesn't get cleared here, right? Mark just boldly jumps out, and maybe he's got a bit more than he wanted, a bit more than he bargained for. Victor left alone at 1v3 with nothing but 32 HP. The spike not in hand, 10 seconds left on the round. I mean, this thing's dusted.
Nice.
Cloud9 punch back, very nicely done.
Clean round, clean setup. NRG just completely unaware of the person in the backside. And I think they thought that there was a lot more people towards B if they were playing aggro, and C9 not understanding that.
I mean, the value that Oxy found in elbow too is just perfect.
That second kill is so crucial.
Should be one.
Nice! Let's go. Good round, Princess. Come on.
Yep.
Good round, Princess.
Bro. I thought he was going to TP spawn.
Is that how you gassed up your teammates?
Yeah, you know what? I'd feel pretty good about that if I was Oxy.
Another timeout called, this time from NRG. Still hanging on to a 3-round lead. But Cloud9, I mean, they've stuck in this fight, man.
Yeah, all from that eco round. Round swaying momentum. Valorant's such a momentum-based game.
It really is. And I think this map is a really good example of just how impactful that can be. Those don't happen super often, but when they do, they change the tides of a half.
Absolutely. And I think what Chet is going to be telling NRG now in this timeout is start rechecking the aggression from C9.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Let's see if they're still in there, you know? Use utility. We can do anything. Because C9 there, when aggro that last round B main and completely left. So they had 4 on A for the hit. And Demon 1. He's just feeling it. He buys up a Guardian. No armor. Doesn't need it.
Yeah, the classic glass Guardian strat.
Yeah.
That's just nuts. We'll see if he can find any value with it here. You see the rest of the buy for NRG, is not great. Early cam, not getting cleared out. Confirming that B is safe for now. And off of that they go, but Oxy is here.
Really passive angle from him as well.
Yeah. Oh
my God.
All right. There you go.
And he just can't catch a break against Demon.
I mean,
and that's a free gun, Doug.
Yeah. What do they do with it? Mark's the one who picks it up. The
They're just cycling. They're just cycling the bomb. But Crashies gets all because of it.
Now the pit invested. They have so much control on this site. I mean, do Cloud9 even... Do they even try to go for it here? They're still just so far away. And look at this late lurk from Victor. He spotted them. Demon 1's going to be there with him too. If he gets the timing, this is going to secure the round. Nothing but a small structure keeping them apart. Victor with 2 on the round. The swing on the classic. The clip runs drive for Zeppa. That's 3 for Victor. And surely that's a round for NRG, unless Vanity can do anything about it. It was 1 kill away from pulling up something ridiculous off, but it's a thrifty round win for NRG.
And just off of heroics, trusting in Demon 1 to get the entry. We get a gun. Not only do we get a gun, but we get B main orb, and we get the bomb down on Crashies.
Dude, that late lurk. And ultimately it was Vic who got all the kills, but it was just perfect.
So obvious.
That's it. Hold it too.
I want to go play some TP in the entry, bro. Nice entry, my boy.
And that's the thing. Even though it's so obvious that there could be a lurk there, you know the Cypher's in there.
Yeah.
When is it going to come?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Even if you know it's coming,
Yeah.
you're right.
When is it going to happen?
Not knowing when just really changes everything. As Cloud9 have called a timeout. Like we've had those in quick succession.
Trying to cut all momentum from NRG's 50. And yeah, I just can't stress it enough. Like, you know the Cypher is going to do that every single time. But even when you know it, he's doing it, you still got to hit the shot on him. You know?
Yep.
That guy got 3.
With a stinger.
With a stinger.
2 with a stinger and then a classic, yeah.
Big crowd here today.
Man, it's so good to see you guys again.
Absolutely.
I missed you guys. Welcome back. 11-7 in favor of NRG. I heard that. Thank you, whoever that was. 11-7 in favor of NRG. 3 ults on the side of Cloud9, though. Let's see what they can do with it.
Light armors across the board from C9. Investing all they can into this round. It's make it or break it, Doug.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're playing to win right now. An early pit towards A. No way. Oh my gosh, he's stuck that. Marv is deep behind enemy lines, and I don't know that he's been heard. Jake is staring in that direction, though, paranoid about what's on the other side. Meanwhile, there's a fight that's ensuing on B. Marv gets the best of Jake. The map is wide open right now.
Time to jump.
And you can feel the walls creeping and closing in, but Zeppa there to push one back. Oxy finding a lot here. Demon One's got to find something, and he does onto Zeppa. Oxy on the hunt, has to find a way to punish, but nothing found yet.
And there's that timidness that we were talking about earlier. Oxy beginning to punish on his ults. Doesn't opt to go for the crazy play this time. Huge flank from Vanity here. Sky will seek him out nevertheless.
I mean, you've got Vic who's playing a 52, and you've got the dog that's cleared out, so there's no way to know that he's there. On the flash, so Big Victor on his own, and it's perfect. I mean, the setups have just been so clean. Another round, map point for NRG.
So smart from NRG.
Match point.
Aware that C9 is going to invest that Viper's kit into that round, using the Omen ult to go, honestly, anywhere in their spawn.
Literally could have been anywhere, yeah.
Keeping the Viper in that pit because he's scared to back up. If he backs up, the Omen could be there.
Right.
Party's over.
That one tap.
I mean, and Demon 1 too, almost ignoring the Oxy ult in that instance. He had the Q that Yoru was looking at him, just completely undisturbed. The potential finishing touches on a map win here for NRG as we enter what could be the last round. Light by for Cloud9 again. The repercussions of the investment from the previous round. You've got a Guardian, 2 Guardians, and a little bit of everything else. Just Jake's ult too. Vanity close by, but possible that it's involved in this round.
Look at all this mid control they're able to get because of how they conditioned the previous rounds on their attacking side. Sitting all the way back in spawn, using utility. Now we're able to walk up and get contact. It's just beautiful, fundamental gameplay right now from NRG.
Scout destroyed.
Is it going to be enough to close this map out? You see the Cloud9 is taking a little bit of space there, Marv, expecting the aggression. Nothing
Marv
done yet.
here's the jump spot there.
Yeah, I think so.
This is what I was telling you earlier. Checking the aggression from C9.
They're going to push into this. Hello. You swing out and you see all 5. That's brutal. Vanity and Zeppa both fall. Cloud9 are left with 3 members, and they're all on opposite sides of the map. Jake is going to be the first. Is he patient? Does he wait? Does he try to get away with something? He does. Demon 1 falls, and that buys just enough time. NRG not really concerned about that. They're just going to commit to the plant. Marv dropping Oxy, dropping Whippy. 3 on the round. Jake left alone. Can he pull off what would be a ridiculous miracle? No. NRG takes Sunset 13-7.
Clinical.
I mean, it was pretty. It was a pretty game.
Who let this roster come to fruition, Matt? How is this possible?
And you know, it really does feel like as weeks go on, they're just starting to get better and continue to piece things together. I want to be clear though, Cloud9, there were pockets in that map where it seemed like they had things figured out, where they were going to be able to find where NRG was hurting and really kind of press them a little bit. But those moments, those little pockets were few and far between.
Yeah, NRG coming out on top with the adjustments that they made.
Take a look at some of these replays here. Highlight moments from the map. There were plenty of them. I mean, that's a perfectly good example of them. We'll see what the rest of the series has for us. On the other side of this break, we've got the desk, we've got a set. We'll see you guys in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plan's Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Take my beat back. Take my beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat.
Now players in his face, lots of chances, lots of opportunities. It is beautiful. Sheriff and goes for his contact. Nice shot there from Moxie. The back of where's the communication? There's a goal! Moxie on fire!
After map 1, I'm here with the coach of NRG, Chet. Congratulations on the map 1 victory. I'd love to talk to you about setting up Demon One because we've seen his micro adjustments. We've seen he's just absolutely insane. How does your team set him up so perfectly?
Well, we have a really good support player in Ethan, so he gives a lot of help for Max, but Max himself, or Demon, sorry, he knows how to set himself up. He calms a lot on that map specifically. I think that's like his best map for comms. Like, he's giving a lot of input, like a lot of mid-rounding. Like, he knows what he wants to do, and he knows how to use his teammates. So honestly, he does a good job on his own, but I don't think he needs much help, to be honest.
Thank you so much.
Cool, calm and collected for NRG on Sunset, whereas Cloud9 looked like the living embodiment of the PP overheat emote. It's a comfortable... it's a comfortable finish, though, for NRG in the end, and I kind of like that little tidbit we just got there from Chet really quickly, is that Demon One's really involved in the calling and the mid-rounding structure on Sunset.
I think that's a big departure from what we expected from Demon One last year, right? Kind of a lot of the descriptions that we got from the internal comms of that team for EG was that he kind of was very quiet, somebody who's just a silent assassin, right? Everybody else is making the plays for him. So I think evolving Demon One right now is pretty impressive to see.
Some great individual moments here. Crash, she's obviously delivering in that ridiculous pistol clutch. And NRG took a little while to calibrate Wyatt to what C9 were doing, but eventually they move Crashies to B, they mix it up, they have a pretty decent showing.
Yeah, Cloud9, they came in with some nice ideas. They had some cool rounds, tried some Yoru tech. But at the end of the day, NRG, they were once again chilling their way to a victory where, hey, cool ideas, we will simply outskill you over and over and over and over, and one more time over as Demon One, and just killed everybody in the second half. Cool. So NRG didn't really do anything spectacular in the gameplay, the team play front. Nothing. Obviously, it's good. It's structured, but you know they weren't wowing you with anything. They're just chilling and winning. They're chilling and winning, Mitch.
Individual moments, right? Like Ethan getting in the mid, catching 3 on the rotate. Demon One just ignoring all the utility in the world. There's a double operator round as well when it looks like, you know, NRG are trying to cut C9 off at the extremity. So push into B lobby, push into A, and try and catch them as they move up here. Here's your Ethan and Demon One stats here. It's a whopping 316 ACS for Demon One, who seemed like he didn't have a care in the world this map.
Yeah, I mean, let's just, hey guys, you want to hit the old Ethan and Demon One narrative again? Have we?
Let's run it back.
I mean, it's just this duo. They are making the rest of this storied team that has won international championships just look like a sporting cast. The rest of the guys just feel like they're hanging out. These Demon One are just,
I mean, that's the
crazy.
They don't need to do anything when you got these two guys doing what they are doing on these in these 2 America debuts that they've had so far. This is a fantastic map 1 showing from them, and it's not looking like it's going to stop. That's the very difficult thing that Cloud9 have to ask right now is how do we stop these 2 guys from doing what they're doing to us? Because it's Cloud9 that's doing everything. That they're the people who are being proactive about, you know, what kind of calls, what kind of rotates they're doing, the aggressiveness, and it's just NRG kind of reacting to it. I mean, I think of the round that Marv TPs into spawn after the timeout. It's just like NRG knows they're the ones who are going to overstep everything, and when they do, they're going to forget all the other stuff that could happen on the map, and that's what NRG is constantly taking advantage of.
We got some frustrating reactions from Imi on camera there for C9. Looks like he was struggling a little bit. I'd love to hear, though, what he has to say ahead of map 2. Let's head down and find out.
I'm here with the coach of Cloud9, Imi. Now, obviously, map 1 did not go your way, but you still have another map. What is the game plan going into map 2?
The game plan is just to not make the same mistakes we're making. We're getting ecoed, we're going into a shell, we're turtling up, and we just need to play our own game and be confident, and we should be okay.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
A lot of talk about mistakes, you know, a lot of talk about Cloud9 really being the instigators on Sunset. Feels like we're just scratching the surface, though, of what NRG are capable of if we're still stuck highlighting Ethan and Demon One for just doing their own thing.
Yeah, we're about to see another map of chilling. I'm telling you, it's just going to be more chilling. I mean, hey, listen, luckily for Imi, you know, in those moments where they were overheating, there's going to be less of those on Ascent because I can't imagine they're going to be bringing out the Yoru. I can't imagine there's going to be any C9 wacky activity. We're going to see the comps that we usually see for the most part. I would imagine.
I mean, it's Cloud9, Wyatt.
I would imagine.
You would imagine. You would imagine. But with the amount of experimentation that's going on this map from other teams, Cloud9's going to be right there with them. I'm sorry. I really think that they're going to shift things up here on Ascent and try to do something different, which I don't think is the right idea going into NRG when you just got ripped apart on all those, kind of new techniques that you're trying against them on Sunset.
You'd rather see him go back to basics a little bit, Cloud9?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this is a map where your fluidness that Vanity goes for is something that he's very experienced at, and he can really take it to NRG where you, on Sunset, you don't know what's going to come, right? You haven't seen them play that map yet. You haven't been able to study any footage. Ascent is something that you know how they're going to play, so it's much easier, in my mind, for Vanity to make those calls.
And on Ascent, for the sake of the narrative, Mitch,
we're upholding it, yeah.
It is the ultimate Jet map. This is the Jets playground. It always has been. Oxy, Demon One, the narrative, 2 Jets. And listen, I just want to see Oxy on just a reasonable duelist right now.
Yeah.
Just back to basics. Dude, shoot them.
He was getting caught with his mask out. Like how many times?
There was overcooking, overheating. The Thanksgiving turkey is burnt. Back to basics. Jet versus Jet. That's what I want to see.
I think building up that Demon One versus Oxy story at the beginning of the day. Okay, it is standard.
There we go.
I'm mistaken. Cloud9 will not cook, and that is good. Like I said, Mitch, I think that is very good. But like you said, the Demon One Oxy story, I think Oxy has a chance to really take it to him here on an agent that is 100% comfortable, and you'll be able to skill diff each other and take it to each other rather than escaping different fights as you would be on your.
It was like you could play on even footing a little bit more. Something Baby Bay said he loved was the fundamentals on display from NRG on Sunset, and this classic Cloud9 style of poking and prodding at the extremities and trying to find the weak sites is definitely something that's going to be assisted with Vanity on that Sova, of course. Very classic compositions. No Phoenix in sight so far. But if we're going back to such classic maps, such classic compositions here, when we saw NRG so comfortable already against something a little wacky, they've got to be feeling good.
We're looking at 5 exact same agents from both teams. And when you look at the rosters, I mean, NRG, they are the super team.
All right, well, here it is. Madrid, of course, still on the line for both of these teams as they get back into map 2 and send it back to your casters. It'll be Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Uber. I'm glad that we're going back to Ascent, Dre, because I know there are a lot of people who have very strong feelings about the map and comps and it's figured out and whatever, but honestly, I love this map and I love comps like this because fundamentals decide things at the end of the day, right?
Yeah,
if you don't have the fundies, you're exposed.
Yeah, the better team is going to win here, no matter what. And man, going into this, Oxy, I saw him smiling a little bit. That's a good sign. Yeah. It's a very good sign because that last map was pretty rough, but warm-up map, you know, we've seen this kid pop off in his last series like an absolute animal, even in the offseason pop off, you know, so I feel like all he really needs is like a nice 2 to 3K here on this pistol, close it out for his team. We need to see that yelling Oxy, that super passionate Oxy in this game. Yeah, we got to see this pop-off Oxy if they want to win this series.
And I mean, he had his moments. He had his moments on Sunset, and some of them were, as Wyatt so eloquently put, the turkey was overcooked.
Yeah,
thing's burnt. It's dead.
Cooking a little too hard.
Yeah. But he had his moments. We'll see what he can do here. Again, NRG on the attacking side. You see that knife back in spawn.
Look at this Omen flash. It's so good.
It splits the uprights. Vic is already tagged up. Jake's dropped. With 25 HP, that was all that he needed. He's looking for a second. Vanity, they're trying to hold the line from backside. Not able to find much more. Oxy and Whippy, the only 2 that remain, and Oxy's surrounded. Still gets a kill on Marv, looking for one on to crash. He's shock dart at his feet. The second, not quite the intended target. As the dust settles, Quiet creeps over the round. The swing out from Demon 1, 2 HP now for the duelist. Looking to see if he can find any damage, and it's Whippy actually who cleans him up, but they have no idea where Victor is. From beginning to end, he got the opener, and he seems to be the one who's going to close this thing out by himself. Whippy on the tap, and of course it is Vic with 4 and NRG with the pistol.
And how did they know that they would just fall into back sight like that? You saw Marv sitting in B main already holding the flash for what, like 10 seconds?
He was ready.
Yeah. They were so ready for that pistol round. Really good prep done from NRG. Victor getting 4. Already halfway to his KJ out. Over halfway. Full Vandal armor on the round 2.
They're investing. They're investing for sure. We'll see what they do with it, yeah.
Got eco'd last time. Both teams got eco'd last time.
That is true. Zeppa, imagine a knife that should be landing here at any moment. Yeah, gonna tag up a couple.
Info gathered.
Well, and big there on Vanity on the other side to be able to step out and clear that knife.
I have the
conceal some of what's happening on the other side.
Absolutely, that KJ turret stays up too because of that. It's a lot of info. Nevertheless, just classics. 1 deagle out of Whippy. Jake does have an Omen flash though. It looks like they're gonna come straight into his sight. What can he do, Doug?
Dude, he's on an island.
What can he do? But look at this, they smoke door, but they're walking up garden.
That's so smart.
They dodged the dagger.
Zeppa was headed back. Peels back though, the flash over the top, the dash out. Jake feeling all of the heat, realizing he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to make a play if he can. From down in hell, if he cannot.
Spike planted.
They're going to start to rotate over, and they're going to try to apply some pressure. But again, without the guns, really, it's just such a big ask.
Masterclass IGLing in this round, Doug. 2 players sitting in CT spawn before that hit came. No clue where the enemy team was going.
No.
No clue where NRG was at all. And Victor, they give Victor the stinger so he can hunt for the ecos.
He got another word.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only 2 off now, huh?
Yeah, he's getting closer. Meanwhile, Vanny's going to try to get some exits, and he does. It's a little 1-for-1. Weapon scooped up. They're going to move on to another. So it wasn't the cleanest, it wasn't the prettiest when all was said and done, but the steps to get there were quite nice from NRG.
Yeah, honestly, solid eco round from C9 too. Getting 2 guns out, getting a little bit of armor out, chipping away. But I mean, to be setting the pace like that, like Ethan already throwing feints like that, like you're smoking door, acting like you're gonna do a sight hit, but you're walking up garden.
Yep.
I mean, to already be setting up rounds like that, what are they gonna do? You know, what are they gonna do halfway in that? Like like during the halfway of the half, what are they gonna do? You don't know. C9 is gonna be distraught because of these early plays.
And you see why NRG historically it favored this map. Just see these little things like that. A full buy from Cloud9. You see if Vanity can find any spam or anything. There's really no presence on that side of the map for now. A deep alarm bot up mid. Seems like they're gonna try to end A here again. Jake is gonna have a lot to deal with. This time Oxy's close by though. The paranoia is not gonna hit onto anyone. The dart is gonna confirm that the site itself is free, but this looks very similar to a round that we saw just a few moments ago. Demon 1 with the first Zeppa swinging out heaven and so exposed, so vulnerable. Ultimately not able to find much more. Jake pushing out, finds a second. One more in the smoke. You've got Whippy, who's up in heaven. That's 3 on the round for Jake, who had a quiet first map, but really coming into his own here on Ascent.
Stepping up huge there, anchoring the site. NRG just unaware that he was in hell that entire time. And not biting this time. You saw Zeppa already trying to lean towards mid that round. But he was able to get into heaven in time. NRG need to go a little bit further up in mid, break that alarm bot to actually pull the full rotate out.
Yeah, cause a little misdirection.
And this is just Jake just going off.
I've killed Ethan twice. Know that?
That's so crazy that this is the timeline we're in, where we're counting how many times we've killed Ethan.
How many times we killed Ethan? Twice. We'll see what they do here. Victor, after his heroic efforts in the opening couple of rounds, now has that ult on mine.
It's a cheeky little late A knife, but NRG aware and waited out. Redrone A main instantly off of that.
Oh, off of the flash, but he was a little ahead of it, but he didn't realize he was there. Demon 1 plucked out of the sky. Marv there on the counterpunch, though, and Oxy still causing problems just on the other side of the wall. They've got to know he's there.
What?
The timing is gorgeous. There's the swing out. I mean, they played that so well. That was beautiful from Cloud9. And now the spike is out of reach.
Crashies just killed Oxy full Omen blinded.
Victor's left, or excuse me, it was Crashies who was left alone, and Cloud9 cleaned him up. I mean, that was a beautiful round. Oxy played his timings just right, very similar to what Jake did in the previous round. Striking at just the right moment.
Nice little 1-2 punch there.
We'll take a look at it again, and yeah, he just went up top, and the thing is he was flashed initially too, but timing just on his side.
So smart from Oxy to peek off of Jake's kill there.
Yeah.
Allows him to get the second. Some life from C9 on these gun rounds. Looking pretty clean, honestly.
Marv has a Marshall, but other than that, it's just pistols. That dart a little deep. And yeah, it didn't tag for a moment.
Oh, didn't go burr.
Didn't tag, but starting to threaten a little bit of that spam, yeah.
There's nothing scarier than an Odin on B site. So oppressive.
So NRG here have cleared out that deep alarm bot that you were mentioning, forcing some of the rotation down. Zeppa having to check mid and clear it, make sure no one's pushed all the way up.
Does NRG read into this, though? Are they aware? Should be a sign that the KO is in CT. He daggered from there.
Teleport stopped.
Jake getting a little bit of info with his ult. NRG have burned the clock down, just a little over 30 seconds left, and maybe an attempt to fake that there's pressure A, but I mean, look at the minimap. Cloud9 isn't moving. They have 2 players backside. You have Zeppa close by.
Wow.
Oxy's getting one onto Ethan, and again, the rotates are they're not moving. They're not convinced that this is an A hit. Wisely so. Now with 18 seconds left on the round, Demon1 gets dropped. And the gun difference might be all that matters in this round. Vic left alone, and he gets one, but ultimately gets cleaned up. Cloud9 with another round, they take the lead. Really, just the right time.
Absolutely. I like how NRG is playing these rounds out, but Oxy doing his job, staying aggressive in that garden area. Had he actually fell back into that garden smoke, that opens up the possibility for them to do the A split. But him holding his ground there allows his teammates at B to just stay and hold their setup, hold that backside setup, have the KO flashes from CT. We're talking about fundamentals, and C9 fundamentals are looking really clean right now.
Now, note here how Cloud9 are set up. In the previous round, for the first time, NRG pushed up mid and cleared out the alarm bot. That's exactly where the op is now. In Oxy's hands, and it doesn't look like he's going to get a challenge early on. NRG posted up towards A.
The question is, how much damage can Oxy do with this op? Didn't op at all last map.
Opportunity to make that thing sing. First, that shot looked like it went between his legs.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Sometimes it's tough to just go into a game right away. Second game, starting to op. Would have liked to see him up on the last map on Yoru, just to get a little bit warmed up. Nevertheless, repositions to B, but NRG making a great play right here.
Now, they spotted Jake here at the beginning with the drone. He TP'd out, but went to double dip, and he's... No way. No way. He gets away with that? I thought he was the dead man walking.
I mean, he's been finessing all over this A side.
Pushing the situation to the limit. Finding his positioning and trying to punish with it.
Nowhere to run.
But here we go. The hit out towards A. The Hunter's Fury from Crashies, but Zeppa dancing around the ults. Not able to get a third kill, but it might have been enough. Marved on the counter. Vanity. Talk about unlucky timing. Literally, it just turned away from that angle. Oxy with blades. Where's Marv gone? Back towards Wine.
Is he gonna have it?
He should be able to. There's really nothing to dissuade him. He pulled off just a little early. Now having to push forward with the blades. Crashies from the top, spotting in the second. There's the trade. Marv cleans it up. The reposition from the ult ends up being what secures the round for NRG.
What ended up being such a smart play from Oxy to try to get that half. He gets off of it last second. Makes it almost nearly impossible to win that round. Really good omen ult from Marv to get out of sight there.
Yeah, that was perfect. A great ult. And then again here, I mean, it was his repositioning that proved to be the difference maker. The value he was able to find from Wine was perfect. It does not look like he's enjoying himself.
Having a rough,
yeah, he's having a rough
day.
Yeah.
A rough day in the office.
But they're still in this fight. We're still tied at 3. And look at how far up Vanity is with a judge.
And I never rule out Vanity when he has this gun.
No.
Honestly. I've seen him do so many crazy shenanigans with this gun. But look at Demon1. He picked up the op actually from that previous round. And the moment they get contact with this, it changes the entire pace of the game for C9. Oh!
Wow.
What? He just sits him down.
He keeps taking the fight to Demon1, man. I know that, what was it, like 4-2 or 6-2 against Oxy in the first map?
Yeah, last map, Demon1 was 6-2 against Oxy, but trying to change the narrative here.
That boy doesn't know quit, man. Look at how far up Crashies is. Crashies is about to go into their spawn. Wow. Once again, exploiting the middle of the map, but they've been flanked. They've been wrapped around. But they don't expect Crashies here. They thought they found what they were looking for. Crashies trying to land the shot on the second. You see that Paranoia coming. Is going to connect. He's surrounded. Feeling the pressure from all sides. Oxy cleans him up. The spike out of reach is
30 seconds left.
gotten a little crazy here, a little silly.
What is happening?
I mean, every single kill has, it seemed like it's been into the back of somebody's head at this point.
4-man lurk strat.
Oxy left alone, 6 bullets, none of them connect. NRG take the lead back.
I mean, NRG just finding every single gap on the map, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, we got like 2 people going in spawn. We got people in market flanking. Flank on flank on flank.
And honestly, Cloud9 did a bit of the same too, right? Like, they pushed out through tree. They had pressure mid. There was just a lot of teams losing track of where the opponents were.
How did Ethan even see that guy?
Yeah,
He just threaded the needle on him.
That was a pixel kill for sure.
Sick. And something I want to touch on here, Doug, is when you look at these stats, we got Victor and Marv at the top.
Feeling it.
That's scary for C9. Demon 1 and Ethan aren't even online yet. Ooh.
Oxy is.
Spike retrieved.
Oxy looking way more comfortable on this map.
Yeah.
Bot coming back.
And the desk was talking about wanting to see him back on a jet, back onto just pretty standard, pretty comfortable. Go kill, and that's exactly what he's done. Oh, Marv trying to punish onto Jake. Steam 1 who cleans up what he couldn't.
Oh no.
The paranoia out, it misses. But a reposition to hell where he's been many times. He spots the hood, not able to lay in the shots. Massive out from Jake.
Beautiful challenge.
Now the Hunter's Fury that they're gonna have to dance around.
Look at this guy.
He's still fighting.
Look at this guy.
Relentless in his approach. Jake's 5 HP tried to get away.
What?
Big's left alone. A 1v2.
Has the info on Oxy.
Placing swarm grenade.
Is that gonna be enough to buy him some time?
Player standing.
Still has 40 seconds to work with here.
Alarm bot
Deep
down.
alarm bot cleared. They're both there. The spam through. It's gonna be a 2-1, surely. 25 HP at the door closed. That's gonna be enough time to potentially plant the spike.
Still has 30 seconds.
But repositions now. The door is cleared, and Victor cannot land the shots. Vanity cleans him up, and we're tied once more.
There's a world.
Yep.
There is a world.
And that world almost happened. Big out from Vanity, though. And once again, the opener from Oxy.
Later.
That's all it takes.
Really just off of what Jake was doing in this round. He's just a master classing this A site.
Yeah.
Just anchoring on A. The confidence. Full pop and swing, too. Didn't even shoot Ethan at first. Went so wide.
Oh, we're gonna have a clash. We're gonna have a clash B early. Oh, the shock dart keeps him back a little bit. That's all it was for now.
Revealing area.
How much do they send on this?
Just baiting out some utility here. Baited out both shocks now.
Take flight.
Only spotted one.
A lot of util being used here to maintain this main control. Oh my gosh. Crashy's only sitting on a deagle.
Dude, little does he know what's on the other side of that wall.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
And the impact he almost was able to get. Remember, he only saw Vic.
Dart is going to be up for this hit, though.
That
His
knife,
dart is going to be absolutely massive from Vanity.
that knife is big. The shocks, the mollies, Demon 1's already through. But he's been separated. They manage, or at least are trying to get across slowly but surely, one by one. They try to jump through. Across the spam, Marv looking like he's gonna want to go deal with this on his own. In the smoke, he finds one. He gets a second. The spam not able to connect onto the third. Vanity's doing a bit of his own.
Player standing.
They're continuing to get what they want. Demon 1 is left alone. He has too many targets to deal with. What a retake from Cloud9.
Nice retake. Vanity getting massive value with the spam.
And Zeppa playing spoiler. I think him cleaning up Marv there is huge.
Marv somehow got 2 in that smoke as well. He actually had to make that play at that time, and he knew it. Still not enough, though. 5-4. Timeout NRG.
Posse, come stairs, come stairs.
That's what I was saying.
Yep.
That's what we needed.
Grab the sandal half.
A little pop off, a little signs of life. As timeout is called, courtesy of NRG. And that ferocious flood that we saw from Cloud9, they were proved to be the difference maker. And again, as you mentioned, that was in the face of Marv trying to take it to them, trying to push that smoke, trying to get massive kills there. Got 2, but it wasn't enough.
Absolutely. Demon 1 and Ethan sitting at 3 kills total. But 4 rounds on attack ascent. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Actually pretty good. I'm sure as a lot of people know out there, this is probably one of the most defense-sided maps, I think, in the map pool. More so than Split.
It does tend to swing that way.
Knives are online from Demon 1, and we already saw what he did on last map with the knives. He needs to come up huge here for NRG.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's had a quiet half so far. It's been Victor's heroics. The attack side KJ, the difference maker.
Yeah, something you don't see every day for sure. But you know what? That's how this map is on Jet. I feel like a lot of the times you dash in, create space, and you die.
And then you die, yeah.
It's the
It's a tough
defense.
job.
Yeah, it's the defense where you can really show off your skill set.
Uh-oh. Ooh, he canceled. I thought he was going to stick that.
NRG not liking what they're seeing on that A site. Like, let's get away from A main for now. Oh, but look at the mini map. C9 already adapting to this. Zeppa leaning towards B and mid already.
That mid setup and the alarm bot is scooted up.
Yeah, maybe like a pop flash play off of this.
If there's any contact, but I don't know that there will be.
Caution.
NRG seems to have set their sights on B. Where Vanity's waiting with that Odin.
Caution.
This flash will be the telltale sign of NRG wanting to hit this B site.
And they know he's here. The Judge mid. Oxy doesn't really have anything else. He doesn't have blades or anything to work with, but he gets him with the Judge anyway. And Vanity spam shuts him down. 3 on the round. Jake cleans it up. Another round for Cloud9.
Nice setups from Cloud9. Nice setups, and this Odin is getting insane value. Vanity getting 3. Not opting to shoot Demon 1 there. Letting a couple people walk by him. Beautiful flicks.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. And
Yeah,
Oxy got
there it
the
is.
Judge kill. Yep.
Wake up, Oxy. Wake up. He's online.
Yeah, that's that pop-off we're used to seeing.
He's keeping the Judge. He's keeping the Judge.
Huh. He's got the blades this time.
This guy's every ranked player's fear. Judge and knives.
We'll see what they do with it. Another quiet beginning of the round for Cloud9.
Deploying drone.
Oh, how patient is Oxy here? The drone not going to tag him, not reaching far enough. But Demon 1 filling the space behind it. Remember, there is an alarm bot in that smoke too.
Info gathered.
Surely that drone tags him. Does he push him?
He has dash popped.
Does he push him? He's got to realize there's a little bit of help. Yeah, cross mid, he does push. He drops Demon 1. He goes up top for more, but the flash keeps him back.
So aware.
Dissuaded for the time being, but still looking for more.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's still playing around mid. He's still looking for anything that he could find. Fresh set of blades, too. I mean, he's got everything he could want. And we've got to mention, we talked about it a little bit. The quiet half for Demon 1 continues.
Absolutely.
Shadows.
A hit is going to come into sight. Retake KJ util here.
Yeah, the knife isn't going to tag the KJ, so Whippy's util is still there causing problems. Barb manages to get across. Still have a little bit of that dive potential. You imagine there's a flash up heaven. No, Ethan committing to the
seconds left.
Spike. Spam through, not going to connect. At least for now. Crashies has 2 shots and has a Hunter series, so they have a win condition here that they can play around. Oh, Ethan a little bit too far up. Vic does too. Zeppa falls, and it's all on Crashies, realizing everybody's pushing his way. There's not much else that he can do to keep this back. He gets a spam onto 1, but is he going to have the shocks to stop the defuse? I don't think he will. That's a gorgeous round from Cloud9 yet again.
Nice. And this is all set up off of Oxy's mid presence. Just and I like that he knows that Demon 1 is tagged, but when you see Demon 1, you know he's not alone. You know Ethan's right next to him.
Yep.
But the awareness that Oxy has to know that, okay, someone's probably holding for him from bottom mid. Fights him off the angle and then dashes in to take the 1v1. Has 1 knife left.
I mean,
He had one knife left to hit.
That is ridiculous.
That's cold.
Yep, takes care of the first, swats him away, and then goes to get his prize.
Beautiful.
The kid's good, man. 4 rounds in a row for Cloud9. Last round of the half.
Standing ahead.
And this would be a huge round for NRG.
Yeah.
Going into defense with 5 rounds, insane.
All right, with smoke, you see the flashes come through. They're going to want to hit tree. Marv has already gotten through. Look how far back Vanity's having to play here.
And NRG just love this door smoke.
Drone clearing things out, spotting one.
Great dart from Vanity.
Wow. One tag, yeah, that's all it was. Marv down to 50 HP, no armor. And they've got to know here that the hit is pretty heavy towards A, right? Look at all the space that Oxy has taken B. They have KJ Util over there. And then if there was any doubt remaining, that knife tagging 4 is surely going to do it. They've tried bullying Jake. This time he falls. Demon 1 and Marv. The tandem getting the side open, finding what they're looking for. Getting the spike down. Now Oxy and Whippy left alone. Whippy 1 away from the lockdown too. Got to keep that in mind. It seems like both players trying to catch a breath in hell.
Surely this is impossible.
45 HP up top. Oh, that was execution style.
Thank you for your service.
That was perfect.
Talk about somebody that literally went through hell that entire round. This guy was getting so vaulted. He was the solo guy pushed up in that door smoke.
Spotted by the dart.
Yeah, everything. And he closes out the round with a 3K. What a beast.
A perfect round. And then when you hit stuff like that, that certainly helps.
Nice.
Cool faces on all of the players. We're actually going to throw it down to Ball, who's got something a little special cooked up for us. Ball, take it away.
Thanks, Doug. Not quite the half that you're looking for if you're looking for a map 3 here from Cloud9. Not all the way, but it did start out quite well working in the chaos. So I have a round here that I want to show you guys about NRG really looking to go for an A split with a KJ lockdown, and how Cloud9 reacts really interrupts all the ideas from NRG the entire time. So here you're going to see both the lockdown is going to come in from A main at the same time as you have this split coming in from Catwalk at the same time. So what NRG is hoping for is that they get this space and they're going to be able to capitalize on the big radius of the lockdown here inside of Tree. But instead what happens is the split actually forces allows Cloud9 to fight each fight individually on their terms. You saw Demon 1 just dash across here. He's trying to get in with a flash from Ethan across from the smoke that they're placing to allow themselves to work into Tree here. That doesn't work immediately because you have both Zeppa and Oxy playing through the smoke and against this. So Marv, Ethan, all these guys who are coming through are getting denied at Tree. But then the next step that you're going to want to look at is over in A main as we see Jake. This smoke is perfect for actually preventing Crashies and Victor from coming forward into A main and completing the split and helping the Tree players to maintain the site with the lockdown coming through. So both of these little interruptions here allow for a big numbers advantage right off the rip. And that's the exact thing where these guys are not feeling safe anymore because Crashies and Victor again in A main are not there. So Jake doing wonderful stuff. He's going to actually be able to get away from this position too. And at that point, you're already looking at a 4v2 with Oxy coming in. Everybody's escaping the lockdown at the same time here. These are the moments that I think Cloud9 were doing very well at playing in the chaos when NRG is really doing some nice things. But again, not quite enough if you're looking for a map 3 here. Let's see the conclusion of this game.
Thank you so much, Balla. You outrageously intelligent and handsome son of a gun. You Cloud9 with the 2-round lead here. But again, now it's NRG who's going to be on defense. Now they're the ones who should statistically be able to walk away with an advantage. We'll see if they're able to execute it.
Standing ahead.
This pistol just so important for both teams.
Whippy gets tagged there, right? Oh, I guess it was a little high because that dart landed right over his head.
Oh, and they're biting on the rotations. Look at this. What I said earlier, Doug, NRG seems to bite.
Yeah,
they think the pack is. And as soon as they saw that jet smoke from Oxy, already leaning through there, but Ethan.
Ooh, ouch. That hurt. And again, finding the timing, he's right behind him, surely. He finds some value here, but now they know where he is. If there was doubt before, it's been confirmed. Vanity managing to get out. Really, the rest of Cloud9 has gotten the site. They've gotten the spike down.
Perfect knife.
Now it's on NRG again in this retake attempt. Zeppa weak. See the knife sail across. A dart traded. Nothing spotted yet. The paranoia, and that forces a stalemate out from both sides. Now, NRG creeping forward. 2 members sitting back in main. And it seems like they're ready for it. Ethan waiting on the other side of the smoke. 70 HP, switches weapons. Whippy, perfect timing. But now he's gonna have to do it on his own. Vic, weak! Oh, but it's not enough. He's gonna get the defuse, and that's another round for NRG.
KJ versus KJ. Victor out on top.
Dude, he's having a map.
Him and Marv.
Yeah. See if we can take a look at that one more time. 22 HP, just cold.
Headshots him just like that. Wow, relief.
Yeah.
Relief.
Yeah, that's a big old exhale, yeah. Marv.
Placing swarm grenade.
Just barely, they hang on to things. Oxy with the Guardian, full armor, pistols the rest of the way for Cloud9.
Hero buy. Full armor on this too.
And honestly, you know, we've talked so much about individual confidence for players, but I also think it's important to note that the structure believes in him. Ultimately, it doesn't work out there, but the team choosing to invest, make that happen, bodes well for the young star. Ultimately not able to win out this fight, but something to keep an eye on.
Team in one. He's been relatively quiet all game, and
yeah,
just has the opportunity for the 1v1 and just takes Oxy's head clean off. Dagger A gonna get info for NRG.
Cloud9 are quiet with it. You see the utility in Ethan's hand, ready to go. As soon as there's
positioning.
Yeah, as soon as there's any inkling that they're committing to funneling out of there. That'll be all it takes.
Early omen flash from Marv.
Yeah, just buying some time, really. I mean, they're burning the clock on this. Through a barrage of utility, they've kept them back, but it seems like they've gotten through most of it now. Ethan has the knife. Well, he had the knife. He had life too, but it's no longer around. Victor from up top with the Sheriff. Marv joining in on the fun. The span comes through. Vanity's left alone, and uh-oh.
What's happening?
That was awkward. They both reload at just the right time. And that's all it's gonna be. Wow. That was messy. That was messy, but it got done. NRG tie us up at 7.
Good utility from NRG there. Delaying the hit.
Yeah, just bleeding the clock.
And again, another 3rd round op. Really leaning into this 3rd round op is NRG. Can be so oppressive, especially in the hands of Demon 1.
Turret out.
3 Guardians on the board as well. And Ares.
Does not look like he's going to get an early challenge. Cloud9 leaning towards A. You've got the knife out. 4 members walking up. And they do have Vanity up 1 point away from having his ult online. Now secured. What do they do with it? Dart not going to be up for a little while longer, so you imagine they wait things out for just a moment. And then play around that. Ollie to clear out line, make sure there's nothing silly taking place, and now the drone. All of the pieces carefully and quietly being put together to commit to this site. Marv got tagged. Did he get tagged?
Yes, he did.
Repositions. Oxy dashing forward out onto the site. He's already gotten all the way into hell. Demon 1 with the first. How much further does Oxy push? Down in hell, trying to spam through. And they've gotten the site. It was a bit belabored, but they got it. What do they do with it? Oxy on the first trade there from Ethan. It's not enough. Jake quietly having to wait. How are they going to go about this? They're taking their sweet time.
No smokes for this retake.
Makes it so much harder. I thought he was dead for sure.
Quick scopes him.
Numbers slightly back their way, but again, it's
no way.
Very slow here. It's very, very slow. If they want to try to pull this off, Whiffy's trying to have to keep them back. Ethan didn't get half, but it does not matter.
Unbelievable. NRG's so rehearsed on these retakes. Without smokes, you know how hard that is to do, Doug?
I mean, it helps when you land that shot. Demon One did, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it does help. Not only did he land that shot, but doing the updraft onto Jen. Not dying, staying alive, getting the info of a guy in hell. And a guy in the main.
Yeah.
Later.
Makes it so much harder. A little 6 HP. I thought he was dead for sure.
Oh,
I really did, yeah.
Smiles across the board from NRG. I feel like it's not every day you get to see them smile. They're so serious. They're so serious.
They're doing it now. Oh, and there's more reason to smile.
Oh, the Odin is too good.
That grin just got a little bit bigger.
But they're still committing on this site, it looks like.
And you can tell they had a plan, and while it's slowed down just a little bit, it seemed like Bum Rush was the attempt.
Oh my gosh.
Demon One still dancing around with the op, not realizing there's a player literally right beneath them.
Player standing.
Vanity cleans him up, but that op might just be a consolation prize at this point. Tries to get away with it. 5 HP. What are you made of? Oh, he's going back for more.
Throw that off the map, buddy.
That was his attempt at it. Just leave it somewhere that nobody will find. Yeah, they're not even gonna really look for it. I don't think they're gonna find it. So that op will have to be repurchased, and I don't know that there's a ton of money to do it. Oh, there might be. Crashies might buy for him.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought I saw that too.
Bring it out.
Unlucky.
Perfect time to bring it out. But he doesn't know what we know.
No Outlaw, the op's still
light
online.
armor.
Yeah, you're right.
Outlaw would have been absolutely perfect into this round, but Op is always going to be good, of course.
I am everywhere.
Cloud9 have seen this lead dissipate 4 rounds in a row now for NRG. And this round feels kind of like do or die here for Cloud9.
Absolutely. And something I want to point out is Vanity actually bought a counter Odin. He said, oh, you want to spam? We'll see.
Well.
The spam wars.
At the edge of my seat here, man. Oh! Clean from Oxy. Not expecting Marv there, though.
Wow. And he picks up the op, Doug.
Still no spam, huh? All that build up for nothing.
I feel like Odin v Odin for Sovas is like the equivalent of the anime jet battle. It's like an anime Sova battle, you know?
See what they do here. That knife is going to tag a little bit of the intentions for Cloud9. Start to see that smoke come through. Marv with the op. As you mentioned, he's blind. But the molly keeps him back for now, and then the paranoia crashes with the spam. Jake falls, but Whippy there to punch back. 3v3. Whippy has his ult, too. I mean, do they invest it here?
Oh, my God.
They know where Ethan is. Yeah, he's so dead. There it is. There's the Odin. Getting the best of the first, getting the kill onto the second, and Victor cleans it up.
Wow. Playing off of each other so wonderfully.
Yeah.
Crashies with the Odin getting 3. Spray down after spray down.
We waited a long time for it too, man.
Yeah.
But well worth it. Cloud9 call a timeout after winning 5 rounds, or after losing, 5 rounds in a row, trying to stabilize this thing. You know, we mentioned, Dre, that it felt like that was almost like a must win. Really, you think about finances, you think about how things have been leaning so heavily in favor of NRG, the fact that ults are starting to snowball.
Yeah.
I mean, the picture looks dire here for Cloud9.
I mean, totally. Like, speaking of ults, NRG has almost every ult online. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they even try to do something aggro and B main with that Odin spam and maybe even grab the KJ ult. This next round is going to be crucial for both teams. Definitely for C9 if they want any hopes of coming back into this game.
Yeah, tell me a little bit here as a ex-player, what is this like here if you're Cloud9? You had a lead, you've just seen it evaporate right before your eyes. You haven't been able to find any success at all. What's going on here?
It's so tough, especially when you look at the ults from the opposing team. You're like, what can I do here to bait these ults out?
Yeah.
These ults out, or disrupt the ults so they don't get them off in the first place. And it gets a team like NRG, who's so usually fundamentally stable. It's hard to like really get anything going on a map like this. But they are choosing the right site.
Remember, Vic is one away from having his lockdown, but every other ult online for the defensive side. A little bit of space being taken.
Spike drop.
And perhaps a little bit of indecision, it looks like, as they're trying to reposition, hand the spike over, and then decide where they want to go with this. You see the nanos go through. You see the darts. There's that late knife that you were talking about. It's much deeper. They're flashed. They can't see anything. Another phenomenal flash by Ethan. He gets the kills. Demon One joins in with it. Jake and Oxy, the only two around. As Demon One dashes back the spike. Little out of reach. Has to get scooped up by Oxy. That's exactly what happens.
Look at Crash. He's in spawn. He's known for this. On tap, Soval.
Nicely set. Right on cue.
No!
While Demon One dips back in with the blades. Jake falls. Oxy's gonna have to pull off a miracle, and he can't. That's another round for NRG.
That's so rough for C9. Nevertheless, no Hunter's Fury online now. Lippy can use his KJ ult freely. But now Victor has his KJ ult online.
Yeah. Ethan has an ult too. And you think about, you think about their defensive side and how intent NRG have been on using utility to delay pushes and dissuade hits. Talk about trying to exact around some of the ults that they have. Yeah. Ethan's the #1 stopper to that. Either through a knife or through his ult. Good night. I think it's, what, 7 rounds in a row now?
It's crazy.
Talk about losing a handle on a situation.
And this guy is unstoppable with off, it feels like.
Well, there's
always
a lockdown, but there's a pocket. Oxy getting marved. Oh, he's buying his time.
Oh, he's so confident.
Doesn't even have dash. He's just gonna get away with it. Is he gonna get spammed? Is he gonna stay alive? He is. A 4v3 here, though. Cloud9 with the numbers to pull this thing off. It's gotten better. The spam keeping him back. I don't know that there's a way in on this. They might just cut their losses and get out, yeah.
Option to just save. C9 ready for the fight from sight this time. Oxy with a huge entry in Garden.
Down to Marved, and I mean, that really just set him so far back. And even with the heroics of Demon One trying to stay in the ult, trying to get a kill and then get away, he did. It just wasn't enough.
I don't think the viewers understand how cold you actually have to be and like how emotionless you have to be to just sit there in the open while people are running out of Garden at you, while they're peeking you from both sides of A main, and there's a KJ out that will detain you, and you still get one. It's a different level.
And he's shown it so many times and just continues to find success with it. Cloud9 finally stopped the bleeding, cauterized the wounds, and that forces a timeout from NRG. So a couple more moments to talk through what just went down there. What do you feel like, Dre, as you think about Cloud9 and what they were able to just accomplish there in the face of, what is that, 7 rounds in a row going back to the previous half? What was it that looked different there?
I think they're just ready now for these fights from heaven. You know, Jimmy has been an integral part of holding this A site. He goes down early in Garden. You know, Ethan goes down before he can use his ult. And just finding the kills in the chaos that NRG have seemed to be winning in the other rounds, you know? Every other A hit we've seen from C9, for some reason, NRG just trades 1 for 1 for 1. And that's always going to be good for you on the defense side when the hit is actually coming through.
Well, I think you're right. You touched on something there that is kind of striking a chord as you think about the entire series. And really going back to last weekend, NRG feel comfortable fighting and scrapping in the chaos. And I get it. When you have Crashies and you have Ethan setting up a lot of your players to make plays, such as Demon One, it makes sense. You want to lean into those moments. But that round, you're right. It felt like the one instance where those scrappy kills just didn't go their way.
Yeah, Cloud9 ready. Only a 1 ult invested for them that round too, which is actually huge. Holding on to the Sova ult for Victor's KJ ult.
What do they do with it? We haven't really seen B clutch these last couple of rounds, and that might be where we're headed. If there is going to be Odin spam, it's going to be from a distance. Sounds like there was an early angle taken. No challenge yet.
I mean, they're picking the right sites. You were asking me, what do they need to do? This is exactly it. Great IGLing right here from Vanity.
The life of a Jet. There it is. You dash out into the smoke. You hope you're able to survive. Dodge, spam. That's exactly what he does.
What is this TP?
Oh, of course. I feel like Marv just rolling back the years. These deep, aggressive TPs. They're going to have to deal with a retake on all fronts. Ethan has his ult. Victor has his ult too.
Are they going to flip?
I mean, Vanity's not in a safe place here. He just got knifed. He just got paranoid.
Do they half clear it though?
Oh, they're not going to clear it. Wow. They're not going to clear it. You're right, and that's a lockdown invested, but Demon One saves the day for now. Lockdown's still in play, and they really have no exit out unless Whippy can push his way through. Ethan cleans him up. Now he's left in this 1v3. He's been able to buy some space, but he got way too much there. Cloud9 get another.
Talk about a jump scare for Ethan there, huh? Turns the corner, 3 people looking at him. The molly was actually perfect from him, but huge kills from Vanity. I can't believe Demon One got that trade.
I mean, ultimately they win the round anyway. Demon One doesn't get that.
Bro, I didn't have any util. I had no armor.
Wait, what? This guy forgot to buy?
So depressing.
No way. All right, I missed that one.
See that paranoia come out. Marv already feeling some of the pressure. They've invested the ult. Demon One finding a filthy shot onto Zeppa. Jake with 16 HP, looking to reposition. And
what a molly!
That's perfect. He's played in hell so many times, it makes sense. Oxy looking to punish the peek out. He still gets his one. But Vanity and Whippy have been left alone. The spike is nowhere in the vicinity of them.
It's in hell. How are you supposed to get this? This thing is...
You don't. And again, that shows the value of that molly that you were talking about. That nade that was up in heaven that kills Jake. That might have secured the round.
Good info on Wine as well. They know KJ stuck there. Vanity hits the alarm bot in mid.
They've got everything they could want.
This is all on Vanity here. He has to win this 1v1.
Vic jump spotting, doesn't even give him the chance. He knows where he is,
30
repositions.
seconds left.
Standing ahead.
Right to it. He gets the first. Can Whippy find anything else? I mean, but the spike is still so far away.
Uh-oh, Doug.
Ethan's now dead. Forget about the spike. If you're just gonna frag out, it works! I mean, they brought that round back from the depths. It seemed over. It seemed inevitable. They pulled that thing out of a hat.
First they went around with Zeppa having no util, no armor. Now they win a 2v3 with a bomb in hell. I mean, Demon One's hitting these nice shots, but what is happening?
I mean, you mentioned that 1v1 with Vanity was everything. Yeah. He gets that. The site is opened up. There's a little bit more room to breathe. And I mean, he converts. Right back into the action here. A little bit of aggression, some space taken from Victor early on. You see the buy for NRG. It's not great. But they've dug their heels in mid.
Very aggro.
Turret spotting a little. Is that going to be enough to draw him out? They leave Demon One there to get a kill? No, they're patient. They don't take the space. Oh, it's a flash over the top. Nothing there. And now they know there's got to be a lot of mid presence.
Already leaning towards B. Shock darts coming in, trying to get some chunk damage.
Tag Vanity a little bit, and Jake, it looks like.
Not the judge. Anything but the judge.
Oxy dashing forward, and it's the judge. It delivers yet again. Ethan not able to find any value there. Just a classic. Crash, he's not able to find much more either. NRG with just 2 that remain. They both have weapons. But that's really all it is. Zeppa finding the first, Zeppa finding the second, Cloud9 finding the tie. 11 apiece, and it's been miracles, it's been magic, it's been whatever you want to call it. Cloud9 have put together 4 rounds in a row where one of their players didn't have armor or utility, where they lost, where they won a 2v4, where Spike was in hell. How have they done this?
The judge. Too good.
It's absurd.
Okay, okay.
Come on, boys. Come on, 2 more.
Wow. Laser focus now, not even hype.
And the momentum heavy swinging that way now. Demon One, the early off angle. Nothing found.
And Doug, we're seeing cracks in NRG's gameplay.
Where they go from here? You still have all this killjoy utility you're gonna have to deal with. Oh my goodness, Cloud9 are putting up a fight at this.
And the economy is so good for C9 that Vanity literally buys an Odin and a Vandal.
I dropped the spike.
He just leaves the Odin outside of B.
They've got money for days. They've set themselves up so well. And I mean, you can take a quick glance to the other side of the scoreboard. NRG are not nearly as fortunate. There's a real chance this one slips out of their hands.
Great dagger on the site.
We've seen this before. We've seen it before. Oxy from up top. There's no punish. There it is from Demon One. He can't dash out. They've put him in a corner. They're going to try to spam him out. Manages to get away and dip back in. The guy does not understand no. And just when it felt like Cloud9 were in a position to put NRG away to take us to Lotus, NRG respond with a filthy
10
counter.
seconds left. Last player standing.
I mean, you do everything right, and then stuff like that still happens. It's just outrageous.
What an animal. What an animal. I mean, just to have the confidence to know that Whippy is cocking back his op and to go for the reswing. I mean, that's like a millisecond timing that he just hit.
He was tagged up. See if we can take a look at it one more time. Just this right here gets pushed out. Wow. But he had the tag. That's just massive.
No 4v2 this time, Doug.
No, really no response from the defensive side. Stoic in their reactions, and that's been the NRG way for a long time. We'll see if they can close things out here. Oh, Cloud9 are good. Oh, that's nerdy.
Oh, it whips!
Unlucky.
Oh, no. You know, Chet's somewhere there.
Lineup missed.
Victor. You about to be in server for 5 hours after this throwing that molly.
Can Cloud9 take us to overtime? Vanity with an ult. Plenty of rifles to deal with. That's big from Crashies. And yeah, it wasn't the nano, but the job got done. They cleared the turret out. Meanwhile, Demon One has this op trained across mid. He's got blades too. No challenge yet. Ult used, the darts hit. You see the smoke comes out, and now Vanity looking to see if he can clear anyone out in hell.
No tags.
Crashy sidestepped all of it. What? Jake still gets the kill. The flash was perfect.
Oh.
Now, I mean, they might pull this thing off. Wait, Demon One. He's still alive with the blades. He gets up top. He gets a kill, and Ethan joins it in. Seppa trying to swing out, trying to get a kill. 78 HP, no armor. Can they pull this thing off? They've got to commit to getting the spike plant down here soon. Demon One and Ethan.
Good molly. The bomb's still not down, Doug.
The latest additions to this roster.
This is so close.
In a position to punch their ticket to playoffs. In 1 round. The spam through, not connecting. Spike committed. 5 armor. Demon One weak. What do they have? Ethan has a knife. There's the smoke. Both through.
So patient.
Ethan biding his time. There it is. Spam once more. One blade left. They're taking their sweet time with this. This might be too much for even Demon One to handle. One blade left, a 1v3, and yeah, they're weak, but it's not enough. Regulation wasn't either. We're going the distance here on Ascent.
What a comeback.
Switching sides.
What a comeback. Great resilience from C9.
5 of the last 6 to get us to this point. And we talk about like fragging IGLs. Vanity right up there with Oxy.
That's crazy.
And if regulation was not entertaining enough, we're gonna get a chance to see these two teams duke it out a little bit more here on Ascent.
We're getting straight into it.
I mean, it's a heavy lean B. This could be explosive right off the bat. They've got a Paranoia to potentially push him off the angle.
Paranoia is huge here. Oh, but they're gonna beat the timing of it.
They're gonna get ahead of it. They're gonna clear the dart and they take the fight. But it goes in favor of NRG for now.
Jake needs to go huge here, Doug.
He very well may. He's dancing in the smoke. He gets one, but that's all it is. Is that gonna be enough? Vanity and Whippy left alone. Now starting to rotate over. Now getting into the fray. Numbers disadvantage is slight, but it's there nonetheless. Victor committing to the plant. He has lockdown. Wow. How do they get around this? How do they manage the disadvantage? 2 shots for Vanity.
They do have enough time to wait it out, Doug. And they will be able to finesse a little bit here. Vanity has been so huge in these moments.
He's got to deliver again. He's got to deliver right now. He's got the dart back online too.
How is Crashies on this box? This is such a weird angle.
Spam not connecting. You're absolutely right, and it finds value. Vanity 1v2, too many targets. NRG take the lead again. Series point.
Another testament to the trading
Switching sides.
capabilities of NRG. It just seems like
Right here.
when the stacks are against each other, they just win the trades every single time.
And it's that scrappy stuff that we were talking about. They're they're solid in their fundamentals, and then they can dance with the best of them.
Look at this angle, man. Like, you're never ready for a Sova up on top of the triple stack.
No, why would you? Yeah.
I'd be so tilted. I'd be so tilted. Oh.
Did you hit it this
time? Will he land it? Will he land it? Hey! When it matters the most. When it matters the most.
He just saved that server time.
And I want to make something clear. The reason why they're throwing that molly, you guys saw Demon 1 on Cat there. He walked out of mid the previous time they did it, but the turret was still up. This time it wasn't, but they smoked Cat. He didn't want to run through, risk his life. Playing a little safe.
Demon 1 spotting a wrist there.
Is he ready for this?
He's so far up.
He has an idea.
He's tucked. Meanwhile, Oxy pushing forward right into his death. Marv tried to do it on his own. He's got the dash procced. Smoke.
Demon 1 has to go huge here.
He manages to get out. No armor. Oh! It's a tight angle.
He's still alive.
Doesn't connect. He's surrounded.
He does. He's not even watching his back.
He's got help, though. He's got to know that he's there. The right click cleans him up. And that might have been enough. Whippy, the only one left standing on the side of Cloud9, takes care of Victor. Demon 1 would imagine would be next. The molly keeps him back. He's been tagged. He's triple facing. Another one falls. But the spam cleans it up. NRG punched their ticket to playoffs.
Are you kidding me? Demon 1, are you kidding me?
Unreal.
He didn't even care.
Yeah.
He wasn't even looking at the guy behind him.
Yeah. He didn't have much of a choice there for a while. But
9 first bloods from Oxy. I just want to point that out. He really gave it his all. Not enough. It's just not enough. What a series. What a series. And Demon 1, he was relatively quiet all game. Now he's back.
I mean, he stepped up when it mattered. In the waning moments of that map was when he delivered. And I mean, I think for Cloud9, they took it to NRG. There's a lot to be proud of there. Ultimately was just not enough, but Vanity had outrageous moments. Oxy's the truth. He may have gotten bested by Demon 1 there, and you know, we can have the chirping back and forth, but there's a lot to be excited for. But NRG ultimately walk away victorious, and they have a lot to look forward to. This team is only getting better week after week.
Ridiculous team. Look at Marv. a little half smile.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about for this roster. I think even with Demon One being relatively quiet, right? He didn't have an insane top-off performance. He was big when it mattered, and the team was able to rally around. Victor had, what, 15 kills at half?
Victor is ridiculous, and honestly, the true MVP, the Molly at the last round. He landed it, man. He got it.
I mean, that replay, that play was filth from Oxy when he pushes Demon One mid.
Yeah.
Just so good. But again, it ultimately just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to get Cloud9 past the finish line. They took him the distance. They took him past the distance. But it just was not enough to get him through.
You know what? The confidence that the teammates of Ethan and Demon One are gonna have, like within their team now. They both started out very slow. Their team really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah. The
last series they had, it was the Demon One and Ethan show.
Yep.
Right? I'm just gonna be honest, but everybody pulling their weight in this series from NRG, and man, it's just that's what makes this team so scary, right? It's that they literally, if they're all online, how do you win?
And even if they're not all online, you have half the team that is going to be online, and they're going to be able to pull it off. NRG advanced. They head over to the playoffs. We're actually going to head down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Elizabeth, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doug. I am here with Demon One of NRG, and what a performance that was. Absolutely fantastic. Now, I saw a couple of the sentiment online is that NRG did their homework on Cloud9. What was that homework, and what did you see?
I didn't see anything. I just came in and played. It was mostly trying Ethan.
Oh, so you just were like, I'm gonna do my thing?
I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I just hop in and play.
Is that how you hop in? No matter what the team, I don't care. I'm just gonna hop in and play.
Do my own thing.
Do your own thing. I mean, it's working, clearly. I mean, I don't know if you heard everyone screaming for you, the casters, including Baby Bay's wonderful debut as a caster, screaming for you and how good you are. But Baby Bay also commented on how serious you seem as a team, how just kind of stoic you are, and we saw little smiles here and there. You're newer to the team, kind of the core of the team. What is the culture of NRG like?
We just have fun, we try hard, hype each other up. We play together, we play really hard, and we win everything.
Okay. I mean, you have made it to the playoffs. You don't know who your opponents will be next. Obviously, to quote you, I don't care. But I do want to ask you about something we've been kind of teeing up and talking about is the Oxy worst duelist into the partner program.
Bro, I'm going to be honest. They asked me a question.
That's what I say. You were put on the spot for that.
I was put on the spot.
You were put on the
I didn't
spot.
want to hurt the kid's feeling. He's like 18.
Yes.
He's new to the scene.
Yeah.
Nothing against him.
And so now that you've played against him, what do you have to say about him?
It's not bad.
Okay. You thought he was very, very good. I think 8 or 9 First Blood's a very impressive performance. Now, I do want to have you respond to something. Ten said in a post-match interview with my colleague Dryad that the teams besides Sentinels are going to make it to Madrid were either Loud or Leviathan. He did not name NRG specifically. I'm not going to ask you to respond to that specifically. I'm going to ask you, why will NRG make it to Madrid?
We have 5 champs.
I mean, you do. A very impressive performance. And now, one last thing, you want to say a message to any of your upcoming opponents that you don't know who you're going to face, but who you might be facing in the future.
I don't care who we play.
You don't care, carefree, and honestly, it's working for him, right, guys? Truly an incredible performance. Congratulations, Demon One.
I have one message.
You have one.
My fiance is watching right there. Shout out to her. I love you, baby. That was for you.
What's your fiance's name? Huh? What's your fiance's name?
Kat. Katrina.
Good. Hi. Oh, you look so cute. All right, guys, we're gonna be heading to a break, but don't go away because we have Leviathan versus Loud coming up, so stay right there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
De novo, vai Cauã, fez metade, Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã!
O tempo tá passando, Punil. Tem que correr o jogador. Vai tentar voltar, Tuki!
Welcome back to day 5 of VCT America's Kickoff, everybody. I'm Uber on the desk once again with Bala and Wyatt. And in our second matchup, Aspas will take on his former teammates when Leviathan faces Loud. And I'm pretty sure to call this a hotly anticipated matchup would be a gross understatement here. We have the international super team going up against another ambitious Sadak project. He's put together, built this up, and it's already looked pretty darn good.
He never disappoints. I mean, you saw it last year with the same type of story, right? When they brought in Tui's, when they brought in Kawanzin, a lot of people doubted, and here they are again with a new project. Not having Aspas on the team is a big blow, but so far it's looking good. In that first match, they looked fantastic. This upcoming match is going to be really interesting to see if they're actually up to the level.
Yeah, so far, the doubters, where are they? I can't hear them anymore. There were a lot of them, a lot of doubters against Sentinels, and they kind of blew Sentinels out the water. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration, but it was one-sided enough where you're coming away thinking, oh, okay, these guys are still legit. Any questions around QCK? Now, obviously, early days, I'm not going to jump out the window and like, he's the next Aspas, but like, obviously, they have done serious work integrating him into this roster, making him look better than ever. He's been a mainstay in that upper echelon of the Brazilian scene, but it never broken through internationally. Yeah. Never broke through on the top team in Brazil. Yeah. Played a number of roles, and this is his opportunity to do just that and so far, good start.
I think the main thing that he showed, and Sadak talked a lot about this in the offseason, is he's not going to be an Aspas replacement, but what he is going to bring is a lot of flexibility, a lot of experience. And I think you saw that, right? We saw 2 maps from Loud, and we saw him play Raze, we saw him Op, and we saw him play Phoenix. He's filling in that duelist spot, but he's also bringing a lot more to the team than just, the firepower.
Yeah, at times it felt like it was hard to get out of Sadak what he was really trying to do with this team. But one thing he often says, because the Aspas question always comes up, he says, we're not looking for a superstar. We never were, actually. We're looking for an individual player because he wants a team that is kind of more than the sum of its parts, right? He wants someone who can mold, but someone who can also fill so many of those different roles. So they come to the stage on that topic with a whole new composition for Ascent, and they're trying a bunch of different stuff. They had the Viper on Ascent as well, which is really spicy, but, the Phoenix is obviously a standout pick there.
Yeah, this was actually so nice, I think, from Loud. We saw them experiment with some Viper stuff in the past, but the way that they're bringing so many flashes to this comp just adds an extra element where you can take some extra space. You can throw a lot of feints with the Phoenix Soul. You saw them do that quite a number of times, and you can really catch people off by surprise by just dropping the Viper wall, flashing through, and you have Kalanzine, you have QCK, all these guys who can frag just in your face.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalanzine, of course, a top 5 player of week 1. No debate there, right, Paul? But bringing out that Breach on Ascent, unusual pick, played it to perfection. So much great setup going on for QCK with that. And also just Loud, thanks. You know what I mean? Just thanks for bringing something different to Ascent for the first time since, I don't know, 2004?
It's in the chat. I'm watching a replay because they obviously take directly from the players' POVs, and someone in Sentinels is on the chat like, holy crap, this utility. Like, there is too much to deal with. Even these Viper walls, we actually saw less set up on both sides defensively. You had to pass through them twice to basically get to the site. So we got that innovation, didn't so much get that in the earlier game, but at least it sets a tone for what we can expect from this kind of matchup. Even like these, there's a 1v4, Les wins a 1v4 in the pistol right at the start of Ascent with this ridiculous molly lineup and ends up being able to win it out there. And that's that surprise factor. It was very clear that Sentinels weren't ready for it over the course of that entire series.
Yeah. Ascent, Les's playground, but that was the map that LEV banned last week. So they might not even get a chance to show this off again.
Yeah, I'm really curious, actually, about the maps, given that we saw 3 from Leviathan, whereas Loud, we only saw the 2, right, the Split and the Ascent. And that's something that, when you're experimenting so much, like you might be, if you're Sadak, if you're this Loud squad, you end up running into issues with depth, right, with the amount of maps that you can actually cover. And they worked hard in the offseason. I think that's very clear right off rip. But going through a 7-map pool and actually fighting off against opponents who are going to start to take advantage of the map pool, start looking at your VODs, and getting down to something that might be uncomfortable is the scary part. And we need to see that answered today.
One thing we saw was really difficult for NRG at times in their previous Ascent map was like their retake scenario, right? But it seems like every time that came up over both maps, this team really had it on lock. Kalanzine, of course, on their Breach looked fantastic over the course of the series, but every time we saw Loud play off the site, they're able to come back in with this flood of utility and just punish.
Yeah, when you just have this much utility, it's just big exec utility, wall to wall. Retakes, site hits, you're going to expect them to just have every single crevice on the site covered by something, every sight line cut off.
Yeah, this flood that they're able to do is insane, and they did it frequently. Here's the flashing that I was talking about with this Viper wall, the stuff that they're able to do, just like push out into this. Everybody's confused. Zekin's stuck, not able to do anything right now. There's so much that they're interrupting, and I think you mentioned the chat comments and the stuff that Sentinels was feeling in that. There's definitely some pressure getting put up against them.
And that, again, this is a team that has innovated before in the past, whether it's a roster or setups like that. That's something worth looking forward to. I think we speculated a little bit, watching the show and also in here on the desk about what the Phoenix was actually for. So, of course, we managed to make sure we caught up with 2Es to fire off some questions and try and understand why the Phoenix.
Mano, Matias é cara muito louco, tem muitas ideias malucas, mas tem porém por trás, mas eu não vou falar, mas é uma estratégia muito bem pensada.
Sonic is a very crazy guy. That's what I get from that.
Funny that he still wouldn't tell us what it was for, even though they just played it, right?
There's a reason. Loud is being very cryptic, I gotta say, with all the stuff in the offseason.
It just came to mind, but Boaster said something earlier after his game in EMEA about how they're just running basically the same things. And he was like, people are going to run these crazy things one time, and then how much depth is there? You can just counter it if you're going to be better with the standard thing and keep it moving. So, that's an aspect to the game, too, if we do happen to go to a sense, LEV, they could just be prepped for it. They could just shut it down.
Yeah, they just VOD reviewed, anti-stratted it. Leviathan, though? You're better last year.
No, surely it's different this year, Ball. Surely.
Let's talk a little bit about Kamanzin for a moment. We had him on like top 5 players of the week because we all got submitted a list, and I sort of threw mine in there because there were times where QCK wasn't even trying to be a headliner necessarily. We saw Split first, right? Breach pretty acceptable there. We see it quite often. Singer on Ascent, though, pretty big deal. Not only big setups here from Kamanzin, but also a really strong individual showing.
Yeah, I think Kamanzin is always the guy who's going to hit the shots that you need him to, and I think we saw that. There's so many fantastic spray downs from him. I think I was more impressed by the utility that he's putting out, right? He's not playing that info initiator anymore with that breach that he's putting out, but that was a role that Sadak was playing actually last year when they did try to bring those breach comps out at Champ. So to see Kamanzin be able to fit into that and really set up his team well is impressive, despite the Silva being kind of the same thing.
And at the beginning of last year, Loud were the team that was actually pioneering the meta, bringing in the Harbor early on. And now when we're addressing the meta this year, what we were talking about earlier with the Sky not actually being as good, but teams got so much practice with it, do we really want to switch off of it for the kickoff? Loud did on a map where you're always seeing, those types of agents. So,
right? Like on a large scale, they're giving up on it compared to everybody else. We had that conversation a little earlier in the previous match, how teams are sticking with the Sky, whereas Loud is like, no, I think the 2 flashes, not refleshable, is not enough.
I mean, that was exposed in the MIBR Fury match in a huge way, right? Teams lacking that post-plant util. But normally you see Breach paired up with like a Sentinel, right? You play off the information or be able to line up your fault lines and such. But the retakes and the post-plants were huge, with that Breach. I think it was like 5 out of 7 retake wins, 5 out of 8 post-plant wins with this kind of composition. It's just part of that util discussion that we were having so much. So I don't know about you guys, I'm hoping to see a lot more of that in this next matchup, and they're going to need it up against another team who innovated a little bit at times in their matchup against 100 Thieves. Maybe not always successfully. Let's talk about Leviathan. A lot of hype. As a super team, we always get excited when we see these big international rosters built up. But the 100 Thieves pushed them all the way to 3 maps in the end.
Yeah, I think that, you asked the question earlier before we were getting ready for the Cloud9 NRG game, like, oh, Cloud9 struggled against MIBR. Was it MIBR playing well, or was it Cloud9 playing bad? I think that same question would apply here when you're talking about Leviathan and 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves played much better than you would have expected. And I would also say that Leviathan played, pretty good. With the amount that is behind this team in terms of expectation, I would say they didn't meet those, obviously. But I still think that the stock should be very high for this team. When there was a little bit of doubt coming in the offseason with the confusion about the roster, with Calm coming in last minute, that sort of thing, I think they did, prove enough to me that, there's not turmoil, that they're going to be able to be one of those top teams that we expect.
Yeah, definitely. For me, if they didn't meet expectations, for me, they fell just barely short of that. I do think 100 Thieves showed up in an excellent way, and we're unfortunately destined to just play 2 maps where it's like, wow, 100 Thieves are a lot better, but they're still going to lose because they're in the group with all of the best teams. And LEV are just one of those teams.
Yes.
They tried an experimental comp on Split, which is a good map for 100 Thieves. It's a map where Austin went crazy, and I'm okay with the result of that. They had a misfire on that map. It'll be interesting if Split is in now, if they're going to run it back with the comp.
You're okay with the 13-3, the Sova and Breach comp on Split?
I mean, it's not that I'm okay with that, but
well, you kind of said that.
I'm okay with what happened on the other maps. Yeah. And I don't, like, if they came into Split with a standard regular comp that they've been playing for God knows how long, and they get blown out of the water by 100 Thieves, that is more, that gives more 100%. Negative credence than they showed up with some crazy new stuff, tried it, failed, but had 2 solid wins on the other maps. So
yeah, but I will say
cool
the experimentation phase is not very long in Kickoff, right? They did get the win, so that allows them to extend a little bit more, but like you don't have any more chances, right? No. Last year, we talked a lot about Loud experimenting, losing a couple maps here and there. There's no time for that, right? You literally have 2 teams going to Madrid. This is a big, important match, right? You cannot be messing around with Sova on split trying to make it work if it's not there to that level yet.
One, I guess, player that maybe has covered over, if there's any cohesion issues, maybe that's been smoothed over by the addition of Aspas, right? First map in that series, he almost hits the record for regulation kills. 31 kills, and like, I don't know, 374 ACS. But then in the last map on Icebox, we see a throwback. Aspas locks in the Reyna.
That's crazy. I mean, it's not something that he's really ever done other than like off-season matches too. But I mean, to bring back the history, this guy was a ranked demon and he just always played Reyna, and that's how he kind of got famous in Brazil in the first place. And I think he's one of the few people, along with like a Demon One, along with a something, who can pull that sort of thing off. And I respect it. I think it's good for them. I think it's a meta that actually makes sense for Reyna currently. Not for everybody, but for specific people, and he's one of them.
Yeah, one of the worst narratives of all time was last year when it was like, I don't think Aspas could play anything but Jet.
Oh my God.
Which, one of the worst narratives of all time in the history of Valorant. I mean,
we've had some bad ones, to be fair.
Terrible narratives. Horrendous narratives. But that's one of the worst. Because, yeah, again, the first map almost breaks the kill record, has 31, only... I mean, this is awful that I was going to say just shy of the record, 32, which is held by Shy. Hate that for me.
Swap?
Despise that. I should get fired, actually, for egregious Van Silly level comedy like that. But
boy, catching strays out in Montreal. He's trying to nurse the baby.
He gets the dad jokes off. Listen, if it's a joke like that, that's a Van Silly joke. Let's be real. Okay. But yeah, no, he can do it all. He can play all the duelist agents. He's gonna go crazy. Like, come on, guys.
And he is absolutely, without a doubt, one of the best, like the best player in the league. You put Demon One up there for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not in our top 5 from last week, but like if you look overall, he's there, and that's the reason why this Leviathan squad is scary as hell. It's because of him, and we saw it last week. We absolutely did. He's just gonna take over maps.
Was a late addition to this roster. I think a lot of people try to understand like what his function was supposed to be here. How do you feel about how that sort of panned out? He's known as like a real like lurking player, loves to flank, really cerebral individual.
Clutch.
Has he found his spot on this team yet, do you feel?
I think you're going to need to wait a little longer for the the classic calm that we saw last year to come out, clutching constantly, all that sort of thing, consistently map after map. But you will see it, and I think we already saw glimpses of it, right? We had that icebox from him. That was fantastic. That's the sort of thing that we're going to see more regularly, and you're also seeing him bring that signature Sova to maps that are unconventional for it. So I do like them experimenting, like I said, but there's a moment in time where that can come, and I don't think that time is right now, and that's why Calm is not going to be the standout player for Leviathan in this
I mean, he was one of the first to bring Sova onto Fracture, Calm was, right?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Balla, for sure. Rather, let me rephrase. I appreciate that LEV are giving him space to breathe.
I disagree with you.
No, let me rephrase. I hate everything you just said. I appreciate that LEV didn't just bring him in and they went, all right, do whatever Noswar was doing. Okay, cool.
Oh, yes.
They're giving him room to breathe and experiment and actually add to the team what he added to EG, which was innovation on Sova. That's what he's known for. So I appreciate that. But when you're being an innovator, when you're bringing something new into the team, it's not just going to, like, right away, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be able to figure out who can actually play off of you in the moments of time. You need to figure out everybody's pacing, and I think that's right now something that Leviathan is working on. They have the skill to be able to still be one of the best teams, though, while they're working on that at the same time.
This is such a hotly anticipated matchup, but it's not just because we've got a slight delay on stage that we're going to go this way, but I do want to talk about someone who is actually kind of...
Way to break the third wall.
There's no walls here, okay? It's all us in the same room. Sadak, though, is someone who is starting to cement his status as like a master artisan of teams, maybe one of the GOATs when it comes to leadership here. I mean, he, at some point in that matchup, just decided he was going to win the freaking game. He had like 7 kills in 2 rounds towards the end of the split. Absolutely disgusting performance. This guy looks like he's still in his prime, and he's still primed to take this team all the way.
I honestly would say that his prime hasn't been seen yet with what we're looking at right now. Like, this guy aced again. That's something that you rarely saw throughout the upcoming of Loud in the first 2 years of the team, and he's just doing such ridiculous things. I remember the TP play back at Champs when Loud had the resurgence. Like, it's all Sadak a lot of times, saving them the games, and we saw that again the other game.
When you're watching that, it's hard to believe that there were rumors and rumblings that he might not even be continuing with Loud at some point, and then he just shows up. Not just constructing these teams, bringing them together in terms of the synergy, but showing up individually. This is 2 years in a row where they have had to bring in new players on Loud, a championship contending team, and did it successfully, which is just, you can't give enough props to this guy for what he's done for this franchise now for years.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a monster. But surely you don't believe the rumors of Sadak, like the retiring rumors. That was crazy.
I would never believe a rumor.
not so easily swayed, this guy.
I'd never read a 3 upvote Reddit comment and believe it. Never me.
All right, well, we are working to resolve some issues on the stage at the moment. So check out this new installment of Profiles, where we get meta and ask some of your favourite players to reveal their favourite players.
Which America's player am I a fan of?
Eu acho que eu sou muito fã do Tuiz. Asuna, siempre miraba sus streams porque me gustaba su forma de jugar y su actitud como tenía de jugador, que era como muy eléctrico.
Honestly, Ethan had a pretty big part in EG's success, and now he's coming into our team.
Ethan, the best support player in the world.
Ethan, he plays situations so fundamentally correct, and he rarely makes mistakes.
Respect all my EG teammates, probably the most.
Jogimo started from the bottom, and he became the world champion.
Probably like Oxy. He's just like a crazy kid. I mean, he's from Houston too, so like, you know, same connections and stuff like that, so it's kind of cool to see him coming up as well. I'm a fan of Oxy.
Tens, of course. I've been Tens fan since the beginning of time.
I'll just say Sen Zelsis. Just nothing really to hate about him.
Probably Sadhak, and Boostio is getting up there. Sadhak is #1, but Boostio is slowly climbing.
Soy fan de Mimi.
Soy fan de mim mesmo, soy muy bueno.
Quartzinho é jogador que eu conheci também esse ano, praticamente. É a primeira vez que eu jogo com ele. É moleque novo e que eu tô realmente sentindo que ele é diferenciado. Eu acho que ele vai surpreender muita gente, igual ele me surpreendeu agora nesse começo também, nessa entrada junto comigo no MBR.
Aspas, obviously.
Aspas?
Aspas, porque quando jugaba contra él en Prax era terrible.
O Aspas, porque ele é referência assim para não só os duelistas no Brasil, mas eu acho que do mundo inteiro.
I'm a fan of Aspas. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just different.
Saci, que já foi meu teammate também e eu gosto bastante dele.
All right, everybody, tell us who you think is going to win this matchup. Spam chat with LEV, of course, Lev or Loud, and let us know. I won't be squinting too hard to look at those results, and I won't be calling any particular numbers prematurely here. But we should probably talk about it as well, because that's kind of, I didn't really try and draw that out of you two here. We shared pretty equitable approaches to both these teams. Leviathan, to me, there's a sense where a little bit of a slip up there on split, but it didn't seem to bother you too much, Wyatt. How do you think they're positioned here? What is your prediction going?
Do you want me to get the whiteboard?
Actually, yes.
Okay, I will get the whiteboard.
Oh, have you done it in advance?
Yes.
Love that. Love that from you.
So me personally, my friendship with NRG has ended.
It's a dry erase, brother.
It's fine. My friendship has ended. Loud are my new best friend. I'm going to be going with Loud. As per what we had discussed with some of the comm integrating into the team, what Lev are trying to do, perhaps not having as much time as Loud, who look so well refined with this roster. I'm going with Loud.
I am also going with Loud. And I think the reason for it is that when I saw them play in that first match, everything I saw, they were really pushing the fundamentals, and I think that's something that they worked on a lot at the beginning of the year last year. And then on top of that, both maps came back in that series. They had to fight some aggression from the other side, and it looked rough for them, but they still showed resilience, and I think that's very important, something that other top teams are not having to show you.
You guys are feeling like they're looking well-rounded. Leviathan maybe a slight stumble, but I am with them today because their player card in their capsule is absolutely goated. Our coaches are ready for picks and bans. Let's see where we're headed.
And here we are once again, map pick and ban for match number 2, kickoff day number 5. Lev and Loud. Lev, you guys won that coin flip, so you get to ban the first map.
We ban Sunset.
Banning Sunset as the first map. Loud, how do you respond with your ban?
Breeze.
Breeze. Taking that out of the pool. Lev, you get your pick.
We pick Bind.
Bind, first pick for Lev. Loud, what side would you like?
Defense.
Defense. All right. Loud, now you get to pick in response.
Split.
Taking that second map to split. Lev, what do you want for that side?
We attack.
That's going to be attack on split for Lev, and you get to ban.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus for one of the bans. Where do you want to take us?
We ban Icebox.
Loud bans Icebox. That's going to leave Ascent as our final map. Lev, what would you like for the side?
We play defense.
That is defense. And that's going to conclude our map pick and ban. Thank you, too. Have a great series.
Good luck, guys.
Welcome, bienvenidos, bienvenidos, le decimos a la escuadra de toda América. Con ustedes, LEV AM IST.
E agora tem as boas-vindas aos atuais campeões das Américas. Façam barulho pra Loud!
Remember, you can rep your favorite squad with VCT capsules. Half of the profits go to the teams. And my God, the LEV AM one looks so good. My goodness, it's nice. Oh my days, it's nice. Okay. Sorry, listen.
I guess the check cleared this morning. We get it, Mitch. It's cool. Oh my God, that one's cool too.
It's very anime. That's all I will say. All right, look. Bind comes up first in the map pool here. LEV AM, we saw this one against 100 Thieves. They played that Viper Harbor composition with these really aggressive pops towards B long to try and condition 100 Thieves early. So we have some expectations based on that already, Butler.
Yeah, and I'm actually very surprised well, obviously you're not going to you have your permabans for Loud in this case, but it's very surprising to see Bind first for them, given that this is Aspas's playground, and they know that. This was their teammate. This is their teammate that helped them dominate this map for so long. So we're seeing this off rip, and I mean, you've got to be ready for Loud. You've got to be ready for Aspas.
Yeah, absolutely. Loud, this they love innovating on this map. I remember last year,
Here it is again.
They randomly brought out the chamber. They've done a lot of stuff on this map. And yeah, here we go. I mean, Ospas and Reyes, Texas on. We got the Gecko. We have 27 controllers on that lineup, so they're good to go.
Yeah, this is a very unique comp coming out, one that definitely fits the meta right now, and Loud is going to have a response. Let's see what they end up with. They're running Phoenix Breach KO, very similar to what they run on Ascent, and we're seeing Ascent as third map potentially, so we already talked about the valuable aspects of that comp on Ascent. You're going to see exactly that on this map as well.
It may end up being a pretty effective counter to the controllers on the side of LEV, especially when you're in those post-plant situations. It'll allow them to get through the harbor wall, get through all those smokes.
Well, everybody, it's time to head back down to the stage once more to your casters. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's Breton and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I mean, you're hitting on all the right notes then. Yeah, I mean, some things do say the same. We've got mustaches now, that's different.
Yeah, that's different.
That's changed. Yeah, but a matchup that you guys have been setting up to great success, honestly. We're looking at Sadak. He had a big smile on his face. He's here to put down the plucky upstart, his former teammate, a former compatriot on the opposite side, who's now playing for LEV, an absolute demon in the making. I mean, we've always known he's a demon, right? Yeah. We've always known he's been good. And he certainly was in a 100 Thieves match, but we'll see if he can do it again here against his former team.
Now, Loud have never lost against one of the turncoats. If it was Sassy and Pancada on Sentinels, they didn't lose. If it was Bazooka after he left as being a coach, never lost to him. Now they're up against Aspas. Can they keep that winning streak against the traitors of Loud alive? Especially going up against the final boss.
That's the question. Let's get things started here. Bind our opening map with the pistol round. Nothing explosive off the rip. Nice and tepid. That's the approach. Just baiting and waiting for LEV. They're seeing if they can get a response out of Lau, but they're also just holding. Kawazin was at the fault line ready for some sort of flash play down onto long. QCK with a jiggle peek gets acknowledgement, at least with the shots fired. So we know there's some info there. And there's the re-peek with the stun, trying to catch that timing.
And that just allows them to maintain information.
Okay. Yep.
That's how it's going to be, huh?
Try and replace me, huh?
Unbelievable. I mean, what a way to begin. Aspas just ripping off QCK's head. That wasn't even a duel. QCK had his knife out. He's just trying to get some information.
Wasn't a fair fight.
None of them are against Aspas. And Loud, and they're going to learn that very quickly.
Here's the group up. Now, Sadak's bought a shorty. He's holding himself there into lamps. We'll see, though. Everybody now trying to get a move on here with the flash. Set it up. Cove round the corner. Sadak. Nade. Pushing him back. Exchanging the util so he can still hold on to this ground and get set back up despite the stun.
30 seconds
can
left.
hold his ground. A plant. Tap. Seems they can force out the util. And here comes the phase. 3 players. And they have been eviscerated.
The Kalat.
Still. Control is theirs, 3 versus 3, and the plant's still not down with 15 seconds left, seeking to deny. It's a bit of raw spam and damage being done, but still evened out wide. That's less now, doubled up. 1 player alone, it's all King, almost with the kill. All up for the reposition. Now backing to the side, the tap. Doesn't force him out wide, King. This might be absolutely brilliant, and it is.
What an incredible start from Leviathan. Aspas to open it up, King to finish it. And King had a really rough beginning to this year's version of games. He came into that opening match against 100 Thieves, and I've never seen such a poor performance from him. And now instantly to start up against Loud. Grabbing 3 and winning a 1v2. Disappointment written on Sadak's face. King is normally such a beast of a player. And I was wondering, with him calling now in English, maybe it was going to get a bit more difficult. Maybe we would see King not have those insane performances, but you can't read too much into just one performance. King's already trying to rewrite his opening to 2024.
Yeah, what a beginning. You are right, you know, it's got that added stress, I suppose, of you're communicating, trying to IGL in a different language, brand new team environment. I mean, you don't really have any of the pre-existing core other than you and Mazzino.
Now, Les has taken a timing here past King. We've seen so many of these eco rounds converted. The teams with guns have to be really careful not to fall into some kind of trap. And there are 4 players here on B.
Gamble stack, not really too grouped together though. I mean, it's not like they're holding for hard control of B long or hookah.
They can actually go through the teleporter as well if they realize that this is a stack, because King has the entirety of A.
Will send flying with a knife to mollies. Yet they don't like what they see or hear. Body through the TP, and like you said, it's that prior space that King has gained and granted. Will be an easy plant on the eco.
They won't necessarily expect Les to be on the flank this early, but they will still have to watch short.
Nice flash play, bit of damage there onto Aspas. He's got to really respect this one. Now backing with the rest of his team. No way, no way!
Unbelievable.
Loud really going to be getting away with this with the classics.
It's unbelievable.
And through the cove, Mazzino seeking to hunt them down. Damage. Players are low here. Surely QCK and 2 years can't do it. They would have to just do the improbable. Picking up an upgrade with the rifle in 2 years. His hands are tapped. Baiting it. Here's the swing from Tex, and he does claim the 1 kill. QCK, surely not yet. Does not have enough health to contest. Tangle with them.
Close though, certainly close, but nicely navigated by Leviathan. Looking at Tex with that Gecko ult online, that offers them plenty of opportunities to try and get in onto Loud. If you look at Loud's composition, which, I mean, this now is not looking just like it was a comp for Ascent. This is now looking like something maybe that, you know, they're pioneering, almost like the Harbor Viper from last year. But this compositional idea seems really good at being able to deny the plant on A. And I think Tex having this Gecko ult online should push the Loud players back and allow them a bit of an easier time of it.
The rifles are in the hands now of the Loud players. Nice molly to break this one, but does he anticipate 4 players grouped up less? For sure, respect there. Harbor wall up. Now the Gecko, like you said, Thrash, Cove to try and prevent it being spammed down and broken. It's hopping all over the bloody place. Flash through.
But this is just space, right? And this actually allows them to be able to get the plant down without Loud spamming mollies at them. That's a win.
So there we go. Set themselves up into the post plant now. An important fight to be taking place. Bam's control needs to be held this entire time. It's Com's job.
There is so much utility for this retake.
Mollies.
So many flashes.
Wall fades away. They didn't expect Sadak to be up onto that angle quite that quickly. Spam again through the box. Can they take the fight together? Yes. Weaving in and out. The timings are definitely there for them. But Loud have got that extra firepower with the weaponry, with the rifles. Maybe enough to sail them away to a victory, and indeed it is. So no real danger there. Let them get the plant down and all. You know, Josh, you were theorizing, we were both talking about it, kind of the amount of mollies and plant now that Loud have. It seems like that might have been a part of their game plan, but they had no difficulties getting back into the side there.
No, they didn't. I think Leviathan perhaps should have tried to play deeper into the site and lock them out towards Pipes in Heaven, but even that strategy is going to be difficult when they can just flash back in through smokes. So I think, as we saw in the Loud Sentinels game, Leviathan is going to be scrambling on the fly to come up with answers to this composition. And I'm just starting to kind of put that into your consciousness early, because that's what Lev are going to be thinking right at the start here. Even though they won the pistol and they're technically up, this will give King a little bit of time to ponder further on how he beats this comp.
Yeah.
But I think you look at the way that they retook that round. It's all about the fundamentals that Wyatt was talking about on the desk. If they're playing tight together, they're playing off each other. You see QCK swing in based on someone else playing him into the round. It's really tight and coordinated, considering that, you know, we haven't really seen this team over the offseason. We didn't know what to expect, but they've been in the lab since October. They barely took a break after Champions. They've got that championship mentality for sure.
Relaxed and leaned all the way back. Reminiscent of Aspas, to be honest.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's the Aspas posture.
Yeah, it is. Tech faults, though, it's a keyboard issue.
I mean, take a look
on
at
the opposite side. They're literally mirrored. I mean, they're in the same spot and everything. But yeah, it's somebody's keyboard. I'm getting it sorted. I won't call anybody out by names. I did see somebody walking over, though.
Yeah.
The desk. And as soon as we get that sorted and get it confirmed, we can get the game underway. But you're right, they're going to be thinking a lot about how to deal with this composition that Loud has thrown out. I mean, we saw a similar kind of tale being spun, I mean, and it really did play out that way when Loud were playing against Sen, and they pulled it out for the first time on Ascent. We were seeing Sentinels really get tested, how they're adapting on the fly. The same, like you said, it's going to be asked of Lev here.
It's pretty funny. Earlier on today on the EMEA broadcast, Boaster, after his win, was talking about the fact that, yeah, we're not really planning on changing up our comps too much. But we think these other teams, when they play the cheese comps, their macro dies and their fundamentals are worse. Now, I'm not sure whether Boaster would really class this as a cheese comp. It seems like Loud are running it on multiple maps, but I think there is a real question, like, when you see this kind of composition get played more on Bind, on Ascent, and you've got more reps, can teams break it down? Will Leviathan have an answer for it? I doubt they'll have been expecting it here on Bind, but they must have looked at it on Ascent and have some idea about the general game plan against it, because, hey, there's a decent chance that Loud play it on map 3 if we end up there. But I think that's a funny comparison between two teams that have been at the top for a significant period of time. One leaning on compositional creativity and trying to lead the meta, and the other just trying to, you know, work on the serious fundamentals. Not the Loud are missing that.
Yeah, they're not missing them, are they, right? I mean,
no.
it's still been the thing powering them through. It's not like you're getting, you know, equivalent firepower, let's say, with QCK coming into the team, but Loud have been making up to it. Like you said, they've been scrimming since October, being well drilled, making sure the team core is all there, they're connected.
Can I give you another funny quote of just, you know, when you're in the off season and you're looking at various different interviews, obviously this storyline of Aspas leaving Loud and going over to Leviathan, that's one of the biggest that we had in the entirety of the off season, along with EG kind of collapsing and losing their championship roster. But when Aspas was interviewed, he said that one of the reasons he moved to Leviathan was he wanted a team that he could win a championship with. And I thought that was an incredible answer, just due to the implication that he didn't believe that Loud were going to
believe that Loud could do it.
Well, I mean, you know, he didn't say that outright, but that does appear to be the implication. I mean, he also said he was looking for a friendly atmosphere. Read into that what you will. Read into that what you will.
Get TMV on the case.
I don't think Aspas has particularly any heavy rivalry with Loud as a team, and he's got a lot of love for his previous teammates too. But I do think it's interesting that, you know, a lot of questions always get asked about this Loud squad, and yet they are, in my opinion, the most consistent roster of all time. You know, they might not be the greatest roster of all time, but they're the most consistent. They only get beaten by absolute elite caliber teams, barring slip-ups like, you know, Copenhagen or Tokyo from last year, but generally speaking, they're extraordinarily consistent. And this Leviathan team is a bit of a gamble. We've never really seen a team like this put together before, where it's combining the best of the Americas, not just North America, the Americas region. And that's such an interesting kind of story to follow about whether or not that's going to be successful.
Normally it takes teams a bit of time to really, you know, get going and click. If you're literally forming a new core, you find that the most teams, they have a bit of a run of success if they've got that pre-existing synergy already set up. And I'm seeing thumbs up. I'm seeing the okay across the board, and I hope we get into the game. And I believe I got confirmation, perhaps. Will we see? Any minute now, I swear. Any minute now. Any minute now.
I believe you. I believe you.
There we go.
And we're back.
Okay.
So, we're looking at Loud. With QCK not buying anything, okay, at all. Maybe just in a bit of a fluster coming out of the timeout. But it's a decent economy for both teams, aside from the Phoenix with the classic and no armor.
Yeah. Here we go. Doctor set it up as well. Nade through the back. There's a knife to try and delay along with the nade, but not really going to be stopped from gaining all that space and ground. There's a kill. That's a refight as well, out through showers this entire time, and everybody evacuates. What do you say the other day, Josh? Let's TP my kittens. They want to go straight into the site. It's up to Les to try and do the most in this situation. Around towards the back inside. Eventually cleaned up by Aspas. There's the initial trade. Site will be theirs, but, well, denial of the plan. Yeah, from the orbital strike.
Overkill, perhaps.
Tucked close. That's Aspas. Waited now. Cut noise. 3 players left standing here for Lev to try and do something about it. 4 players from Loud trying to make their moves across. There it is. Clean up. Finally there, but a wraparound attacks.
Oh, this is rough.
Deletes 2 years. All popped off. It's going to be protected from the side here. Trying to at least run themselves onto the side. Now the all's being popped off. Mazzino stuns across the board. Takes care of that one ult. Now they can reposition and play a little bit differently here. Wall crept up, propped up now against them. And they're going to try and push back against this. It's Wars on Wars, but nobody looking close to the corner. Kawazine takes him out. 1 versus 1 attack. Baiting with the spam. The damage in his face still. Plenty of time. Mazzino.
Huge in the 1v1 there against Kawanzine, a player that was absolutely outrageous in the LEV vs Sentinels game in terms of the impact that he was able to put out. But he gets put down there. And Leviathan hold on. An awkward situation in the retake as QCK popped his ultimate and Kawanzine just had to watch his back. Lev managed to navigate that, and a nice little push from Tex, then also tucking himself in the corner and avoiding the fault line. These rounds are going to get chaotic as teams navigate the utility on either side. Now we're seeing Lev with a Raise Rocket moving their way towards Showers. Sadak is going back to that old tried and tested judge. And he just always seems to find value out of it.
Yeah. Opposing side, though, Lev have got some beautiful tools to set up for another round, and it will be a snowball one. It will reset the economy. They win it. Aspas to the showstopper. And they're just crawling up onto the angles. I mean, very little noise being made, a couple of footsteps, but I don't seem wise to it. Flash over the top of the Dizzy. Now the satchels, and here we go. Showstopper. Plays close and forwards. There's a rocket for you. Almost direct hit there. That's regretting that he just peeked out to the side. Sadak still not going to be dealt with here with a boom bot. They hear the judge and they want nothing to do with it.
So this is going to establish Sadak's position in lamps and allow his teammates to play off that.
They're back in there. They spotted Mazzino as well. That's why they're spamming him with the bullets. You have to make an attempt of re-clearing this Mazzino. Close. Does he dare wade in to the nest? Sadak can't really take a timing peeking from this one. He's got to rely on the rest of his teammates to really do something about it. King has just shut it all down from the one side. There was backup in spades. King, this guy, looking monstrous.
Back to prime form. Looking incredible in these kind of moments, navigating things well, and with a player advantage, thanks to Aspas' ultimate, Leviathan come out to a 4-1 lead. This was Lev's pick. This is Aspas' playground. And the whole team is functioning really nicely, managing to pick apart Loud, who looked really tight with each other on the last retake, but here King is able to pick them off one by one as they swing around triple. Loud's economy is going to get broken. I'm sure they'll have an idea at the start of this round. And we're in. Sadak with a Bucky over towards Shaw. He dodged the Dizzy at the start of the round. And one of the problems here, Bren, that I'm noticing with what Loud are doing is that they're lacking information around the map because they're not playing that kind of info initiator, at least outside of the knife from Sadak. And that means that they're not able to stack the right sites. Lev just kind of bullied them away from Showers, contacted forwards, and they're really disguising where they're ending. Here, you know, King gets the pick over towards Showers. They're moving towards B. QCK's read it fairly well. But Lev are not going to make too much noise, use too much utility, and make it easy for Loud.
That Trailblazer able to clear the entirety of Long. It's not the Molly now. Second wave of util, but that's going to be running out shortly. Do they still want to commit to this one? Smoke. Dropped TPs, evacuation. Now they don't have Showers control. There is one player there. Sadak, close with the Bucky. What can he really do here? This spot really allowing him to get out. Oh, the nade does rebound. Damage, flash, calm. It's taking so much. Plan though, will get off without any problems. Along with the round here, 4 players surviving, so no real danger to the economy being done.
And look, Loud finally get the information about where Leviathan are going. They're heading towards B. They've stacked it with 3 out of 4 of the players alive, and they just go through the teleport. So at the moment, that seems to be one of the largest issues.
One enemy remaining.
They can't pin them down, and if they overstack to try to defend, then the teleport's happening, and Loud are not aiming to keep control of Showers.
Yeah.
Leviathan are putting a serious focus on the outer wings of the map, and it's working really well for them. And you'd think that would be somewhat simple for Loud to deal with, because the breach fault line is so good down B long. I mean, if Leviathan are prioritizing B long control in order to use the teleporter, there are things that Loud can do about it. The flashes are nasty there, the stun and the follow-up. It should be possible to cook up some kind of answer, but you got to know that they're there in order to set up for it. Keep guard and control, those kind of things.
You can have money in the buy for Loud, so alongside that, the ults. Big one being the Viper's Pit. Les got that in the prior round. He was farming up the Orb and Showers. He went down from just pushing out, but that granted him the ult. So you can use that now to adjust some of these defensive setups if he chooses to use it off the rip. Not too sure, but you've been talking about, that extremity control, just losing it too early. Loud not really fighting over, bathroom be long, but could be a good way to just, manage more people over towards those directions. If you have got a Viper Pit to lock down one of the avenues.
And it looks like Les is trying to do that right at the start of the round over towards B long. Just jiggling for the moment. Perhaps planning to pop that off noise. Look how quiet these rounds are at the start for Leviathan. Forcing Loud to jiggle peek all over. They're jiggle peeking B long, jiggle peeking over towards Showers, trying to get that info about where Lev are pathing. And the dog going down short is not in any way where Lev are headed. And that's another punish on a jump peek for B long.
Yeah, it's the info game. That's what it's all about here. Thrash. Straight deep into the site, sent flying, Kawazine. Got to respect it now, got to back away. Team's not there to help. Aiden a satchel, a bit of whiffage there. Spasto up onto the high ground. This will be a plant going down most likely. Hello. Up top though, maybe a noise cue being heard. Kawazine, he wants to send this one. Rolling Thunder. Players send packing and flying. King is close to the corner here. The spike was dropped down. They want to refight this into the back of the side. King, he's still alive and active. They don't actually know he's there. Dropped to his knees though. Sadak not down for the moment. Still going to be providing the info, calming this to his team. Stun, misses, Thrash, round 2. Sending it back in, trying to help out and bail out the IGL. In through the back of the side. It's only up to Kawazine. He's locked. Isolated to his own devices. Into the back of the side. He can't do anything. It's a 1v3. No more util. Doubled up into elbow. Steadily turning into an impossible round for Kawazine. You have to absolutely go crazy. The jiggle, not enough to overpeat. They can hear the footsteps of the tap. Tex taking first contact, but they double up in the end to clean it up. So 6-1. And Josh, I know you want to talk about it, these jump spots, trying to gather the info.
Yeah.
It's been punishing them.
They totally have. I mean, the Leviathan players relying on one of the things that this roster was built for, incredible mechanics. Punishing jump peaks like this is not easy. And Aspas and Tex are making it look like it is. I also think that the Battle of King inside Tube, locked in there, but taking the duel against King.
Sorry.
It's almost like a personification of the wider battle of the IGLs that's happening in the match. And King was supported so well by the rest of his team there. Here they're trying to go for a fault line play. If Les gets pressured, there's a fault line for him to swing off.
But it hasn't been working.
No, I mean...
trying to play for the B-long control with that stun.
The problem is Leviathan are not hard committing up B-long. They're poking and prodding and trying to draw out the reaction from Loud. The jump peek or the flash.
Nice in the TP to cancel that dog out, but really the Trailblazer got a lot of info.
And I think it bears mentioning here at this point, when Leviathan are up 6-1 fairly dominantly, King has never IGL'd his teams to even a map win against Sadax.
Yeah.
He's just lost 2-0, 2-0 the 2 times that they've played against Loud. And this is so much more successful than previous attempts.
They're going to ensure to keep this one going. The tiniest amounts of util being used to just peel out these mollies. Of course, Loud have got the war chest full of them, but they have stacked this side up. There's 4 players waiting here. Could get dangerous despite the fact that they're on the half buy.
Unless is ready to shoot them if they take that teleporter.
30 seconds left.
Might just decide to cancel this one straight into him. We'll see. Wingman down through. See if they can get that spike planted. And a flash play right into the back of the site, cleaning them up. Beautiful call.
Enemy remaining.
It's all over. And Louder stacking the right side with 4 players. And this combo is just utterly deadly. The Gecko in the sky, it's so difficult to get around. I love what Leviathan have cooked up here. It's so solid.
Yeah.
You can see Loud trying to adapt to it, trying to hold on. But the fight for backside is really powerful. And if Loud give up backside control, trying to get back in is still going to be difficult. It's going to bleed them out of utility. There's no easy answer here. And Loud are losing all of the map control battles. Take a look at that. Just a flash through. They've got flash dizzy combos. They can just go for a pop flash. So many different ways of fighting. Loud are scrambling for an answer here.
Looks like their solution might be that deep push out through A short. 5 players though have left. Everyone through showers. Up to the corner by Aspas, just momentarily playing that anti-flash. Here's the ult now, offloaded, sent flying. Mollies to try and delay, buy them a bit of time. The nades might be enough. No, that's just spam up into heaven. They've taken out Kawazine. Sadak back against the wall. Hello, lovely shot. The trouble with everybody grouped up into showers, you just give them free reign and space through A short. The call has to be the cancel here for Lev.
Incredible awareness of the wallbang angles from Sadak, who's doing tiny bits of chunking damage to them. And this is one of the first times, actually, that Leviathan have been stalled out from going for their hit. They don't have an option over towards B. They don't know if somebody's pushed. No Sentinel in this comp to watch the flank. So this is going to be an extraordinarily slow re-clear.
And walking through cave.
The time is ticking. There's 35 seconds. But for Loud, it is quite difficult to know where have Lev gone.
30 seconds left.
Are they re-clearing short? Are they going for a re-hit?
That's the trouble. Oh, they are. Walk their way over back towards A. Now, they didn't rotate off because of the prior knife that tagged onto less. Here we go. Explosive. Any other tools to try and delay the plant here could be absolutely essential. Gone for the plant. Pit laid down on top of this one. Will it be the spam kill? Nothing claimed, so the spike's planted. But the pit's still up to it. Makes this one really difficult to try and get themselves through. Aspas! Oh, it's filthy stuff. Filthy stuff indeed. Less though. Not willing to go down without a fight. Comes control for him. Nade bounce back. Sadak gaining the rifle. Just needs a few stray bullets here, but King just walks straight into the back of the side. Wide here. Reload, but there's the wraparound of Mazzino.
Even those fundamentals are falling apart now for Loud. The way that QCK and Kawazine, or QCK and 2Es, I think it was actually, took the fight there with each other. Delayed, you know, slowly going through the harbor wall, not both at the same time. Loud have been put under a serious amount of pressure, and they cannot find the answer. There was about 15 seconds left for this plant to go down. They didn't have any utility to deny the plant, and the pit made it so devastatingly difficult to get back in.
This is dominance from Lev.
This is huge. This is super team performance shutting down Loud right now. This is not Aspas running around the map carrying them. No. If that was your concern with Lev against 100 Thieves, this should start to put that to bed. Aspas is playing great, absolutely. We saw a 2K from him in the prior round. But this is them outmaneuvering Loud, playing to the weaknesses of this comp. King is here holding a push. No flashes for QCK.
No, it's going to be a late push from King, I think, when his team gets through into A short. It is the bargain bin by from Loud. They're really working with little to nothing. Molly, and no one player there. Out towards it, into showers, 2 years. Landing, nailing these shots. He's run out of bullets, and there's the backstab. Applied by King. Safe pair of hands, 3 of them. Left standing here onto Loud, less. That's through the TP as well. Makes a bit of a surprise exit there, and with the kill as well. Another one. Loud. Sheer force just overwhelming the players onto the site. Leave it just down to Com. 1 versus 3. A tap, baits it out with the spray. Wall finally down. Players are low here. This is entirely winnable. For Com, entirely winnable. The Sadak. Oh, it is in your face to the judge.
And it's incredible that the round that Loud win is mostly due to the fact that Les solo decides, I'm actually just going to run through the teleporter and 1v2 these guys in showers. I feel like sometimes we have seen that from Loud in the past, where Les just decides, right, the game plan's not winning, I am just going to force these fights and win by virtue of my superior skill. But that doesn't bode particularly well, because at that point you have kind of admitted that the game plan's not working. And Loud, they've only managed to get their 2nd round on the board. Tex with another huge ultimate to work with, and yeah, Loud have got their own. They haven't been able to convert them into any level of success. The calling from King and then Com as the secondary. It's just running rings around Loud right now with this slow pace to the game, choking Loud out.
Oh yeah, monster!
Interesting position being played here. Thrash. And through B.
Look at the positioning of QCK and Spawn. He's just playing rotate, trying to help the rest of his team with the Phoenix ultimate. And this is all a feint. None of this is real pressure.
Just to pull the players over, and guess what? A short control is gained. Sanak holds off, nade laid down, so he can still hold on at least to a bit of a semblance of Lamp's control, but he does give it up towards the back of the side of the rest of his team. Smokes, dropped and partitioned.
And now, as they rotate, Kawazine is going to hear all of this. Can he get in the corner in time?
Kawazine, the off angle.
He's going to get
monumental. Dizzy broken, but you're right. The clearance was there. Mazzino, far left flank, able to assist for the rest of his team now. 4 versus 4, and there's still 50 seconds left. Everything has just been rapid, rapid, rapid.
And look, Loud have no idea where LEV are going. They're in spawn right now. They don't know if this is going to be a reaction through the teleporter, moving back over to short, committing to B. They just want to try to get back in with QCK's ult.
Oh, not again! Oh, brutal. Oh, what a strike though to deny the plant. Still time though. 25 seconds left. That's all the key for LEV here. Pulling out that key utility finally now into the post plant. Already flashed through. QCK forwards is the approach. Run it back. Plenty of targets, but only the one removed. But now he's got a second chance, a second lease of life to flank. Sadak
distracting.
All the way behind. Running and gunning, it reigns supreme. The battle of the IGLs is all being traded. Has to be heroics. Aspas can't stand up to the challenge.
And Loud finally managed to pull 2 rounds together in a row. This one because they're able to get that flank off. Kawazine and Sadak both deciding to push on defense. Find those solo timings. If Leviathan are going to group up and try to ping pong from side to side, Kawazine's going to get a bit of value, a bit of information, and then Sadak the same.
30 seconds left.
After Leviathan committed to B. Even if this half ends 8-4, even if Loud pulls out 3 in a row at the end, is that anywhere near enough? You can't count Loud out, but it would be at a massive disadvantage.
Looks entirely LEV's game to wrap up. Nice pretty bow, at least for the map. Aspas another ult earned. Deep flash. No real noise cues gains from this one. Here's the Seekers. Dodging with a knife.
But look, Loud are doing the push again.
They want to try and fight this one. I mean, yes, they're pushing out into the back of the side. They're on it. Of course it finds his mark. Aspas, though, eventually shut down. You're right, Josh. There is that flank attempt to push coming through round to the back. That's 2 years. Here in the reload is so damn early, they're not expecting it. Double face, 2 years. Too easy.
No charges.
Spike out in the middle of nowhere. Here's that discipline being instilled now into Loud. They slow it down. Don't want to overstep themselves. It's King Mazzino versus the world.
Carrying spike.
Plant sticking. Really does isolate King into that. It's a solo player. He will fall. Oh, popped off. Can it be doable? Mazzino. Maybe set up for these fights as well, but the stun's just being littered. Yeah, he's pushed off. Kawazine not ready. And a stun missed entirely. Oh, what a clutch.
Incredible play from Mazzino there to finish out the half. He gets his ultimate with the plant. King throws his body on the line. And the swing timings could not be more perfect. Exactly as the first bolt of the stun is coming through. It's Aspas again to open it up. But Mazzino makes himself known. And every player on LEV has found their moment in this half.
Yeah. Beautiful ending to the round. That sets them up for the 9-3. Magical beginning here for LEV. Let's send it down to the desk for them to break it down so far.
Thank you very much, Brent. Heartbreak at the end of that round. Kawazine is a different idea. They're not double facing. He tries to set up a fault line and it all goes wrong. And that's in keeping with how much of that first half went for Leviathan. My God, they come out of the gate so strong, Bala. First 8 rounds, they plant every round. They win 7 out of 8 post plants. This setup, this util-heavy setup, is brutal.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because I didn't really expect that they would be able to get as much as they got, given how many flashes are. able to disrupt whatever executes they throw out. They're getting whatever they want.
Yeah, I thought that Loud would be able to do a much better job of retaking as well, having all the flashes to come back in after a lot of those initial smokes are placed, and then, you know, be able to come back through, whether it be, you know, through the harbor wall, the Viper wall, something along those lines. That just did not pan out at all.
And look at stuff like this, right? Flashing through the wall, like being able to use the Seekers for information, the patience that they have on some of those executes. They're able to do that on both sides. A lot of times on that A side, it was working flawlessly. And yeah, I mean, Heartbreak at the end causes this to be a really dominant game for Leviathan. Probably one of the most dominant games we've seen at Kickoff so far.
I mean, so dominant so that Loud's worst loss in history is a 13-3, which they, you know, could be on route to right now, and coincidentally, it was against EG with Comp, so...
This mid-rounding from Kin looks really good, but Bala, you're watching Aspas play, and you feel like he probably has a stake in the calling structure at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the decisiveness that you saw with some of those results, for example, his satchel paths that he was taking, I think a lot of times he's seeing an opportunity, he's seeing a timing, and he's going for it. And I think it's not necessarily a given, but when you see those moments, you think, okay, he's a guy that's key in the decision structure right now.
Silky smooth movement, nasty mechanics. Aspas is icy right now. Let's head back to our casters for the second half of Bind.
Yeah, it's going to be an important one for the pistol. For Loud to stand a chance in this one, you've got to imagine, I mean, 9-3. Yeah, we don't really know how Loud's comp is going to work out on their attack side, but what a hell of a hill to climb to try and get back into the map.
And if you think about how Loud's composition worked on Ascent, it took map control and then tried to execute with huge amounts of pressure onto the players anchoring. That sometimes on Bind isn't the greatest way to play, because it makes it kind of easy for the defenders to figure out where you're going and what you're doing. It's good to see that QCK is thinking about the future. They're assuming they're not going to get 13-3'd.
Yeah, farm up the orb, try and get the ult online. 13-3, I mean, Wire was bringing it up as well. That's one of the most brutal maps that Loud have ever lost. Even mentioned it was against Com, it was EG. Seeking to dish it out again.
Is that the series where they came back and smoked them 13-0?
Yeah, it was, I think, yeah.
They can dish it back out.
Yeah, they really can. Here we go, Smoke's dropped. Laid at the feet, what a shot by QCK. Texas be thinking twice about that one. It's a bit of a weird one there. Fight into Lamps. King removed. Aspas. Oh boy, chase down and jump peek with the right click. Brutal in every single sense of the word. Corn flash a little bit too deep here. Does not find the mark. Flawless round here for Loud.
Featuring Master Shifu sitting down Tai Lung. Gave him the business there, didn't he? So Loud absolutely needed that one. It was imperative that they got it on the board. And they're going to have so many ults starting to cycle up. If they can convert this, start to farm up the Phoenix ult, look good about it on their attack side, there are chances that they can build some kind of snowball that turns into an avalanche. They spot Aspas on the cross. There are so many Leviathan players here.
He's got to evacuate, yeah, he's got a TP.
Not that that's really a problem. Look how many other people are around.
Stun into the corner. There's a flash play to try to find this one. Loud. Stand their ground, rooted into the spot. Tom's getting away with it, though. Still alive.
They're worried. They don't know exactly how many other players are here. Mazzino, of course, could still be on B, as far as Loud are aware.
Play by Kawazine. Walking through, spotting it by Comp. Attempt to just re-peek back out, get some of that information. So it should be a clean cut round. All for Loud here with the plan online.
Because QCK ended up falling, though, they're not looking to try to farm up the Phoenix ult. Not going to quite have that one online, as far as I'm aware. So a lot of this is about the ult cycling, and I think it's pretty important, actually, for Leviathan to just go down to Spike here. Yeah. You don't want to start building up these huge ultimates that the Loud composition is going to have access to.
Where's Aspas off to?
Perhaps seeing if he can get an exit over towards Hookah.
Does he really want to be saving the Sheriff?
I wouldn't imagine so, but he's got a little bit of time to sneak back in.
Kind of sure, might be able to get the one here. It's just less.
There. One enemy remaining.
Okay, there is the one.
Zeno goes down to Spike. This next round is going to be absolutely crucial. Les didn't buy, so he's going to be able to afford to bring a rifle into the round. They already have a rifle and 2 Bulldogs, and they're 1 orb away from Phoenix ult. This is what I'm talking about. The potential is there for Loud to take this round and start an ult cycle that can really push this momentum forwards for them. Leviathan would love to take this one. Go up 10-5, keep things clean, calm, under control.
Stunt that momentum. You don't want to let a team like Loud get going.
Aspas goes for the cross again over towards the teleporter on B.
Jiggle by King, lucky. It was a bit of a pre-fire attempt. Aspas did get the cross, so here he is, slide off angle. Is that to bait them to push up into Aspas?
I think it is.
Yeah, the dog through showers.
A lot of times the attacking teams are going to try and punish the Sky for that, and Aspas is just ready and waiting.
They're not expecting it. Holy!
What a reaction from
QCK! He's rapid with it! Instantaneous! The fight being taken to him. King now trapped forwards, but there's that ult. He's only just taken him out, and there's a second go of things once more spammed. In through the tube, flash into the corner. Pushing back, trying to fight them tooth and nail, but the players are corralled and cornered of Lev in through Albo. Didn't we say it at the start of this round? You don't want to let a team like Loud get going, that momentum. But they've done it now. Maybe Mazzino could do something, but have to get plenty more after that. Sadak falling. At some point, you got to call it, unless you find another pickoff. Has to be the save here for Lev, so...
Stun there's a little dangerous too. Mazzino might not find it too easy to get out with his life. He's got the cove.
Yeah, doesn't choose to use it.
Takes the more dangerous option, but he gets out with his life. Leviathan will at least have 2 rifles into the next, but their economy's going to be in a really unusual spot. Whenever you save in these kind of situations, Tex and Mazzino are going to be hurting for money and wanting to save the rifles again next time. Loud are doing the same kind of stuff they did on Ascent. They're not trying to play the map, ping-pong from side to side, make a crucial mid-round call. They take an area of the map, they exec. Good luck stopping them. That's basically the game plan with this composition, right? It's looked so well really drilled. Tough. I mean, that swing from QCK is so fast. Bullets start flying at Kawenzine, and he's like the Secret Service. Leaps in front of them and takes
right
out...
there. Yeah, he just did not care.
It was wild.
Something to prove, though, I think. Playing like it.
Here.
And yeah, everyone holding hands up through short walls, go down, seeking to find a player, just walking and wading straight across here. Now, there's always the danger of the stack here. It's a weaker buy of Lev, but still not being removed from the back of the side. Plan of Kawazine. Nothing to delay, nothing to deny. Long-range artillery to util. That's sent flying. Dizzy dealt with. All up now in their faces.
These are not super comfortable positions for Loud.
Actually forced them forwards a little bit here. Tex is using this one. No, Wingman taken out. There's a removal. Kawazine spamming through and out, but no one else really tapping to force the fight towards them.
Not much time, Bren.
Yep, another tap. Not much time. Out into the open.
Con is destined to go down to this one. He's got no chance. Can he get through the TP? No.
Nice attempt.
But that's the rifle's gone. And now this eco round powers up Loud's ult cycle. Right? That gets Sadak's ult online. This round is also probably going to get Kawenzine's ult online.
Yeah.
And this all stems back to allowing them to win the bonus. Now suddenly this looks like they're back into the game.
Definitely does. I mean, Lev are going to be able to scrape together a buy roughly. The loser's bonus racking up. House money, if you will. So it won't be too easy for Loud. It's not going to be like the equivalent of eco kills coming into them, but finding their way back into the map. Slow as it goes, there's a stun to clear into Hookah. UCK. It's raining down into the wall just to see if he could tag him onto a player playing that common angle.
Again, so much focus onto B. Whenever they've got rifles online. That seems very early.
All popped off for Sadak. Set this one flying here, the TP attempt. Kawazin is all the way in. Wow, what a way to pave the entrance for the rest of your team to get the hell in their sight. Planted towards the back of it, actually. They're going to be trying to flip this one on its head here for Lev, knowing that Hookah is compromised. Cove deep. Mazzino surely is not going to be able to get that. Is a nasty peek.
Right before the Cove deploys.
Still going to contend and tackle a lot of these players. Flash underhanded over the top. Mosh pit now they're all in Thunder. Something to deny and delay. Pushing them away. Aftershock. You just cannot walk in to the site. It's all in Loud's control. Feeling like they might want to go. Yeah, they want to try and make a go of this one, but you just got to save again. Walk away.
It's unbelievable the amount of utility that Loud has. Sadak got crunched in Hookah, and he turned around, threw a fragment grenade, and suddenly, Leviathan can't do anything about it. And then Lev are trying to get on the retake, Kawazin stuns, aftershocks. You can't do anything about it. They're getting blocked off at every turn. And another fabulous entry from Kawazin too. A timeout. Absolutely required from Leviathan. It feels like every rifle round has just ended B for Loud. And how do you get back in on these kind of sites? B on bind is notoriously difficult to retake. If you have a comp that is just designed to overwhelm the site anchors and force your opponents to play retake, that's going to put you in a pretty decent position.
Even seeing Loud adjust in the moment, not going into the default ebb and flow of the usual rounds. I mean, they planted towards backside. They knew that Hookah was compromised in that last round. They're really making it difficult for Lev to just try and play those retakes.
Now, I will say, I've been talking a lot about gaining momentum and punishing the economy of Leviathan, building up ult cycles. That ult cycle has now pretty much ended. The closest person to an ultimate is QCK, 3 away from getting the Phoenix ult back. But you can take a look at it there yourself. Clearly, Leviathan are now in control in that department. So this round has less threats to it from Loud. And if Leviathan are able to stabilize themselves a little bit and win this one so that their economy starts going again, they're going to be in a good position here.
They're going to be hoping for a nice, healthy round. On to the other side of this one with some guns intact. They have their chances for sure. Barriers down. This knife lineup probably going to be landing all the way over towards Garden. Backside of B long.
Sadak is actually knifing the opposite side of the map that they're hitting, which could be something that Leviathan can read into later on. He's never following the knife, really.
Double face. This is Lev just seeking to try and fight this one. Raw firepower is the name of the game. There was no util to set that one up. Back it away when the trade comes through. Plenty of fuel left here for Les to try and gain some of that ground. His team right next to him. Through showers, flash through, nade, forced out now. Aiming to delay.
Deep down short, Brent.
What's this here? Fight towards default, that's Aspas. One-man army, but shut down again by Sadak still. They've got control of lamps, doubled up, side by side, a tap. Not quite committal now by Sadak. Wants to get this plant down towards triple. Rotations abound by Calm. He's going to be a bit late to the party, but he's got the Seekers now to utilize. And pop, okay, pop flash. Bit skew whiff, but Sadak's alive. Not punished for the mistake. Seekers right behind him. He can't quite deal with it. 9 bullets left, not enough. King runs straight up onto the line. Back at triple now, and you got to imagine Lev, they're going to have that discipline. Jump spot. No easy fight, but 2 years. Known for it. Molly dropped down. He cannot even walk up to them here. Mazzino sticking all the way into the diffuser spam. Half all the way through. There it is.
Excellent util usage towards the end there from King and Mazzino. It's just checkmate.
Yeah.
You throw down the snake bites and you've got the Cove. An unlosable situation and a very good conversion of a player advantage. Something that they hadn't really been able to get at any point. Loud had mostly been going for these A hits on the anti-ecos. This duel, though, massive. If Aspas ends up going down to Kawazin, Kawanzin's got an awesome position on site to play the rest of his team in.
That's wrong, King. Thank you.
So
Like I said,
stabilize.
yeah, Lev stabilize and get up close to ultimates.
Viper's Pit drop down, that's into shorts. That's to give their defensive setups a bit of extra bite. Oh my god. Lucky to not go down. Aim now for Loud. Set the sights on to B.
Sadak is just taking hookah on his own. He's alone. Last time they tried to do a hookah crunch on him, and hookah crunches are really good when your Viper's got the pit short.
Refight. It's called off for them. Lovely, lovely attempt here with all of it. Satchel through. Les, aftershock. Nowhere to run, nowhere too high. Aspas eventually drop, but the refight call again. Detainment. It's massive. Skip it up all you like to as you in, escaping away from that one, but from the back. It's less dealt with.
Lev climbing further and further up, figuring out how to deal with this Loud B exec in real time. And the two refights, one to re-clear hookah and one to re-clear long, like almost immediately afterwards. Really excellent stuff there. Flash dizzy combo, and then a thrash over there towards long. Both areas re-cleared at once is so unusual, and that caught Loud way off guard.
Yeah, and I love that call by Lev. I think it's a fantastic read in terms of how to dish it out against a team like Loud, because they're very obvious when they're taking that space. You know, they use a lot of util to clear up to be long. There was a QCK flash that gives them appropriate timers to try and refight for some of it.
Now look at this.
They're calling a second timeout.
Yeah, Leviathan are using their second timeout here after winning 2 rounds in a row. And I think the reason for this, Brennan, is because the ults are starting to get online again for Loud. So they've been able to win these 2 rounds when Loud weren't really using big ultimates. And now that Loud's ult cycle is starting to come back, Lev are having some input about maybe adjusting something proactively. You look at what's available here, Aspas is always going to be a threat with that showstopper, no matter where he is around the map. They haven't really seen what Tui's plan is with the orbital strike particularly. I mean, he used it fairly aggressively to try and put some pressure on them, but what's the game plan? Where are they going? Sadak looks like he's grouping his team up to head down short. I mean, this might be as simple as the Lamps orbital strike and send the Phoenix down the lane.
Oh yeah, they want to go fast. Here we go. Run it back. Flash through. Off at your feet, but you do not care. Stuns. Or drop down. Tech's got a kill onto Kawazine. In through the back, and he's just ducked and weaved and dodged, and he's still alive. Mazzino right to the side of triple here, but Tech's eventually cleaned up. That was a Showers player.
And now Loud are actually calling a freeze in the round, backing up, inserting QCK. He's really deep in Lamps here. And the quieter Loud are, the more Leviathan are going to want to re-clear this and potentially walk into him.
How do you re-clear it? Left QCK moves forward, flash through. Combined with the QCK peak, the back of the site fully cleared out. Orbital strike just for the unknown area. Showstopper! Showstopper! He saw him! Aspas catching it right onto the toes of QCK. Plant. Now get off here. Mazzino with the flank all the way through into the back. Everybody peeking this one at the same time. Mazzino lucky to be alive still. Walls up, splits him up. They've got to play in front of this one here for Loud. It's going to make these post plants even more awkward to try and play for. Ollie sent flying. Beautiful angle to peek there, but it's cleaned up and traded. The kill confirmed. King! And Combo to the fuse. He stuck this one already halfway through. And the safety in numbers, plenty of them. Teammates got his back.
Leviathan have definitely figured out what they're doing now against Loud. And getting up to map point. After one hell of a comeback from Loud, honestly. But Lev string 3 rounds in a row together. And they dominated Showers control throughout all of that. Mazzino started putting pressure behind. Aspas used his ult just to make sure that his team could get into backside and pull off the retake. Good stuff. Good team coordination. And another great round from King.
Navigating the ults. Get themselves up to 12. This is your chance, your opportunity here, if you are Lev, to get this map done and dusted, dealt with. And Sadak, well, he was alone. Completely on an island. IGL down. How do you pick up the pieces if you are Loud? Smoke fades. Flash to the corner, QCK. Tap of the orb. Again, trying to bait out that response, but no one bites. Lev. Falling for the reinforcements. Mazzino now here. Spike is nowhere near.
Yeah, Loud are playing a spread default at the start of this round, and I think Sadak just thought, based on them hammering B over and over again, he thought they might be conditioned to give up showers.
Right here.
It's fallen at the start of this round, and to be honest, Loud don't have too much control. They're about to hit into 3 players on B.
Willing to stand and deliver. See how strong the defense really is. Molly there, fault line, dodged. King still going to be active into this fight now with the Cove straight there. Viper Molly's also dropped down. They just cannot get into the site. It's so damn hard for them right now. Kawazine stun in his hands, in through, a little bit too deep there, but it is traded. QCK instant now into the back of the site, but there's a smoke just blocking and partitioning. It fades away, opens a chance up all for Loud. 15 seconds left, time becoming an issue. Mosh pit colliding with the back of the wall. The nade on top of this when they got to try and get this spike all the way down. Les got to commit to this. Stunned up, Tizzy trying to do the most here, but the bullets are just flying through them. And Loud, how have you managed that?
There was so much pressure there onto the Levy, from the Leviathan players, sorry. But incredible crossfires from Loud. Mazzino just got left kind of in the open. There's the kill onto him, but he was faced into like 3 or 4 players from Loud who'd all got out into the site. And you saw how deep Kalanzine got. He just walked out.
Yeah.
Due to those smokes, a great smoke from 2Es, a Cove as well. Loud is still making a big fight of this.
Still alive in the map. With Sadak going down first as well. What a salvage. One way to go, though. Lev have got a few chances.
I think one of the questions for Sadak here is, oh, Aspas is on top of truck, actually. Just looking for that early pick.
He's tucked to the side, he's trying to play anti-flash. Yeah, he is.
You are powerless.
That's the old rip, though, with a no command. Maybe Loud. Start to barrel the way into the side here, paving a bit of a way to get this spike down. Split attempt of the team. Entirety and grouping up right through showers, so that's going to be cleared out, and there's a fight being called into the back of the side. They want to try and fight for this backside control. Mazzino staying alive, but no, he just can't quite do it. Kawazine! Disgusting performance.
That's an outrageous timing to push that. Again, Kawazine stepping up. He was instrumental in their win against Sentinels. I actually think he's going to save. I don't think he is going to die.
No, not right now.
I don't think so. But, I mean, what a play from Kawazine. He was the player that dove out of hookah in the prior round in order to suck up that space for his team and play people in. And this time, finding that avenue to swing back sight. After Mazzino had done a pretty great job there, being able to dominate a smoke, get his harbor ult off. Kawazine gets the punish onto him and clean up another 2.
One away now from the ult, Rolling Thunder. The war machine keeps rolling.
It really does. There is power to this Loud composition. Full blind onto Tex. A punish on Mazzino, who I think was trying to and then how did he get Aspas?
Was that a 140 at the end? Is that like stealing kills?
Aspas dropped 31 in their opening game against Leviathan on this map. And now he's been kept in check. The trades, the punishes coming out from Loud have been so huge.
Yeah.
I mean, because Loud are playing so tight together, if Aspas wins the opening duel, he tends to get punished immediately afterwards. That is so crucial for keeping a star player like Aspas in check. The final boss on his, one of his most dominant maps, Bind, when he played with Loud, is being held down a little bit, and it's fallen to other players like King to step up and try and lead his team to victory. Now the pressure's on King again. Now Leviathan taking this timeout makes me think the prior one, after those 2 round wins, was probably Loud's.
Yeah, probably mislabeled.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
They don't get 3 timeouts. No. At least they shouldn't.
Something funky going on. But Lev, you look at their economy, they can't afford to buy up here. Which means, in all likelihood, We're heading to an explosive round 24 with huge ults online. But Loud still have to navigate this one first. And King is gonna be a problem for Sadak to get through. Sadak's been trying to get hookah control just by flashing his way in, that kind of thing. If they want to go hookah here, King's gonna be a menace with that judge.
King holds his ground. Well, that util expended up through B long. All send flying.
And this is one of the first times that Loud actually follow the knife. Going up, taking B long after they suppressed Com. They might be expecting some kind of re-clear here. Remember, Leviathan have gone for that before. And all of this is a bit of a fake, a bit of a ruse.
Trailblazers are clearing. Doesn't spot anything, they don't break it.
Yeah, that's actually pretty important. Now Loud are gonna have to go back and make more noise in B long, or even get the punish.
QCK, there it is!
And that's gonna now call an audible for Loud. They were trying to fake it and hit over towards A, but they can just hit the gas.
Knife in the back for Com when he was just over-peeking for that info. Rest of the team there. What do you choose to expend? Just the fault line for now. Seems that way, but plenty of reinforcements have arrived. A fast rotation of LEV. They want to be into this fight. Flash, dodge, Aspas! He's only good for the one. QCK was a rapid Ferrari swing from him. And a plant, not pushed back. King, though, still hiding. Oh, unfortunate with the timing. Rough. What can these players really do? Zeno, touch close. No rifle at hand though, just the Spectre. Couldn't hit the transfer.
Well navigated by Loud. Really excellent decision there. You could see the macro game plan in action. They realized that once the Trailblazers saw nothing over towards B-Long, they had to go back into that area. And Com, thinking that it was safe, just gave them the opening pick. Really smart play from QCK. And also these trade kills are excellent from him. He's negative on the scoreboard, QCK, but he's coming up with really high-impact kills when his team needs them, making sure he's part of the system. And here's our explosive round 24.
But the ult's online here. Run it back, flash through, pop in straight into the site. Plenty of volleys. Util being expended here, but this is going to be fading. Clears out the smoke. Still, players not being pushed back. Guess what, Mazzino? He's still there. Holding down the ground, but it was a bit of a ruse. They were just trying to pull the players away, but this entire time, LEV have not been pushed back. They've just taken B-Long control. They want to fight for this one themselves. Rolling Thunder carves his way through into the site. It's a refight attempt being called out. Thrash detained. Players locked up, and just they can't do a bloody thing. LEV are here in droves now, and 3 players left standing for Loud. This could be it. The round, the map crumbling for them. LEV hold it down. Plenty of players ready to receive. Viper's pick to try and get themselves out. Listen, the spike is on the ground.
There's so much spam there onto Les. He's knocked down to 30 health. One more Vandal bullet will do it.
It's just not doable for Loud. They need a miracle here. They're going to try and run themselves up now. Up through B-Long, but Thrash is round 2. Once more to detainment. It catches, and the cover's not there. Not in the slightest. It's over. In the blink of an eye. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds
Weak and fragile, less retreating. But what can he do?
He's pulled off the first part of the heist, just getting the spike.
20 seconds. He's gone back into B. It's the only option he's got unless he TP's back, but then he's got another player waiting for him.
He's just got to pray to whatever deities he holds dear, but there is simply no chance that he is getting through all 5 players of Leviathan.
It's looking preordained. Aspas. Finally, there it is. The final blow for him. And a map on the board against his former team.
An awesome start for Leviathan. They came out all guns blazing at the beginning. And not just that, they had the mental fortitude to be able to fend off the comeback. After Loud looked unbelievable on the attack side, putting together so many rounds, LEV figured it out and shut down the comeback. That was Leviathan's map pick, but they looked clean. It wasn't a single player carrying. In fact, it was King stepping up, somebody who'd had a weaker performance in an opener match. They look nasty as a team.
Those are the questions we had as well for a team like LEV. Are they just going to be that one-man army, that show of just Aspas brute forcing his way through his opponents? Wonderful, wonderful map to kick us off here between these two teams. The rivalry really stretching deep here. And LEV one step closer to getting that revenge against Loud. We're stepping away. Up next, Uber and the analyst desk are going to be breaking it all down. You don't want to miss it.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
De novo, vai Cauã, fez metade, Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã!
O tempo tá passando, Funil. Tem que correr o jogador. Vai tentar voltar, Tuki!
I'm here with Goked, the coach of Leviathan. A successful map one, but it was very close. It was a 9-3 half, and it almost got away from you. Can you tell me what happened there?
Basically, we lost the pistol and the bonus, and they have a composition that's very utility and ultimate based. So they were snowballing the ultimates on us. We're having good reads on them. We just needed to play the rounds where they don't have so many ults. That's what we did. We won those rounds, and they were important rounds to win, and we got the victory with that.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. What started out looking like a walkover turned into an absolute brawl. Leviathan triumph in map number 1 over Loud, but it was anything but easy. I love hearing from Leviathan's coach there talking about how util and ultimate heavy, I mean, kind of both comps were. It was either the Harbor and Gecko getting into the backside or the Brimstone Phoenix both ways. Both teams were throwing it all out there on those A hits.
Yeah, but as a once famous philosopher once said, you get shot, you die.
You get shot, you die. You get shot, you die. All right, got to do it justice.
I think there was a little bit more bravado.
Vehemence, maybe.
Yeah, but this game, I think there was. This game had like every single round the spike got planted. You literally played all the way through each post plant. It was insane when it comes down to it on both halves. And I think Loud, he's right. Coach Goket is about their comp, how they had so much utility. You have to really wade through it all and get through the mud essentially at that point. And that's why I think that comeback from Loud, which came so fast, finally is able to get stopped. They recognized the strengths of the comp and they ended up countering.
Leviathan won 2 rounds in a row and called a timeout of their own because they saw those ults coming up.
Yeah, I love that move from them. And it was a move that they could make because they had such a lead in the first half that despite losing all those quick rounds to Loud, okay, they were still up, you know, maybe like 9-8 or so when they started stringing some back in their favor, but it just gave them a nice amount of time to actually be able to then
buffer,
counter. Right? Yeah, they had a buffer to then get over the early hump of, okay, what are Loud actually doing with this? And then they took those timeouts, which had perfect timing on it.
I mean, I blinked, Bala, and I mean, Loud had 4 rounds in that second half straight away. They were hitting these sites unbelievably quickly, despite a bit of a demoralizing first half.
Yeah.
There was no time snapping back.
Yeah, and then right away, Leviathan also bounced back too. Like, it was very quick. Things started to slow down finally when people realized, oh my goodness, like this game is almost over. And, you know, those last 4 rounds took a long time to get through, but like we were still getting fast executes, and that came back real quick. I was struggling to keep up with who was actually about to take the lead. It was such a fun game to watch.
So we heard a little bit from Leviathan. Let's hear from Loud what their coach had to say ahead of map number 2.
I'm here with Peu from Loud. Now, that was a very close map 1 from what could have been very, very far. Do you think you have Leviathan figured out?
A gente está aqui com o Peu. Foi round bem acirrado. Vocês vieram de trás, conseguiram chegar junto. Você acha que já descobriu o jogo deles?
Eu acho que a gente demorou um pouquinho a entrar no jogo, mas na virada do half a gente já estava com muito mais próximo do ritmo do que tinha que ser jogado. Eu acho que agora na split que a gente já está um pouco mais aquecido, se a gente fizer bem o plano de jogo, a gente tem tudo para conseguir virar o mapa.
Yeah, I think we started slow, but then we caught up to speed, and now that we are warmed up, I think we can do a good job. If we keep the mind in the game, we can do a good job in split.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, pace is absolutely one of the buzzwords for this particular map, right? Really volatile showing on Bind in general. As we start to turn our attention towards Split, do you expect this to still be the case? Because we have data from both these teams on Split. One of them looking a little bit more flattering than the other, right? Sova Breach from Leviathan, pretty unconvincing. 100 Thieves kind of rolled over them. But Loud on that map looked incredibly good.
Yeah. I think Loud on that map showed probably their best look out of everything that we've seen so far from them. It was very cohesive. It was fundamentally sound. So Split here is going to be a challenge for Leviathan. I mean, you just look at the scorelines, and that kind of tells you what you should expect. I think, for example, what we just saw in Bind, that was very well prepared. That's a playground for Aspas. Tex was playing fantastic on the Gecko, but all that goes out the window when you're really trying to innovate on this next map.
Yeah, on Split, I have expectations for Loud that I think they will meet no matter what. The question mark is just LEV. Are they going to be playing the same comp?
Yeah.
If they are playing the same comp, are they going to do a better job with it this time than they did against 100 Thieves when they only got 3 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. That 100 Thieves game, I mean, they got blown out almost basically like that first half that we saw from them against Loud here on Bind. It's going to be difficult. I think Loud did a fantastic job at really keeping the information away from their opponents in that first Split map. So Leviathan has to be proactive at recapturing some of that information that Loud loves to deny. And also, when Loud is on defense, being ready to receive some of those re-clears that Loud is so proactive about.
One thing we saw between Loud and their Sentinels, their previous opponent, is that Sentinels got a bunch of these random full stick defusers, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Heaven is a really important part of this map to watch over on that A site here, because teams that have control of that can intervene before those 4-6 come down and get involved. A lot of teams opting to stay back, and if we have solo Sky here again, right, you know, from Leviathan, it can be hard. We talked about the flash economy. Kawanzino on the breach here, so you've got much more to play with the retake, Wyatt.
Yeah, here, I mean, I'm looking at this Lev comp. They've mixed it up. Obviously, Calm is on Sky. They're going with double duelist look. Aspas on Jet. Tex on Raze. Tex hasn't been playing a whole lot of duels with this team, but if we go back to last year when he was playing with then the guard, now G2, his duelist was phenomenal. One of the reasons that team ascended into the league.
Even like Kansas City Pioneers, Tex, like going way back.
Yeah,
like we saw some insane stuff from him then.
Nasty from him there, but I do like that this is like more of a comfort comp. Right? I talked about how there's not time to innovate and not time to implement a Sova on this map. This is the de facto comp of 2023 last year on Split, and Calm was one of the team. It was on a team that was fantastic at it. I think this is an easy thing to implement that is going to bring really, really good value against the comp that Loud has picked here.
Yeah, worth pointing out, last time we saw Leviathan onto this map, they were trying to make use of Cypher, obviously Cypher with that Sova set up there. Curious looks here from both sides. Leviathan, though, got to feel good about their setup coming in. They mixed that up. Loud, we know, look dominant already on Split, so we're ready for map number 2. Let's send it back over to Brandon Sideshow for the call.
And yeah, Lev have come in here, wiping the slate, haven't they, for Split? Remove that old comp. We were really just prepping as well to come into this one, guns blazing, talking about what improvements they might make for it, but they've decided to go back to the old drawing board, the comp that Loud popularized, and Aspas on his home ground turf playing the Jet. I mean, how many clips? Countless amounts of them, but this guy, the movement god himself, he gets to just run loose, I think, across the entirety of Split. A real chance here for Lev to potentially put it away 2-0.
But at the same time, Loud are going to know the exact angles Aspas likes to fight on, the way that he likes to be set up. It should be somewhat readable if Aspas is being set up in the same kind of way. But he's on the attack side here, where he's less likely to be dominant with the operator, using those movement abilities like crazy.
We'll see them now. Again, it's that slow start to the round. Just teasing.
This is a big push down mid.
Oh, hello, yep. Certainly is. QCK holding that crossfire. Guess what? Sadak's going to be remaining there, at least for a moment, but now the call is made. Themselves into the A site. Clear it out with the boombox.
It's not going to clear less.
And he's inside the smoke, just dominating the angle. Here he is, one bullet left in the chamber, but no more congestion.
A ceasefire called between Aspas and Les.
Back away and cool their ground here, but this is really fast onto the retake. Dog Trailblazer stun, all connecting. They wrapped all the way around and they were none the wiser. Mazzino, so much you can do here, son. Even with the pull here, half onto the fuse, cuts it away, but they know exactly where he is and the bullets will do the job.
A lovely pistol round from Loud there. The reaction to walk down mid after Leviathan take ramp control, pretty perfect. You look at the Loud composition, right? We know how Levs is going to play.
You do yours.
But Loud's comp on defense still actually needs to walk push out of areas or to force fights because they don't have that Sova. They don't have the Cypher to be able to give them constant information around the map with trips.
Passive map control.
Yeah. The passive information is just so powerful with the Cypher, and neither team have that. So both teams are going to want to fight areas more aggressively, and specifically for Loud, trying to push QCK into aggressive angles with Initiator utility.
Pretty cool start to get them up onto the angle here for Lev. You're on QCK because he's at a slide-off angle, got the nade in his hands. Lots of targets. We'd love to grab him as well, building up some of these ults. As soon as the first wave of utils used, that was a paranoia too, so okay, stun, paranoia, nade.
Great
all comboed up.
Loud are going to be using those around the map to put pressure onto Leviathan whenever they try to take map control. And with this composition, often the areas that you're fighting over somewhat obvious because Com's going to often be using the dog to indicate which areas of the map they're going towards.
The danger in this round circumnavigated, isn't it?
Certainly should be, unless Aspas can top some heads. It's going to be caught. Oh, wow. Even doing the business of Mazzino. Now, Mazzino was shooting bodies map 1. But, I mean, Loud are letting them know here.
They're getting personal, maybe?
Possibly. There's not really too much of a rivalry as far as I'm aware between these two teams. Like I said, Loud have only played against Leviathan twice. Both of those were 2-0s in favor of Loud. Bind was the first time where King's actually been able to IGL a team to success against Sadak. So that's a big win on the board for Lev early.
Slow and spread out here for Lev on their attack side default.
You see that Mazzino's got that start down in B main. That's great if there's some kind of aggression, but it's also really good as a pullback smoke just to deny the one-way its power.
Sadak is so deep into B main as well. Team editor's back here. Pop flash. Denied with the info. Mazzino taking another peek of it. His job is done. Really to contain that one. Kawazina has to be cleared up. Has to be cleared up. What?
There's no way.
Is that, man?
Just slips out on 6 health. The heals coming through from both teams. But the kill's a bit more important. We're seeing now King looking to fight an aggressive kind of lurk position over towards A ramp. And Lesson 2's are clearing out King's area at the same time as Lev takes some mid control. Difficult to know which is actually going to find value first.
Calls being made. There were 40 seconds here.
Lesson 2's could get pinched here really easily, and King is out of danger now.
They have to hit it, surely. Dropping down with the ropes on top. Flash through. Good connection. Great one at that. Kawazine caught up, but guess what? There's players still at ramp. Maintaining control of this one. Everybody straight to the site. It's going to put Loud in a good position to refight for that heaven control.
But they've still got Mazzino super late behind.
Insurance policy.
Com is
not aware.
Wiser. They have no idea that there were players over towards ramps. They'll be thinking to themselves, why didn't those guys shoot earlier? They just hid on ramp.
Right from the back here, Mazzino finally lurking and reveals his hand. Now, I don't believe he's got any stars for the spike here, so still shut him down. Flatline, close to the corner, that's Aspas. He's hoping that somebody just wades right into his sight line. Up onto the side, yeah, the time, patience! Really holding it with the trigger discipline. That crossfire setup is just elite. 2 years, you can't work with that now. It's ticking far too fast. Got to give this one up. Maybe he can take it a gun away. Yes, he can. But still,
I mean, I would consider that a great bonus round for Loud. Yes, Leviathan put one on the board, but look at the economy that they're working with now. It's going to be light armor with a rifle onto everybody.
Yeah.
And some people might not even be able to afford full utility here. Yeah, look at Com. When we come back in, he's only able to afford one flash. So even though Loud are not able to pick up the round, they've accomplished some level of their goal. Com has actually gone with a Bulldog here just so that he can afford all of that utility. And Aspas is only working with the Guardian. Early round stun, B main control. So trying to punish 2's. I mean, there's nothing behind that at all, is there? Just calls their bluff.
No real threat. I mean, still locking down that B main angle. Hasn't been pushed back.
I think Loud have got one of the best callers in the game on defense. I mean, Sadak is so phenomenal at making these adjustments on the defense side of maps. And you see his game plan at the start here. They're flushing King out with the dog, but King finds less.
Fight to be taken here. Okay, backing away. Satchel's to disengage, and they're trying to hunt King. I mean, he's calling for them to rotate back through mid here. Apply some of that extra pressure as well. He's pulled these players all the way to him, like you said, hunting him down. I mean, they've got players in sewers. Crossfire setup, QCK and Gawazina here, right behind them. They might be able to just catch us. Yes, they can. Wasn't played too patiently here, but QCK takes what he's given.
And King's like a trapped animal on A.
Yeah.
I think, guys, please, I don't have the spike. Leave me alone.
He's corralled into the corner, finally. Spike planted. They're going to try and set themselves up here. They need to deal with King. I mean, he is becoming a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, and he's going to take tons of time off the clock. And that's one of the problems that Loud had in the previous round.
Oh my God. Footstep. Sadak. He's like, please, just swing into me, man. I need to play with the rest of my team. And finally, okay, deals with him. But that has more time off the clock. And now the fight to be taken. Stun. It did connect. Lev have already claimed 2 of them. Despite those weaker guns. Drop down for main Aspas. Nasty shot. he might just say, I mean, King potentially single-handedly won this round for them. I mean, Sadak, you can't go for it now. Back away, rifle has to be saved. Holding on for a little bit too long there. But genuinely, I mean, King, he was just causing a distraction of a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's the second round in a row now that he's been able to find that aggressive lurk into A. He knows that Loud are fighting over Heaven and ramp control, and they're not putting anybody as a hard anchor on the site. He also knows that there's no Cypher. I mean, that one's a given. but what that means is there's no trip that he has to break, no way that Loud know the timing that he's taken to be able to get into A. So Loud are now going to have to swap up their defense setup.
It's a blessing to be alive. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be alive.
So look, Loud now making the adjustment. Bonkers shot at the start of the round. But Kawanzin is hard anchoring A. And King's like, all right, I did it twice. I'm not going to do it again.
He's holding so far back.
He's miles away, and he's actually going to potentially bait the push. Coming out of Sadak and QCK. And King is tearing them to pieces.
Yeah, it's a half buy, but impressive nevertheless.
Because again, the read is just so immaculate from King. Lev actually struggled a ton with dealing with 100 Thieves. And yeah, it was a completely different composition. But it was because 100 Thieves were fighting them so hard at the start of the rounds. I don't think this is doable, though.
God. I mean, it shouldn't be doable. Con was falling asleep at the wheel ever so slightly. Should just be economical damage. That's what less times than 4.
And King's aim is looking so much sharper than it was in the game against 100 Thieves, too.
Yeah.
I mean, King was like changing his crosshair halfway through the game just to try and get his aim back on form. And now, he's just tapping people with the Phantom.
Whatever works.
Absolutely. Now, I think it still is relevant a little bit, though, to compare and contrast the way that Lev is playing. Because Loud want to do the same thing that 100 Thieves did, where they fight them on defense. They've got a comp that wants to catch Leviathan into the breach utility, flash them, attack them. But instead, King's finding these perfect moments to bait it out or bypass it. And I think Loud, again, have got to try and hold somebody in a hard anchor position A, just in case King goes for that aggro lurk. That's a big problem.
It's Loud comp missing the fact that in the past they were running it, the double duelist, they could build Aspas with the operator on those deep angles. Don't really have the answer to that this time. 2 years. Gotta respect them. Just a jump spot for info, so he knows. Main, there's Flash. Round to the side of the pillar. I think shake with the util.
Kawanzin and QCK were hard anchoring A at the start of the round, and that makes mid and B a little weaker, right? Because those players are going to be so much further away. So Leviathan are pressuring in that kind of direction. Now they call a bit of a freeze in the mid round, trying to figure out, have they pulled rotates? Is there a possibility that some area of the map's opened up? And the spike starts traveling over to A. Is this going to be some kind of big elaborate fake with the Cosmic Divide? King has been known to call.
Yeah, it looks
pretty
like
excellent stuff.
I mean, the players are set up in position. 2 into main, but a spike nowhere near.
You are divided.
Orb up. Here's the Cosmic Divide. Trailblazer. Staring to the back. It really does feel like it's going to be that B hit, but in front of the wall, that's Sadak! He's gone! Didn't stand a chance, and the rest are left. They strike them right where it hurts. The peak for re-information, and now
30 seconds
A site entirely opened up. 2 years. Get his one.
But as the last player alive, he just doesn't know where Com is. He has no information about where the Leviathan players are on A. This is a no-go.
Yeah. What a read from you, Josh, as well. I mean, okay, guns removed. Plenty of money to buy for Lev as well. They're perfectly willing to hunt this out.
Now, the big problem for Loud in this round, though, wasn't just the fake. It's that Kawanzin and QCK are there looking for information A-ramp. And you might think to yourself, well, they have tons of utility to use. They should actually be able to take a fight on A-ramp. But they don't know the timing. These guys are contacting forwards. Kawanzin can't just randomly start flashing around the map. Or I guess he can, but you'd have to have a sick read for it not just to be wasted utility. So The utility advantage that Loud has with Kawanzin and Sadak playing double initiator is neutralized when LEV are running fake plays or contact plays like that. Because Loud just can't find the timing.
God, lucky to be alive. And yeah, you're seeing that evidence now. Definitely building up that these Sky compositions looking a bit aged with changes. It's that mid-round information when you're defensive sides. You lack it so much unless you post somebody up onto a deep angle.
And Loud are trying to get that mid-round information by double pushing, by having, you know, people jiggle peek. I mean, now they're using the dog to re-clear B main. They know that it's probably headed towards A.
There's no stack of players waiting, and the guns aren't good for Loud.
Sadak is booking his way over here.
Out of charges.
With the Bucky.
From spot less, lets the molly rip close. Kawanzin. Bucky gaming occurring right now. TP2 it is! You committed that! Oh no! You having a laugh? He's sick on the line? What is going on? That is ridiculous. Still, King. One hell of a timing to take with QCK nade in his hands. Less than 30 seconds left now, but the players, surely they can't make something of this. Still got the full containment onto this side. In fact, a rifle in the hands of Sadak. Do you want to call for the cancel, the pivot? They don't know. They're really just moving around. Heads on a swivel on either side, either direction. They haven't cleared this player. How the hell they made the call? Wait, surely this is too late. Melon's moment. Maybe potentially occurring. No, surely they've got enough. They clear up the stragglers. Barely with 2 seconds left.
Knowing that timing so precisely.
Oh my, what is that pit?
I mean, pitting in the 3v2 when you have people ready to collect the rotators as well. It is a heavy investment from LEV. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, a lot to break down here.
What is that?
Look forward to the desk a bit later. What is this? But it is a one round for LEV. I mean, they had just enough time for the pivot.
And I'll tell you what, King's ult is better than 2 eases in that round. That's still probably one of the most ambitious Omen TP plays I've seen. Trying to follow up on the stun, I think, from Kawanzin, just thinking, I mean,
that's a crazy one. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You see an Omen TP right next to you, you don't shoot him because you're like, oh, he'll cancel. He sees 4 of us.
Yeah.
He'll cancel, right? He didn't.
I gotta say, though.
Aspas one down. Okay.
Okay. The silly round.
this was the silly round.
Yeah, the vulnerable there is really strong. But this was certainly the silly round. I mean, what? I mean, the stun doesn't even catch onto everybody. That is a silly round.
Oh, God.
Loud are going to take a timeout here. Now, to talk about what went well in that round, though, Leviathan navigated a really difficult situation beautifully. And the mid-round call to pivot to B, decisive with only 2 seconds to spare. I mean, that's pretty great. But they'd already navigated that difficult spot too, right? They wanted to go into A, they got snarled up, Kawanzin got the kill with the Bucky, and then they call it off, go and take Heaven, and then make the pivot. The mid-rounding from this team has been very impressive. And I got a chance to listen to the communication, and I can tell you, Com is really vocal on this team. He said it in the interview himself as well, that while he wasn't the biggest mid-rounder for EG, he was doing some of it, and now he's brought his strong experience and communication presence to Leviathan to help King, while King's yelling in a new language. And yeah, it's looking really good. This is reminiscent of the beginning of Bind. Loud win the pistol, and Lev just starts stomping.
King having a worldie of a performance. Like you said, those mid-round adjustments, his individual play as well has just been on top of it. Haven't needed to see Aspas really just take over the game. Flash to set it up. Double satchel play, so Tex can gain that space up into Ram. Spam the bullets, avoided and just evaded.
The updraft dash.
Interesting angle. The updraft doesn't connect there, not with the Blade Storm. Into the site now. Through the back of it. Offloading the Viper's pit. Seekers also used. Tex doesn't have a satchel, he thought he did.
This pit is amazing to try to flood defend. Mazzino's just stuck the plant. He's planted it for Heaven, so there's going to be a fight here over towards Ramp. And they're going to rotate on each other, right? It's actually huge that QCK maintains some Heaven control.
Showstopper though, sends it flying, and Corby was spotted earlier from the Seeker. Trade, King, straight in her face, rolling thunder, collide, collision course, 2 years, right from the back though. And now they can try and gain that ground. Granted to them, no, not quite. They give up entirely. And Texas still maintaining it. Time ticking away, Pit going down. Sadak now with the defuse, he realized he has to get onto this one, but the pull, Mazzino from afar. He just pushes them off the defuse entirely, and Sadak trying to stick. Mazzino! It's all him, baby! Absolutely sublime!
Loud had so much time pressure, and they fumble it at the end. Incredible moment from Mazzino there. If any single player had been able to shut him down, probably the defuse ends up coming through. And I think that Loud identified what was going on here quite nicely. They knew that Lev were going to be fighting over ramp, and instead of going with the pit through screens, they decided to deny Heaven control entirely. But Mazzino doesn't go through Heaven. He just chads his way through main, rips off 3 heads, and puts Lev up to 6.
Here.
Not a single rifle round has gone the way of Loud here.
Nasty business. This Lev team are looking large and in charge. They want to take a victory. They've never had before against this Loud organization, but they are setting the stage.
Loud are still going to be able to buy in this one thanks to their massive loss bonus. Silver linings. But it's a rain cloud hovering above the head of Sadak. They would have loved to get out the group cleanly. A reminder that this game, while it's not an elimination, is actually huge because of how tough this group is. Sentinels are waiting, just ready to play against either of these 2 teams.
Oh yeah, you know they're watching. You're walking a tightrope, and there's piranhas waiting right below you. You don't want to slip down to the lowers. The Sen team looks deadly, even though Loud have already dealt with them before.
QCK's monitoring Heaven. Double players anchoring from Loud. That adjustment to try to deal with King may end up helping them in this round too. Look how difficult it is for Loud to find any timing to use their util.
Yeah, finally though, there's a connection with the stun as well, and it messes up the movement of Tex. A lot of util being used, a boatload of it. Towards the back of the map. Unless, yep, it's going to get spammed down there. Aftershock. Trying to push them back out of these positions. They haven't dealt the players anchoring to the site. The spike is down. There's only 13 seconds left here. This is a 1 round for Loud. It should be all in theory. There's really not enough time to work with. Off angle, QCK, crouched down and dodging and juking and just ducking out of danger.
And one of the issues with Lev contacting all the way up through Heaven is that they actually didn't realize that there was 2 players hard anchoring there. You know, that setup was almost luckily perfect to deal with what Lev went for. Kawanzin and Les in great positions to punish King if he went for the lurk, but also to punish a Heaven to sight kind of hit. They just maintain that control over elbow and screens. Loud were able to mount a comeback after getting only a few rounds in the first half of Bind. They made it a game.
There's 3 rounds.
So, how many do they need here? Loud's comp is going to be powerful on the attack side.
But
at the same time, Lev have been completely in control so far. Once again, going for that contact play. I think you really need to be spamming the wall when it goes up like that. But Les is worried in case they burst onto it. At any point, this double duelist composition can go from contacting to exploding.
Look at all the space.
Meanwhile, Com is going to try to sell that it's on the other side of the map, I think.
Oh, that's what you need.
Yeah, there's the spam.
So as it drops down.
Les has just found another 2 players. Lev decide to engage.
They're all the way in, but crouched into the corner. Karazin collects. Still here, still active, still in the fight, and Snappy! The aim looking good here, Loud.
Look at what an adjustment having Kawanzin hard anchor has done.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Loud have to be so confident to play against Lev when they have no information. But they're good for it when they're anchoring the sites.
Yeah, call to save. 2 remaining Lev players, and you're right. When they're anchoring in those positions, they're good for it.
It actually makes such an enormous difference to the way that they're playing. Loud previously were
10
playing for
seconds left.
information. They were trying to make up for the downsides of their comp by hunting ramp and trying to see when Leviathan would fight. And now they've adjusted to basically saving all of their utility. They're like, right, okay, if you're going to contact around the map and not using a util, I guess we'll save ours, and we'll just meet you at the site. Now, King could push this another level further and start contacting into, like, spawn and that kind of stuff, and really just take as much room as Loud are possibly giving them.
Wonderful timing from Les there with the orb being propped up. Just gives the extra cover for Kawazin.
4 players from Loud over towards B, an absolutely hard read that Lev were heading in that direction. It's not the case at all. And if Lev just decide to burst sight here, Loud have been put in a rough situation because of the gamble at the very start of the round. Yeah, they're going to have to play full retake.
Way off the site. Interesting to see how they might just play this one, refighting. Les has already got the space up into Heaven. This is pretty crucial. Planning for Heaven. Control here for Loud. Now they're going to seek to potentially refight now over towards Ramp. Or it's a call made by Lev. It looked like they wanted to maybe go for this. But no. Straight through elbow. That's where the players are meeting. Stun. It's nice. Shotgun right in their faces. Sadak gains the upgrade.
Les has to control Heaven.
Planted out into the open. Sadak's defusing. Already on half. And yet that Heaven control needs to be maintained, but it's been lost instantaneously.
The defuse is just gone.
It's just stuck.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When Lev plant like this, they're trying to refight Heaven so that they can spam, right? And if you completely deny them Heaven like this, it's the same thing we saw from Sen. It's such a great retake protocol. You have some people coming through screens, and you have some people stopping the players that are trying to wrap up towards Heaven.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. Really fast from Loud. And that's them going for the retake without any ults online as well. That's difficult. They make it look so simple, but pulling that off with the level of coordination and aggression that you need to not get caught by Lev is so tough.
I thought they were giving up entirely of just trying to push them back away from Heaven, but no, it's 3 players with the retake through elbow. Like you said, I mean, still holding on to control of that Heavy control the entire time is Les as a crucial component.
Yeah, QCK fought it early so that they're slower to go up ramp, and then Les is hiding behind the box so that if they actually try to get the spam angle, he's got eyes on them. I mean, this is a really nice adjustment from Loud. Serious mental warfare happening right now between the 2 IGLs, and Sadak's being tested in a way that, again, King has never tested in really in the past. But Sadak is one of the greatest IGLs in the game, especially on defense side for a reason, and he has figured out a bit of a solution to push them up to 5. There's a chance that they might tie this up. And that seemed utterly unfathomable at like round 7 or round 8.
QCK, investments being made. Look at that operator in his hands. This is one way to try and put a stop to this contact playstyle. Doesn't have an exit strategy, really. Not when he's playing a raise, but it should still be good.
He knows that flash is coming, plays anti. He's just looking to try to punish the first person around this corner. Poetically, it would often be Aspas.
Calls made to cancel.
Look how much space Sadak has taken, and he has a plumbing judge in B main. He's a menace.
This is where it gets really quite tricky.
And Loud were doing this kind of thing pretty regularly in their previous match.
They've got no util to really clear this one here through B main either.
The timing is going to be crucial right now between Mazzino and Sadak, who has more discipline, but 2Es is left alone.
Lovely angle. Rogers, though, back towards the pillar. Pull at his feet. Sadak has got to hold his ground here. Stand tall and deliver, and there it is. Pellets to the chest. Mazzino really just toppling down into hell. A bit of a team flash, but maybe can set them back up, pushing them back and away. That is the widest face I've seen, but lovely movement by King.
Now we get to see whether those retakes are looking so clean over towards B. 3 players available for it. QCK's got a rifle now, and full utility on the breach.
Control there as a reflank attempt by QCK while all this is happening, and Tex is going to be
Kawanzin's looking for
target. Kawazin, yeah, all the time. No way. 180 adjustment there. Fault line just lay it down, but there it is. Flank timing occurred from the back here. Doubled up with the rest of his team.
This is rough time.
Can they even do this one? Time running shortless.
Fabulous aim from the monster Sentinel player for Loud. Oh my. The flanks on flanks. Both teams learning from Com's school of always be flanking. But it's QCK that actually got more value. Com had his opportunity against Kawenzin, but couldn't quite execute. What a comeback to tie this up 6-6 at the half. I did not think this was going to be possible. Doubt Sadak at your peril.
Well, let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bren. Quite a scrappy game so far, right? Leviathan being forced to play contact because their flashlight already with just the sky, and often Com is on a different part of the map.
I mean, often everybody's on a different side of the map. This game has been a Shakespearean tragedy, right? Like, it is star-crossed lovers between Aspas and Loud, and it's just a comedy of errors in this first half. It's been an absolute mess.
It got a little bit better.
No, don't hold back. No, don't hold back.
It got a little bit better towards the end, but the way things started, it was rough. I mean, we went into this thing, or at least I said, like, I have expectations for Loud that I know that they're going to meet. You know, thinking that, you know, there would be extremely competent gameplay throughout. But my God, rounds like this early on were so scrappy. Timing's off everywhere. Players in the wrong positions, not able to help each other. Flanks coming in too late. Just rough beginning, but a little bit of sanity for both teams.
I kept looking at the minimap and wondering, what am I looking at? There's like 6 people on different sides of the map. The spike is planted over on A side, and there's like 3 people on B. Sonic is holding King for like 15 minutes.
Mazino's just emerged from Narnia riding Aslan to the side of it on some kind of flank, you know what I mean? Like March of the Valkyrie style. But that aside, King continues his trend from map 1. Looks fantastic on buy-in. He looks extremely sharp on this kind of map, but Leviathan are not getting heaven control. So these post parts are always looking so awkward.
Yeah, I think that's a huge credit to Loud, though, in some of these instances, right? They start to clean it up a little bit, and they make it really difficult for Leviathan to get some of those win conditions, and that's why we have a tie game at the half.
Again, a lot of forcing themselves up ramp wide. How do you feel like the second half goes now? Leviathan switch sides.
I'm going to favor Loud going into this. Still, the comp on attack, they should have explosive hits.
Let's head back to our casters. Brennan Sideshow, take us into the second half of Splits.
Well, what's going to be decided here? Obviously opening with the pistol round, but I mean, Loud have managed to claw their way back to that 6-6 half. And it was a little bit earlier prior, I was saying it was all LEV.
You look at Leviathan's setup on the pistol. They have so many players in mid there. King's going to throw the orb at the start of the round and reposition over towards Heaven. But they are expecting Loud to take mid control. What is this stun line? It looks disgusting from Kawenzin.
How many connections will he get onto the corner? They peek out.
What a read.
Lev more than ready for that one. Disengaged, 2 years. He's fast onto the approach, onto the line. A side angle here. Kawenzin, though, removed. Wasn't so lucky. The spike's making its way over towards A. Listen, you thought the chaos was over. No, we're just getting started, apparently. It's on the other side of the map. Now, the players have been pulled. Lev calling for the re-clear down into mid all together here. One player into spawn. I believe Mazzino. What is this, DC? No, he's just holding. Baiting me.
Yeah. I mean, he knows. He knows.
And this is so far forwards. Kill. He sees it. And he claims it.
Spike planted, 2Es. Really is miles away.
Yeah. Narnia reference, we got it out of the way in a half-time, so can't make it again.
Yeah, exactly. But he's got the entire wardrobe on B. He is miles away.
They'd rebound in 2 years. Gotta get a move on. They're watching for it. They just know. Whoa, King.
Mini-map moment.
Falling asleep. QCK. No one's watching. No one's watching. Pick and choose your timings wisely. QCK might have just done it. Bought time. Ticking. Kills collected. They could not surely get away with this. Sheriff picked up. It's not halved. Have to stick it. And Com denied the defuse.
Well, at least that was a nice clean round.
How the hell have they got away with that?
I have no idea. No idea. I mean, it all starts with King looking at the mini-map and getting surprised by 2Es on a flank he knew was coming.
Bala was pissed as well headed into the halftime.
He was.
He's going to be watching this with his head in his hands, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Because while it's a cool call from Loud to turn that failed B hit into a fake, less being caught should absolutely signal the end. Leviathan are going to fight over B main at the start of the round just to get Tex another ult orb. Miles away from the ult, though. Showstopper not going to be a threat for quite some time. In these scrappy moments, I feel like either of these teams can rely on such a wealth of experience.
Regroup called by Loud. Everybody over towards A, but guess what? That's exactly where the stack is. That's a team flash onto two of them. And take that space, but eventually forwards is the move. Making waves now out towards Heaven. Players not through A main just yet. Still grouped up from Lev. Now, it's not too much damage, or at least potential damage here into the round from Lev's side. I mean, they don't have too much util to work with, don't even have the guns, but plant online now for Kawazine. Heavy control still held on to.
It's a very nice setup here for Loud.
Yeah.
Holding on to Heaven. One person watching Heaven, one person watching Vents, coverage of screens, all ready to play off each other. You can see it's going to be the same kind of thing where Loud are going to absolutely deny Heaven control for the retakers.
I'd even seek as well to collect a few of these kills if you do want to hunt them down.
One enemy remaining.
Eco players attempting exits. And they don't get away with it. So, economy flourishing for Loud. Should have a very, very healthy bonus round heading into the next.
And should they, I mean, should they even be on the bonus round? the pistol going one way or the other has started some serious momentum. You know, pistol rounds are so important, but especially when you have an ult cycle like this where Kawazine and QCK are going to start to get up to big ones. It just matters so much. But Lev have to focus on the here and the now.
Star laid down ahead of time here for Lev. Push back maybe to B main control. Tex is the TP. That's the purpose of the nade with the pull on top of it.
Good bait. 2E is just forcing out that little trap play from Leviathan. It's a nice idea. But Sadak's called the rotation. Over towards A. This is where Aspas lies in wait. No economy for an operator. But he's just as deadly with a rifle.
Getting sneaky with it. Cutting the noise. And like you said, Aspas deadly with the rifle. Here we go. Reclearance of the Trailblazer. Explosive and denied! QCK shut down. A bit of clay pigeon shooting occurring. Now call's being made if they want to try and refight this one up until Heaven, but do they have the util for it? 50 seconds time on their side. Could take a bit of a pause and a breather, but entirely in the way of Lev. In full control of Heaven. Rifles just singing, bullets just being slung across.
But they can't afford to give away a round like this. This was a 5v2. A massive advantage, and Aspas makes sure that Les is shut down.
There will be no chances for Loud to get back in. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. King gets the info.
And it is major that Lev win a round like this. They're hoping at some point that their economy is going to be good enough to get Aspas onto an operator. That was one of the most iconic ways that Loud would previously play this map. Triple face towards the end. No chance that Leviathan are letting another round like the pistol slip away from them.
A healthy one of that. Keeping the majority of their guns, yeah. Beautiful. Nasty shot at the beginning. Sets the tone, I think, for the round.
Absolutely. I do like this fight wall that Les is using.
They want both pistols and they're only up 6-8.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great point. It really is. They've got both pistols, only up 8-7. Loud have been struggling a little bit to be able to get rifle rounds on the board. They've had a streak of them towards the end of the first half.
Clearance here. Aspas following up the Trailblazer. 2 years.
What a punish.
Hell of a challenge. Flash, though. Safety as he tucks to the back.
Look how bold he is. Just re-wide swinging onto this angle. Not scared now that Aspas is dead. Ready to fight Com.
That's kill. The call's been made.
That, I think, is a pretty hard read as well from Loud. They know that Aspas loves to get reset back up on aggressive angles over towards A with the dog. Anytime Com is going to use the Trailblazer over towards A, people are going to be looking for Aspas and trying to put him in his place.
It's up to 2 here. Common King to really put a stop and a stand to all of this, and they deliver. Oh, they deliver with interest. Trying to get the reload off. TP dodging, trying to bait this one. And, oh, you can't really dodge that one with the flash into the corner. King is really just collected, corralled, pushed back less as he opened this one up for them. Kawazin, 2 health, has to plan towards the corner. Core's made a refight. There wasn't a player ready, but Les is there eventually with the trade. 1 left standing, it's Mazzino. He's walking up, and look at the awareness from Les. Certainly knows best. Mazzino forwards now. There's the one! Can't get it! A 4K for Les. Stopping Leviathan in their tracks.
Excellent trading from Les. Really incredible stuff, just in the right place at the right time for his team. And Kawanzin's utility was also phenomenal. I mean, it helps to isolate King in the corner, but look how blind Com is. He's completely lost on sight. A good try by Mazzino, who's been hyper clutch in this game so far. But whenever Les has a match, he's gonna pull out rounds like that every now and then. Aspas on another deep off angle over towards mid. Again, you know that he's been set up by the rest of his team there. So Loud might try to take a timing and some more aggressive map control elsewhere.
Balls a steal from Kawazin. The double face is called. Lev! They rip it away from them.
You could see there that they weren't expecting the 3rd player.
Oh, what a shot! Okay.
That is filthy. Not the highest impact kill, but very flashy.
Stylish.
Tui's has his ultimate, so this round isn't over. They're in a 2v4 and the spike's down, but it doesn't really matter if Tui's can find a kill. I mean, Sadak does not need to be fighting for this spike either.
Grabs it.
Yeah, but now
there's no one nearby.
Sadak is on the complete opposite side of the map and keeps going deeper.
Tuyas doesn't even know if it's safe to plant.
I don't understand what's cooking here, but something's on the pot.
Potentially a kill. I mean,
now they know where Sadak is, though. They can just take the 3v1 against Tui's on site.
They're going to go fast.
The 4v1, sorry.
Tex has got his ult. Showstopper, if they choose to really use it and expend it, they can just seal this one up nice and pretty. 2 years. Back against the wall quite literally now. It's going to be face down. Multitude of targets available, ready and waiting, but there it is. Spammable location towards the back of the map, and Sadak is late to the party. Diffuse. Tex. Now just sticking it, trusting his teammates entirely. It's going back and forth, back and forth.
Big punish in B main from Leviathan that really decides the round. There was an interesting attempt there at the 2v4 towards the end, but the main threat was how they tried to deal with this fight. I really feel like when Les re-swings there, he's expecting to just take a duel against QCK. There's no way he swings that wide trying to delete 2 players at once.
Nice, nice. Good king.
I thought he would scrim the nail, I'm gonna lie to you.
Very tight, though, from Lev in terms of how they took that fight. We've been praising the Loud fundamentals a lot from the games that we've seen of them in 2024. But I think Lev, this match has showcased that they are not just a team of star players. They've actually got the fundamentals together, too. Yeah. It's not just a collection of star players, perhaps I should say. It is actually a team. I think if you said to somebody at the beginning of this match, all right, Leviathan are going to be 1-up over Loud and have a really competitive game on Split, people would say to you, right, well, Aspas must be dominating then. In order to bring it to Loud like that, Aspas must be dominating. And he just isn't.
Yeah, not the case.
It's much more of a team effort here.
I do wonder as well, I mean, the complete comparison of that first opening series that they had, maybe a bit of nerves on the stage potentially. I mean, it looked frantic when we were watching Lev play against 100 Thieves.
I mean, are you not seeing the frantic nature sometimes in these rounds?
For sure. I mean, it's peering through, but Lev are a lot more disciplined, I think, in the right moments.
Yeah.
The triple face together, making sure that there's nothing going amiss. They're bringing it to a team like Loud that, and we're praising that about this team. You know, they've had a long time to cook and scrim together.
Lev should be favored to tie this game up at 9-9 and building up to enormous ultimates on both sides. This next rifle round should be one to savor, unless Loud are able to make something happen with the Sheriff. And my God, when Les is on the board with aim like that, anything is possible.
No way.
He's just dunked on Com.
Caution to the wind. Just all the way up ramp. Through mid. Flash didn't see anything. There was no connection there, but King senses it and hears it and sees the jump spot.
The LEV players are all quite spread out from one another, trying to play the full map. And that also means that Loud might be able to create situations where they overwhelm them one by one. It can be pretty dangerous to play spread like this. Especially when you've only got 4 people and no info to try to cover the map.
Fault line held, showstopper. Attempt to try and claim this kill, and the call is made to Ryan refight over towards B main. King!
What a timing!
That is disgusting! Close to the pillar though, eventually spotted out, but King has got this spike down, pit down, on top of it. Needs to try and defend this. Seeking a target, there it is! On for the ace. Now listen, shouldn't have been that danger there, but 7 bullets left in the chamber. Fired with the shots. He knows that Les is coming hunting. But walk into his territory if you dare.
Here.
Time running so down below. The round isn't even a possibility. What a play from King.
One down.
The only question is who's
Wait! Time!
Oh. There should have been no danger in that.
Got dodgy.
There should have been absolutely no danger whatsoever.
You are kidding me. we were calling around and we were like, oh, well, where's the ace? Where's the ace? Mate,
I mean,
he almost got all of them.
Yeah.
If Aspas didn't have the presence of mind to just get the hell out of there, he might just tossed around.
That play, though, by King is excellent because things did look dangerous for Leviathan. But as soon as the breach shot was used, he took the timing to swing through the smoke, caught Cowanzine with his util out in his hands, and picked up 2.
Really important. We're already into the round here. Familiar scenes. The Ram takes the Trailblazer, feigning like there could be players right behind us.
I'm actually surprised that Lev didn't try to blast pack and showstopper Sadak there. Any time that Tex has Razal online and Sadak's inside his dog, that is a serious possibility.
Prime target. Seeker's being used now.
This is
at the minute
really
mark.
early.
Yeah, really early. Just looking to try and re-clear as well, spot where these players might be. Now, most of the Seekers went into mid, so they know there's only really 1 player left, being pressured heavily. Got to back away. But a call of the cancel by Loud. Look at all the players regrouping now. Reassess the situation, and now it's Sadak's time to play around with the util and the ult that he might have. Seekers popping down a timing here. King side by side, shoulder to shoulder! No way! Sadak won it! There's no way! Get out of here! 40 seconds left. Cut close here, Tex to the corner, traded instantly, less hot on his heels, that is sharpness on display. The site is theirs. Not gonna be able to plant this one for Heaven, TPing close, 3 players. Really just playing his post-plant positioning is not ideal, but they've got the pit to play around.
And Sadak's gonna be late to try to clean up this round. We saw danger inside the pit previously.
The judge, Mazzino's got a judge, walking straight into them. And he's found the crucial target. Less brought down, and so does the pit. All the cover removed. The 2 players left standing. Backs against the wall, removed and dropped. 2 years there. And it's that flank timing of Sadak coming in clutch. Holds it down towards main. The jiggle spot, seeing that Aspas has dropped down. Aspas! What? Unbelievable!
Gira Aspas is spinning around, spray transferring into main. What a moment for Aspas to come alive with the clutch.
I'm speechless at that.
He hasn't really had those outrageous rounds against his former team yet. But he might just push this over the line.
Oh my God.
He's set his team up to be favored perhaps here for a 2-0 victory. Lev are on the anti-eco.
Certified Aspas moment. Well, shut down that attempt. The weaker guns allowed. Not getting the job done. Someone to the side. Showstopper. claims the target, claims the mark. Hello, still the danger there. Boom bot from the side. King, midst of all of it, pandemonium, he strikes fast and hard there, taking control back towards heaven. 1 minute 10 on the clock. How was he? He tapped his way deep, yeah, tap.
Looking to see if he could force a reaction out from Leviathan and equalize this player disadvantage. Anytime Les has a rifle, it is possible for Loud.
Risks have to be taken.
Toxins going
Lesto not pressing the advantage, not pushing deep forwards. Inside the smoke now, playing this one. They give space for the rest of his team for Lev. Try and get themselves in through the main area. Knives. Popped off by Aspas. Mazzino, almost there with the timing. Over the top. Okay, Stinger dashing in. The knife's going amiss. It's only got the operator in his hands. Les and Kawazine. Dynamic is the duo, and they brought it 10 to 10.
The eco win rate is through the roof this year. It's outrageous. Loud have just flipped the economy on its head, tossed the table, spilt the coins. Kawazine with a stinger, Les coming out with aim. That is... Les and Sadhak, in back-to-back rounds basically, have been caught red-handed inside these kind of smoke situations, and yet still have come out on top. And Les, in particular, 21 for 10.
Call being made by Loud. I mean, it feels like they're not even going towards mid-B. They don't care. They say sod it, straight towards the A side now. And away we go. Double Satra, QCK, good clearance of the util. Doesn't have to worry about elbow, not with the aftershock, a little bit delayed. Now the plan coming through, but guess what? No control of heaven here for Loud. This postman's going to be played with 3, tucked towards the site again. Really, really deep positions of the main players might be key. Against the eco that Lev have been knocked down to, there shouldn't be that danger. And look at Lev, I mean,
they're not even trying.
Not even trying for it.
I mean, they specifically do not want to give ults for Loud. Because look, we've got a rifle round coming up, and what have Lev got to work with? I mean, basically nothing. The Cosmic Divide is fairly good to be able to retake, potentially. But if Loud start getting up to Seekers, or, you know, worst case scenario, if Kawazine just mopped everybody up and got a breach ult,
yeah.
Lev have to take the safe approach here. And my word, I thought that Aspas 1v2 had set up Leviathan to maybe put Loud to bed, but they will not go quiet. A timeout called.
Well, we know they've got resilience.
Now, I've just seen Aspas purchasing the operator, and I don't remember him having that online at really any other point in the defense.
He did a bit earlier. Yeah,
two rounds
ago. 2 rounds ago he had it because he ended up using the Blade Storm.
But for the most part in this defensive half, the economy's been kept kind of in check for Lev.
Yeah.
And so he's mostly been using the rifle. We'll see whether the operator can make a large difference.
There's mind games at work here between, you know, King and Sadhak. I mean, so far, the rounds that are being getting called by Loud on this attack side, it's been so heavy towards A most of the time, either finishing A or starting A. Maybe they show some presence towards mid, but I wonder as well, when are they going to go for a bit of mid control? When are they going to go for the B pop? It's always that at the back of their minds. How do you want to allocate your players if you are level on the defense?
Where is Aspas going to choose to post up with the operator? He's very often going to take the op over towards A main. And I think Loud are going to be aware of that. They've got stuns down the line. They've got, you know, Trailblazer to try to clear. So many tools. So Aspas instead looking like he's going to take a more unexpected approach towards mid. But to be honest, it doesn't look like Loud are pathing there at all. They've got a stun and a flash ready to take ramp.
Just to gain control of it, though.
Not going for the blast pack. Instead, just fighting this with the Viper. Now, you've got to be a bit worried here because a Trailblazer can clear you out. It looks like that's what Com's going for. Will need to be broken. And is immediately.
Played by Nave Flash as well. Com, does he choose to take a peek of it? He's got 2 players waiting for him. TP
from Tuiz. Tuiz was trying to react into B because they realized the Lev was stacked over towards A. Would have been absurd to stick it, but to be honest, it's too easy. He did that earlier on, so I wasn't sure.
Now they walk back right into Aspas. No one to deal with the dog. Gonna have this dash active, but it's gonna be clearing him out and has to reveal himself. Op online is there. Everybody getting out
There.
the line of sight area here. Going for the B split now. That's all out here. 2 players to mid, 2 players to B main.
They're going to make it feel like it's a split towards A at the start here. And this has an extra reason. Oh yeah, they're turning it actually into an A split. Kawanzin and Tui's pulling all the way back. This is into Aspas.
Aspas has gone exactly. He's
30
here, the
seconds
call
left.
is made. Everybody giving up that space because they know that they've given up towards heaven. 25 seconds left. Do you dare push this through? Satchel, stun, it's all connected, but Com still ready and waiting. In through the back. Lovely dodge of this one, and they have slowed this to a crawl. Now to tap, not quite. Yes, still trying to bait it out. Still, the smoke's there. Kawazin does well to just at least push that back. Dealing with Com.
10 seconds left.
Thorn in their sides. Finally, this post plant can get online. They've got so much more to deal with here.
And Aspas wasn't really able to help because he was opping. It's still going to be difficult for him to find value.
Player disadvantage, Cosmic Divide. Can they really seek to try and take this fight forwards? What is the call to be made? If you go all into this one, you're going to have no economy for the next. It's going to be entirely reset. It's such a difficult task, but they want to go for it now. Moving forwards, fault line, slowing them down. Rifles picked up. Out
so
wide,
late.
time running down. So damn low. King, an opening. Still, the wall in their face. King sticking his halfway all the way, but now shut down. It's Loud up to 12.
The neutralization of Aspas Operator was perfect there for Loud in that round. Even though they ended up going into him, the pathing never gave Aspas any opportunity, and he couldn't try to flood in to help Com. In fact, he threw a cloudburst that, to be honest, might have even stopped Com from getting a kill in that spot. And as you said, this is now going to be devastating for Leviathan's economy. They don't have the op to be able to work with, but more than that, King is now going to be forced onto a lower buy with only a judge. Mazzino with a stinger. I mean, take a look at this. The cards are stacked in Loud's favor to push us to Ascent.
No feigning from Loud this time. Again, familiar is the approach. Satchels into the back, plant down immediately. They're not worried about the anchoring players.
I've got your trail.
Full containment has to be played by Lev.
The double flank is coming through from both of the duelists. So Sadak is going to have to hold on to that. It's going to take a long time, though, for Lev to get set up. And Kawanzin has a breach ult. Even in the best case scenario, this is going to be tight on the clock for Lev.
Have to play so damn fast and lose. Breach shot roll in front of use very early. Maybe a blessing in disguise. Smokes, drops, paranoia on top of it. Sadak, that caught onto him. And he doesn't have a clue. Tex is there to contain. Players drop down. Through and corners into the side here, into hell as 2 years. Shorty, jump through, connections all about. This is Loud, up to 13, it's inevitable. And there it is, Ascent is the goal, and that is where we are heading.
It was brutal, it was scrappy. There were mistakes. There were huge plays. At the end of it, Loud had come out on top. Managing to recover, managing to push themselves over the line in a way that they couldn't quite unbind. But both of these teams are so close. And on Ascent, it's likely we'll be returning to that Loud composition with the Phoenix, with the Breach, with the KO. That will be running through everybody's mind on Leviathan as they seek to close things out.
Even more questions that we're going to have potentially answered. We play in that moment.
All silly moments, give me it.
Time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts will get us ready for map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
de novo. Vai, Cauã. Fez metade. Cauãzinho. É na tua, Cauã!
O tempo tá passando, Cunil. Tem que correr o jogador. Vai tentar contato.
It's been a clash of the Titans and nothing so far has been left standing, not least of all our expectations. On screen right now, a very pumped up Loud after making the crowd just the same. Incredible showing on Split. What? I said this to you beforehand. I'm like, this is tough to analyze because it's very volatile. There's a lot of these individual moments that are defining round streaks even. But Aspas gets circumvented for much of this map by Loud. They know him so well, they know how to avoid him too.
Yeah, I think that last round in particular was one where he had that off. He finally got it online, and he just got completely pushed out, right? He didn't find a way to actually get on any angles, and that's really tough. But you're right. I mean, expectations were thrown out the window with that game, and it was very scrappy. I was upset about the first half, but I really think it was more clean in the second half, and it came down not to individual play like, you know, the aim being really good for one person being on, but more so individual decision-making from everybody in the server.
Yeah, Lev, they're gonna have to go workshop this one. Split, not working out for them with either comp, but that's all right. They got time to fix that one up, and I agree with you. First half, I was sad. Second half,
he was screaming constantly, the mini-map! And just holding onto the edge of the desk.
He was
losing it.
We were going through all the stages of grief. The anger, I was sadness. But by the second
half, it's like upside down. We're all the emotions, you know what I mean? Yeah. I was confusion. So there you go.
Lev and Loud, like these are the two of the top teams in the league. And I was after last weekend, I was saying America's looks good, man. Like we look fantastic. And then it was those first 6 rounds. But after that, I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I'm much more impressed with both of these teams.
Definitely satisfied, and I was satisfied as well with QCK's performance. He's been quietly just playing well. You know, outshined Tex on this previous map and the Rays head-to-head. Hasn't had any incredible, unbelievable standout moments where he's dropping an ace, whatever the case may be like that, but he's been good. He's been good this stretch.
By contrast, I mean, he is being compared to Tex here, and it's probably a bit unfavourable for Tex, who, you know, we don't see as much duelist from at the moment. He gets moved over to Ray, so Aspas can play the Jet, which is already something that kind of raised some eyebrows, Bala. How do you feel that head-to-head sort of played out, and where Tex maybe struggled at points?
Yeah, I think Tex wasn't getting as set up as you might have seen you know, Aspas and like on the map like Bind or anything like that. I think because they're playing double duelists, he doesn't get that same attention. But I didn't think he played horrible. I think there was definitely some moments with the satchels and stuff like that that weren't ideal. But Tex he's fine, and he's not going to have to be forced to play that role all the time. And even if he does, like the more experience and the more time he gets on it, I think I'll be perfectly satisfied with him too.
Yeah, definitely. It was a perfectly fine game, and Lev's game, scrappiness aside, was exactly what you expected when they pull out the 2023 comp, switching off the crazy one. It was everything we saw last year, which Loud were certainly expecting. And with Loud's comp, with the double initiator, with the breach, that is offering more opportunities for QCK to be set up to pick up kills as well. But it's not just between Tex, it's also, really outshone Aspas in that map as well.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking that there was a lot of instances in that map where some of the old stuff that we saw in 2023 with the comp that Lev ran was catching Loud by surprise, simply because the timings were really good for Leviathan. They were just like randomly throwing less, walking up a ramp, for example, and finding incredible value. Just instant picks on Calm, for example. Like stuff like that is really, really nice that Loud was doing to counter, which honestly was part of that strat book for the comp that Lev was running. He was insane, I have to say. He was very good. And honestly, if he wasn't in the server, Loud would not have come back. Not that he was like the key factor to them ending the comeback, but I think less pivotal. This guy found so many crucial kills.
Look really explosive. Both Viper players having a great game, but I mean, that sort of Viper's pit moment with the spike down towards B main, double spray down through the pit, almost, and then that round almost got very close at the end, right, with that last player, coming up and finding a couple of headshots moving through. So this is what you should be expecting from map number 3 as well. And we already have a teaser. We already have seen Loud on this particular map play a composition that, frankly, Sentinels didn't really know what to do about, right? Why? Do we expect to see that Phoenix make another appearance again, much like he did on Bind?
Yeah, 100%.
Sure. Yeah, no.
I can't expect, I can't imagine they would switch off that. And I can't imagine that Lev will be falling for the traps that Sentinels, were falling for in that game.
For context, every time Loud has gone for a big meta shift idea like they're doing right now with the Breach Phoenix, they've stuck with it on many different maps. Like Harbor Viper last year, they did the same thing at Champs with Breach on Ascent. They played it on Pearl. Like there were so many different things that they stick to it. They always commit.
How often do other teams try and emulate this from Loud? Like, are they trendsetters, or do teams avoid playing this way because they don't have the brain of Sadak on their side?
They were last year. They trendsetted hard with the Harbor double controller stuff early in 2023. They pioneered that, and it set the tone for many months of the year. I think more people will be skeptical with a Phoenix in the server because Harbor, for context, was new in the game. There was a bunch of things that you literally have never seen before. Phoenix has been around since the game came out and has never really been that great
Nobody
since
has Scream
the
on their
Ignition
team.
series. So we're, it's going to be harder to maybe convince the other pro teams that this is the way, but. I mean, hell, if they just go and smash everybody and make it to Madrid, maybe we'll see Dirk on Phoenix.
I think, for the ingenuity side of Loud, the Harbor Viper stuff was trendy in the sense that, people were trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out how to make Harbor work, and they made it work, right? So that was easy for them to be like, yes, that is something that I want to do. I'm going to copy it. Whereas this other stuff that they're throwing out, maybe if it was, Gecko or something like that, or Gecko Yoru or something like that, a lot of teams are trying to make it work, and...
Gecko Fade, C9 to some degree.
Something like that. Yeah, but this one is off the deep end. Not crazy, but I don't think people are super interested in emulating.
No shock here to see the Leviathan composition coming into this map, and here it is. Yes, the new faithful for Loud. Phoenix, Breach alongside the KO, Viper, and Omen. So Leviathan had better have studied that Loud matchup previously versus Sentinels and figure out how to deal with this relentless onslaught of util, disruptive post-plant situations. Can't wait to dive headfirst into this one as Leviathan surely are bracing to deal with this composition for all the action, of course. We're headed down to our casters once more. Brennan Sideshow, take us in.
That's the question, isn't it? How much have they looked at the VODs, the footage? How prepped are they for this Loud composition? Because, you can watch the VODs, that's one thing, but are you actually going to be ready to deal with it? Because, listen, this Loud comp, they want to brawl, they want to contest, they want to fight. They have, God knows how many flashes, 60? I don't even know.
But it's the mollies as well. It's the space denial that's actually huge, especially when they exec onto A. But I think if you look back at the VOD, you don't have to try to theory craft entirely, because Sentinels did figure out eventually how to deal with them on the defense side, and I think Loud can copy some of that. And what was working, if you think back, was those fast retakes towards A. The increase in pace, the quick retake, holding onto the utility and then popping forwards, that ended up working. We'll see whether Leviathan have a similar approach. Now, we've been talking the entire time about Aspas versus his former team. These are 3 big maps for him individually. And he's got the Jet here without really another individual that he's going to be dueling against specifically. He's just going to have to try to navigate the utility on the other side.
And it's going to be relentless. Flashes all over the bloody place. Going to be in his face. Ooh, Sadak. Hello. Pop flash play. No noise made. Sadak actually just cuts himself deep to the corner there. And spots it. So info gained. B main control. Can be given up. And yeah, we've got to deal with these. The flash is close to the corner. It doesn't matter if you're paranoid up. QCK close quarters is how he likes to take it. Now players trying to anchor Aspas back to corner and dice. Everybody collapsing. Left for the retake for Tex. For Soul.
Extremely good stutter-step approach to the B site hit.
Yeah.
You notice how when they first get into the site, they pause for about 5 seconds, just making sure that they regroup, are all ready together to then hit the site itself. Really good. And this opening kill from QCK is excellent too. They go in, get the entry, punish the player trying to flood, and then hit the site tankers. Good call as well from Sadak, because that was a bit of a default then into the B hit, so they disguised where they were going. Lev are just going to gamble that this one is ending A.
So they might be correct. Molly, though, will push them away, looking like they wanted to go for a repeat. Here it is. One flash play, baited out.
QCK is only one away from his Phoenix ultimate. I mean, insane. He's going to have it for the bonus round, no matter what.
You get the B main orb? They have control of B main.
I mean, do you need it this round, though? That's the other question,
you don't.
right?
Yeah.
They've broken the stack over from Leviathan by playing this default. Sadak deliberately gets tagged by that knife, and now he's going to choose the timing to try to split A.
Great calling by Loud. Just trying to sail their way through. Yes, it's against an eco round, but you don't want to run it into the stack. They've slowed it down just enough that the players have been picked and pulled apart in terms of their positioning, so... Hello.
That's a very aggressive push from Com. Just calling Sadak's bluff there.
Don't blame it, though. Off angle, Aspas dealt with. Enough for the dash. Mazzino straight at his face.
30 seconds left.
Door closed and the plant online. Can't think there's too much danger, but you never know.
One enemy remaining.
Very good setup from QCK and Kalanzi, making sure that they neutralize what's going on. And Com,
classic Com play.
Always be flanking. So now Loud have got this Phoenix ult available for the next round. 3 Bulldogs saved into it, and Sadak didn't buy, so he's able to purchase a rifle here. So there's going to be some serious weaponry. In fact, I think Les also didn't buy, so they've got extremely good weaponry available. This push out from Com is good. He's clearly got a good read on what was happening there with the macro game. But a little, too late. Now, how do Loud choose to use QCK's ultimate?
Shadows traveling. In the danger zone. Tui's. Up through mid, though. A B split is on the cards. Paranoia. Oh, quite delayed, actually. Does catch onto the players out in market, but they pause, and now they want to try and play this one, striking at the right time. Aspas disengaging, dashing back to the rest of his team, aiming to anchor, but they've given up the front section of the side, and that gives time and space for Les to really start to get some kills. But look at this, the pause in the play.
It's so good.
It's so damn good.
It's so similar to the pistol. And because Leviathan have already activated their defense protocols to drop back into backside, this is really difficult to re-clear. Right here. Com could do it if he had a recon dart. They know where Sadak is. The problem is there's people boathouse as well. This is so tough for Leviathan to get back into good spots.
Not expecting that one. Oh my, that's messy.
B.
King with the 2. Do they want to go into these anchoring players? They don't actually know where Mazzino is. He's lurking around mid.
They're going to head back into him by the look of things.
Yeah, back through. Timing! No! What?
30 seconds
Going 1-for-1 there, though, should still be good enough for Loud. The pixel angle
should be good enough as Aspas, man.
Very true. We've seen Aspas pull off the 1v2, but it was in a slightly easier position against weaker opponents. And Sadak shuts down Aspas again.
He's not scared. He's like, I raised you. I weaned your son.
I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it.
God. I love the calls, though, from Loud. Pausing at the right moments. That is, we don't need to see that again. But we did.
But you see how much chaos that puts into the round and how difficult that is for Leviathan to deal with. They can't just keep Aspas and Com tucked into backside for the rest of the round. You're just giving up way too much map control, way too much information.
Yeah.
So when Loud call that much of a freeze, you can either just sit there and gamble that it's a re-hit, or you have to do something a bit more proactive, and you're not in a good spot to do that.
You know, a lot of teams, they have a safe word for that, for calling the freeze.
Yeah?
Yeah. I know one team's is pineapple. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. You think it's a joke? It's not. Making sure you just stop them in the tracks in the midst of all of it. You get hectic in the comms. Same playbook for Loud here. They know they're against the half buy, so they're just poking. A little bit of util through main, seeking a response out of them. But Lev don't bite.
And QCK has had this ultimate online now, for quite some time. Here he decides to use it. It's into the stack. Now they know that there's at least 3 people there. QCK's got that information for them. Do they still choose to commit?
Yeah, sending out a util. It's going flying. Paranoia's there on top of it. Flashes over the top. The molly's out over towards heaven as well. No ground being gained. I believe those are King's flashes that he's been sending flying, but no. Hello. Lovely shot.
And the utility pressure is enormous. QCK's taking a little bit of a gamble up here. But he's got a good position, and it's only calm on the other side.
There's a risk that this could go wrong.
There is.
Like you said.
But he's got backup here. See the way that Sadak and Kawenzine are backing him up.
Hunting for these kills. I mean, they want to just funnel these orbs back into QCK. Get the ult back online. He's just expended it.
He's so close to having this ult online already. If he picked up both ult orbs, he could use the Phoenix ult again. I mean, excellent work from Loud, making sure that they keep the focus there. But also, you think back to how that exec worked. They have double mollies on Heaven, and then flashes, and then they punish the peak from Mazzino, who tried to come out. I mean, where do you... Normally, the way that you want to apply pressure to Flood retake over towards, or Flood defend, the A site of Ascent, you want to dominate Heaven as the defenders, and you want to threaten a push out through the smoke. All of that's being covered by the utility from Loud.
Scanning ahead.
Odin spam play, you got to be ready for that. They're not ready.
My ult is ready.
Oh, it's a classic one.
It really is.
Lev who wrote the book, I think.
It was, yeah, last season when it was Noz were playing it. But Com is super happy running the same kind of play. Sadak is on his own here, just faking presence.
It's the pulses and an ult command. They put it exactly to where the Odin needs to be. Mazzino off there. Everybody holding down their own ground. Territory. Finally given up. Conceded here, so Les will be able to get himself onto the side. A bit of a tap of the plans. Trying to see if he can say, yeah, okay. There's one. Maybe chance for a second. Playing this bad as well as he can, but when you're blinded up against the box. Spammable, darts there, weaving in and out. He's dealt with.
Unusual round from Loud, that one. Sadak getting dropped to his knees. But he was completely alone as well. You know, Loud really trying to disguise where they were going from. And of course, it doesn't help that he lost the Phoenix at the very beginning of the round there. Now, I think Loud's composition seems to trend attack-sided, just from the small amount that we've seen of their composition so far.
Really hard. Disrupt.
Well, Aspas is going to try. He's got the operator looking to try and push out based on the turret contact in B main.
Hello.
Whoa, this is really early.
Where's this one going? Players are being lit up. A couple of bursts left standing there. Sadak. Really no worse for wear. I mean, yeah, take a chunk of it, but still alive and kicking.
Pretty rare that Com doesn't get a kill with that kind of thing, actually. And they're looking to clear out Catwalk. QCK tries to take his time in. This is not a fight you want to take.
That's a wide swing. Surprised that Mazzino didn't get the kill there, but I think he was just smoking. Main. Didn't have the gun out.
And because Aspas is giving them good information over towards B, there are 3 players stacked here for Lev on the A side of the map. The question is really, can you do anything against the utility when it comes through? If there's a Phoenix ult in your face and the mollies and the flashes, well, there's not going to be a Phoenix ult, at least not for a while.
There was a call by Lev in the middle of that. They paranoid, refighting into mid.
But that also is another tool gone for a potential fast retake.
Yeah. 4 players just holding into this position out towards tree. It's counter spam on counter spam. Both teams just aiming to try and get that advantage. How are they aiming?
Spike planted.
Smokes in their face, it matters not. Pit now down. A bit of that cover into this post plant. Aftershock, slightly off the mark. Kawenzine. There's nothing really to direct that one. I think that's just Com just spamming into the floor, knowing that that player's in hell.
2E's picked up a player in mid, so they know that there's somebody potentially backstabbing. Com isn't quite aware of the timing.
Flash is good too. It's being watched for. It's all about that timing though. Aspas running around, footsteps made! Body blocking each other, bullet tagging down, running them down. They want to get that up out of his hands.
Cover going up.
Tasty morsel. Running after him with the retreat.
Oh,
no way!
How is Aspas slipping away from this?
He should not get out. There's no way.
They can't run him down in time.
Listen, he doesn't have the eel nickname, but yeah, okay. Not applying it just yet.
He slipped out.
He did slip out.
But at the same time, he's found no value in this map so far. They're not doing anything with Aspas. Not only are Loud finding ways to navigate around the areas that he's playing, but even if Aspas was in that area, how is he going to be able to find value against stuns, flashes in his face? He's just going to get pushed back anyway.
You can't.
Lev forced to take a timeout. Their economy in shambles. It's only that operator that was barely saved by Aspas. That's what Aspas was feeling at the end of the round.
Yeah, I'm glad you handled that. I mean, I was seeking a response. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah. I mean, this is extremely dominant from Loud here. Leviathan have not figured out a solution. And I think part of the problem is they're looking for, like, the lurk player. You think back to what they did in that round. They used the paranoia to clear out Catwalk, and they're triple stacked over Catwalk. Yeah, they want to play a retake, but they're actually using a bunch of their retake utility just to fight in the round. They've used the paranoia. They used the KO flash. They've used other utility like the drone that might be useful on a retake. You need flashes, you need recons to be able to get back into this site if you want to play a fast retake like that. So I feel like while they understand they can't anchor against Loud's comp, they're not really setting themselves up for success in the retake either. To be honest, I think the op is actually really difficult to get value from against this comp because you're just going to be playing retakes so often.
It's hampering them.
Yeah, that's tough for Aspas. Now that I've said this, Aspas is going to get an ace with the op, isn't he?
One player, 2 years. Shots fired into mid. He knows it's compromised, doesn't overstep it.
Great awareness.
Yeah. Just with a jiggle. Spots it out. No wonder they're there. Wall. Creeping themselves into the site now.
That Phoenix wall is so good. I mean, even other teams that tried to win the Phoenix in the past have figured out how great that one is.
Look at the difficulties Aspas is having. I mean, to get value, it's just impossible. Smokes propped up, flashes on top of him. Mazino with the timing. Knife! Knife! Sadak! He's knifing him! Right here, right now. Okay, aftershock, up top, into heaven. Everybody back away. Gotta respect it. And how do you play this one again? Retaking with the operator. You don't have guns, your sheriffs and buys and purchases. 2 years. Bloody hell. Looking like the streets of Great Britain with the knives out swinging. Still, Aspas is there. Off your feet. Rolling Thunder. Back into tree. Pushing them away.
It's just brutal. There's no chance for Lev here. I mean, Loud think there's some kind of threat, so they've used the ult, but man, there's no way for Leviathan to get back in. Look at the orb they're taking damage through. So much utility they'd have to pass through. The time ticking down. Even as Lev make it look a little dangerous.
Nice knowing you.
What's the threat? There really isn't one.
Yeah.
Loud cleaning up. Building an economy that is just utterly booming. And Aspas utterly boomed. I mean, he's saving the operator again in this round.
It's just like a cursed artifact.
It is.
He's got it. You want it, but it might be hindering you.
He got his first kill of the map so far.
They're just not, for one, not walking into the op sidelines.
No.
And two, when they do, there's usually a wall in his face, a smoke in his face, a flash to set up somebody onto the angle.
And that's the thing. Loud are not really playing super spread around the map. Even when they used to play the default composition, Loud have been the best team in the world at Ascent at various times throughout their history by just 4-1ing on attack side almost every round. They don't care about being fancy. They're just like, no, we're just going to hit a site. Well, this time, Aspas might actually take contact.
2 players forwards, playing anti-flash to the corner, tucked, but he doesn't know the timing, he doesn't know the timing!
Brutal.
He's expecting them to clear.
The one time they don't use the utility.
What?
He's expecting it.
King answers right back. And 2 topple in mid, the B split. Put an end to it. Re-clearance is caught by Loud, straight through into mid. Another chance for Tex, but it's traded less. Right there, instantaneously.
They're all just trying to tuck into one-and-dones.
Oh, damn aware, but King just a little bit better. Precise. Did have the read indeed. So 50 seconds now. Spike in the hands of Kawazin. There's definitely chances, but it requires kills. Requires more than that. King, nice way to play it, but he's right there with him.
What is replicable about that round?
Not much.
Leviathan.
Not much.
I mean, I guess the general concept that they're trying to backfill after the utility's been used. You know, trying to find the timing after the flashes.
Fast once the flashes are used.
Look, this was immediately after the flash, but also King got 2 bullets, 2 kills in a spray transfer. And then everybody from LEV just kind of walked into off angles to catch Loud off guard. Can they pull a round like that out again? Another 4-1 default here for Loud. Throwing utility heavily into a main, pushing back anybody that might be there.
They're going to be hard pressed. Another play by LEV.
Good awareness.
Yeah, with the spam and the awareness reload. It's going to be heard. They're going to be fast on this. Yes, they are. Paranoia flies forwards. Attempting to set this one up, but they paused it just at the right time here. Baiting out again. That util, Aspas. Holding his nerve, sees the jump spot. Kawazin still going for this one with a jump spot. That's so damn wide. The shot's still not taken. Aspas thinks they could have lurked up onto him.
We might see a huge duel between Les and Tex in B main. No, Tex gives it up, chooses to fight towards Market instead.
Does he really swing into this one? Yes, he does. He's just out wide. There's really no support there. Huge play indeed. Being made all over the bloody place. QCK up the gut of the map. And he guts out 2 of them. No chance.
And Loud have the spike on A. Just ready to go back into an A split.
It's twists and turns. Mazzino is left just bewildered. Bewildered. He's thinking they could be in. They could have walked. We've lost control of the map. Eons ago.
King spots a glimpse. Gives Les a new haircut, but Les answers back with a bullet between the eyes.
And this is just heartbreak. I mean, Tex forced to retreat, forced to save. It's Loud running away with this. I mean, yeah, we said what we know of this comp, attack side. Loud are good with it. You can't really stop them. They're like a bulldozer. They just run all over you with your defensive setups. But even when they're slowing down rounds like this, they are picking you apart.
Yeah, I mean, this this round is QCK finding a timing, right? Basically. And Tex stopped the mid to B idea, whether it was a fake or whether it was a reality. He falls at the very end, having done his best, but it's QCK who lights the world on fire. Aspas still really struggling to find value. And I think Leviathan are being pushed and pulled around the map because they feel like they have to respond to anywhere there could be a threat of an exec happening. But I really think they can take it a little more chill and just try to play retake in more of these situations. Think back to what Loud did on Split, where they just gave up a lot of the map and held on to their utility. I think that would be a better option for them. But we had questions. Will Leviathan have an answer for this composition that they must have done study for? Thus far, not really. No answer.
What we were saying right at the beginning. I mean, listen, you can VOD review this comp. You can think you've got the theory down, but it's one thing to have that, another thing to just try and put it into action as well. Not scared to use the ults here. 2 in quick succession, just being offloaded, making sure that they get themselves into the A site.
Rotating where the mollies go as well. Trying to clear for Aspas, who might have been hiding in that top corner with a dash online. Lev not set up for a fast retake again this round, and probably just holding on to their ultimates for the next, for a rifle round. It'll be Aspas to try to get a pick, but he's forced to use his dash.
Look at the flashes they've got. I mean, it is just relentless, the onslaught. It doesn't stop. Spam with the rifles. Nice kill here, but again, the time is ticking. Molly. Damage done, and that. Watching for it. Tex was going down just to the tail end of the snake bite. Having a go of it with the timings. Com in hunted out. It's Loud to really want these ultimates as well, but they're going to give this one up here. Another round for them. Up to 8. 2 left in the half.
And remember, we're expecting Loud to struggle a little more on the defense side, even though Ascent is normally defense-sided. This composition has gaps in it, and it's going to need to rotate around to fill them. because it lacks that Sentinel. But at the same time, Loud already have 8 rounds in their attack side. Lev would have to put something fabulous together to be able to pull this one back. Aspas chilling, thinking. Leviathan with a timeout. The coach is trying to have some input. Lev have saved up so many ultimates here. I mean, massive retake ults.
Time to use them.
You would think.
Time to use them. The timeout as well. You got to cook something up.
Loud failed with this compositional archetype on Bind. They weren't able to get over the line despite a fairly good comeback late on in the map. But if Loud are dominating to this degree, you got to put respect on Sadak's name. Not only is he still performing with a retooled roster that's lost its arguably best player in Aspas, but he's also reinventing a meta that works for them and continuing to dominate, at least here on Ascent. And he's so creative with it. I mean, we genuinely might see Durka playing Phoenix in a couple months. This is just madness. But I think there are ways for Leviathan to play around this. It's just that they haven't quite figured them out yet. Maybe came into the map with a wrong idea of exactly how this would play out. But their ultimates are enormous right now. Aspas is just using the knives.
Coffany available to them. Put a presence there. Flash and a dart all combined up. Sadak. Surely got to be worried about the spam there from Cat. They've been doing it 2 rounds now for Lev, but no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he certainly could have fallen there. The shorty shot missing. And there was actually a really early paranoia invested as well from Tui's, just to push anybody off the A angle. Bit of a default, not really taking any map control, and now looking to end in an exec. Disguising where they're going to end, making it feel like it could be a slow round, and making it tough for Leviathan to figure out where they're finishing and at what timing in the round they're finishing.
It's that uncertainty to get settled into the round here that causes Lev to be using all their util. Instead of saving it for these retakes, using it to reclear, take space where they could be.
And I think this is really ambitious from Mazzino, trying to hard anchor the site without his paranoia. He threw it at the start of the round because he was worried it was going to be a fast hit. How does Mazzino get value?
What in the Lord's name? Okay, Hunter's Fury just from the slightest tag of the turret. Timmy putting in work and so is Com.
What an
lovely
angle.
Kill, lovely damage dealt towards them and a real chance here for Lev. They can put a stop to this. TP forwards though, 2 years inside the site. Here in that plant, Mazzino's there still weaving backwards, forwards inside these smokes. You don't want to let anything slip here, just like that. Sadak ripped to pieces alongside King, and they flooded right back into this one. Less. Got a lot to do. Too many targets to deal with.
And as it turns out, Loud just assumed that there was nobody playing the site. They didn't even realize that Mazzino was there. The damage, however, had already been done. Com getting huge value out of his ultimate. Waiting for the attackers to pass through tree, and then he has just such a beautiful angle there from Market.
Last round in the half.
Tagging multiple people at once and being able to help his team swing. There's the ult, there's the spam.
And all that off the turret's contact. Here in the Phoenix wall too, but...
And that allows Leviathan to save these big retake ults. Aspas is going to go for another operator here. He hasn't been able to find any value with it, but he's going to give it one last good old college try.
That it is, one last chance here in the first half. Shot barely missing. Here we go, a bit of a rapid approach. Once more, Rolling Thunder does catch them. Util has to be pushed back out of them now with the no command. Waves emanating.
King has used the ultimate here, choosing not to play it for retake. Sadak and QCK want to establish this position. Oh, so close.
Oh, it's difficult. Paranoia.
They need to be able to fight over tree control because they have to deny this lockdown.
It's fine, but listen, they can't just fight over this right now. Tucked into the corner, Mazzino, he's got nowhere to run.
The lockdown's going up to heaven instead.
Molly rebounding. There's the lockdown, finally going to be used to push these players back out and wide. Should grant access to Lev. Can't lose any players though. Look at them, they're just fast. Dash, forward still. Holding the ground, trying to spam this. 2 years, you're going to be going down with a ship, son, detained. And here's the real chance.
Can they keep Tui's alive?
Needs to be pushed out here. Spotted him. Good night.
Flash in your hands. King not being caught with his trousers down by the ankles, but still the main player holding it for them. QCK is alive, and he's watching down this angle. Not many bullets left. King, half, defuse. Here's the footsteps sticking all the way. Gets the one, maybe the second. Half again. Those where the last player is denied. It's less to claim it. A 9-3 in the half.
That looked so doable for Leviathan. They finally strung together a retake that had some pace behind it, and they really put the squeeze onto Loud. There might have even been a chance for King to just stick that. Look at the timing. Oh, I don't think so. I think he does make the right play by trying to come off it and get the kill immediately, but man, that is perfect timing by Les.
Could have been anyone's game there, but guess what? Liz is standing by with some extremely loud fans.
Thank you so much, boys. And yes, extremely loud fans. I might not need the microphone. Can you yell one more time so they can hear you? Exactly, here you are. Say Vamo for me.
Vamo!
That's what you've been hearing. But some extremely diehard fans of Loud, including Sadak's wife and QCK's girlfriend and Liz alone. And then we have, why are we laughing? No, we have Pietro and Cowie as well. Now I have to ask you, I already know who your favorite players are of Loud. Who are your favorite players of Loud?
Les.
Les, why Les?
He's a really consistent player since the champions in 2022. So I always watch him and he's like a big player.
What about you? Who's your favorite player?
It's Sajak.
Why?
It's the best GL.
He is literally, sincerely one of the best. Now, this has been a very, very tight, close game thus far, or two maps thus far, and now we're in a bit of a kind of a runaway for Loud. How are we feeling? Are we anxious that it's a 9-3 curse, or we're like, nah, they got it?
No, this time it can't be a curse. We just gotta overwhelm that. We cannot remember about what happened last year, and just keep going and doing the best that we can do as a fan to support the team.
Yes. And I have to ask you, this is one of QCK's like biggest debuts ever. How proud are you of QCK?
He's the better. I love.
2 matches in a row. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's fine. This has been such a close game. Now, any predictions? We have prediction on the score line. What do you think the score is going to be? Anyone?
It finishes at 13-3.
See, the last person that said that, they lost like right away. So I need you to know, you might be cursing them. But you know what? It's been a good game thus far. You've been cheering. You've been, dare I say, loud. And it's been awesome to hear. So give it up one more time for the very, very loud fans of Loud. And Sideshow and Bren, back to you. Vamos!
The Vamos been filling the room up. Honestly, take the roof right off with the cheers. And Loud leading 9-3. We won't talk about last year.
No,
we won't mention it. We won't mention it. Josh, it was us casting it.
No.
And I'm just saying, we were in this position. It's not Icebox.
Put it out your
Okay,
mind.
sorry. Okay, 9-3.
I mean, Aspas should have opportunities to actually pierce through this Loud composition now that he's on the attack side. The roles really are flipped when you're up against this comp. Normally the Jets feast on defense on Ascent, but I think he's going to have to go huge on the entry. And Loud, remember, they're going to have to be pretty active and mobile around the map because they don't have too much information. No alarm bot, no turret. The knife just catches Comm over here on Catwalk. That's all they've got to work with.
Oh, no way. Almost there with the timing. QCK. He wanted it. He could feel it with the drone being used. Straight through market. Les stands rooted down with the Sheriff, but 1-for-1. Traded out. Damage exchange with a ghost shot. Spammed and peppering them. Half HP on Aspas. But a plant online, so the site's gained 4 them. But how does the post plan look? And what is the call by Loud here? Do they want to try and go fast? And Lucy and Nate tucked close to the corner. Kawazine gets away with murder there. Right to the side, Mazzino. He's removed. King, Flash, sets it up now for the re-peek. The team aiming to try and refight this one, but Loud are nowhere near, actually. Now we're on him just making the moves here to the front section of the site. Aspas, he's got to really just do one, but it's all King. And now from the back, Aspas, straight from main.
King has been having such a phenomenal series, honestly. I mean, all of the calling has also been excellent up until this map where he's not been able to figure out the defensive setups. But on an individual level, he's popping off. And these 2 kills have just potentially saved his team from a retake that looked like it had a lot of sting to it. LEV have got to make sure that they capitalize on this. They've got to make sure that they convert this one. And I've been looking into these second rounds, Brent.
Here.
I've just been crunching some basic numbers. The second rounds are getting like converted way less than they used to in the past after winning the bonus.
Which is bizarre, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make sense because normally teams have only got classics, but it's stuff like this happening. I think teams are just getting a lot better with how they work the ecos. And my God, if you have people like Les on the team with a sheriff, things can get deadly.
You're right. It's the util. I mean, how to use it, combine it all together, even despite the classics. I mean, you'd think, right, with the Outlaw coming into the game, seeing less force buys, people really just managing the economy, so they've got nothing coming into these rounds. The danger's still there. Persuaded for now by Aspas. He's deep into the site, needs his team to back him up. Anchoring player, that's Cozy!
Ridiculous.
Right click.
I'm telling you, these ecos are absurd.
Oh, way. Eventually dealt with.
King is so isolated, but unknown, unexpected.
Yeah.
And deals the death blow to take any danger out of the round. Is he going to be able to get another rifle? Yes. Yeah. They keep an additional Spectre there. So LEV is still going to have a pretty good buy to try to apply some additional pressure in this round.
Consistency off the charts, really, honestly, with Les's sheriff accuracy, these shots he's finding, but matters not. Critical round one. Now, if they can convert the bonus on top, they will be very, very happy. That's where LEV are setting their sights. Smoke at the feet, just in case the flash play over the top, and Aspas doesn't get caught by it. He's fast now. Through mid.
This is so quick.
Market, dashed forwards, right into his smoke. He's pushed less all the way back into some anchoring positions. Attained here by Loud, the back. All the way, look at that, 3 players.
They're just waiting to see if there's a response from Loud. Have people decided to rotate? Is there danger?
Almost similar scenes as well of how Loud were choosing to play their attack sides. When they were slowing it down with the B-pops, they forced the position back.
And again, the question is, do Loud want to just hold and hope that it's a re-hit? But if you're wrong, 3 players are just sat in back B site for no reason. They are gambling correctly here.
50 seconds. Knife. Moving away the util.
Or perhaps not. Mid-round call.
Mid-round call. It's meant to be the castle. Sadak.
Surely not.
Sadak.
Surely not.
He hears them. He hears them all colliding right into him. Sadak.
Spike down. Defender.
The dangerous man with a judge weaponry in his hands, and it's these close quarter angles could really just do some serious work for Mazzino. It's captured and dealt with.
And remember, Leviathan have no idea where Tui's is throughout all of this. Tui's pushed out A-Name, just gathering some information for the rest of his team. And now, paranoia has got to be going through the minds of Aspas and Tex. They've got to make a play happen.
Flash, Aspas, close. Bites his time, waiting for the peek, but now he's revealed his hand. Has to drop down to the low ground. 4 players working against it. Paranoia is perfect. Blind as anything, they cannot see a thing. The Molly's doing the work. They know they've got them cornered. They know they've got Aspas trapped. And QCK with full confidence in the rest of his team. Sticks this one. Aspas! Almost making me a believer.
Overall, though, extremely good round from Loud there. I mean, they just have 3 people turtling about the site. You're thinking, all right, this is a fantastic timing to try to navigate their way over towards A. And yet Sadak with the judge again. Read on where his opponents are going to go. Just immaculate positioning.
Insanity.
How does he do it?
Yeah.
But that was a bonus round for Leviathan. They can still buy. They're getting up to large ultimates. Unfortunately, they still trail by 5 rounds.
On a hell of a climb ahead of them. Loud. Feels like they're in control. Getting up to some critical ultimates as well. Be in control.
Yeah, and Sadak's shooting there with the classic. So if I'm Tex, I'm thinking, that guy definitely still got a judge. 100%.
Sadak with a reclear.
Running around, assuming everyone's scared of him. But if Kawanzin dies on a duel...
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way with the door closed.
You can't read this. You can't read this.
You just can't. Kawazin's there too. Crossfire setup. Judge and rifles. Why are you repeating that, Sadak? You're joking! You're joking!
It plays Kawanzin in.
But he's running around the map! Finally, dealt with!
He can't get away with it. He just can't get away with it.
4 versus 4. Dash gonna be fading here. The reclearer. Dash pass. What are you staring at? The minimap most likely. Doesn't get punished. No kill there. Messina from the top second.
But Aspas has
flashing him back. Aspas does have the spike.
If he
27 seconds.
I mean, this is madness. This is all the scrappiness of Split condensed into one round of Ascent. But I think LEV have somehow navigated these choppy waters.
Somehow.
On site.
Somehow got themselves an open site. Full retake now, set up for Loud. Quite the full roster. Lovely angle here for Aspas. He can play a high-low with the rest of his team, but the flashes might be a bit of a problem. Repositioning now. I don't think you expect this one. No way. All the way through. Unfortunate for Aspas, just didn't have the gun out. Stun. There's a connection. Tex can't do anything. Same with Aspas. Backside players have got to do work and do it right now. Aspas! Absolutely incredible. And the work is done. The job is done. Listen. 6th round on the board for LEV. 2 players surviving with the rifles.
That looked so close. I mean, Kawanzin's stun is perfection again, catching on to Leviathan. And yet the follow-up just not quite there, and Aspas somehow manages to spray down both of the players with his Phantom. A reminder, Aspas had essentially no impact on the defense side. I mean, barely any. And he's now 10 and 10, which shows you how much he's been able to do on the attack side. He's been absolutely instrumental in getting his team back into this race. And LEV set up to continue this momentum forwards.
Should be. Sometimes it's the easy rounds that get away from you. The Buckies and the shotguns and the sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, there's still so much danger. The Bucky's ridiculous right now, by the way. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's a silly gun.
It's so cheap.
I've been doing the world tour of rank playing in APAC, and I'm telling you, they are Bucky pilled. They're ahead of the game.
Well, it looks like Kawanzin and Sadak are catching on. I mean, they've got a bait set up here as well. Les takes contact first and then plays Kawanzin in with the Bucky. That's some serious danger over here. Trying to neutralize it with the drone.
Spots it up. Kawanzin close.
Good work to break that with the Soviet utility. Excellent awareness from Com. The question is, do they commit? Because now they've essentially given away their hand, but everybody on LEV is around here. Fake dash from Aspas, trying to bait out more plays over here.
Might have just got body blocked by his team, I'm not too sure, but...
Yeah, maybe.
Not ready yet. How much util have they really used here? And they've only gained B main. Hunter's Fury has to be used now. Oh my god, Kawanzin! Finally, somebody deals with this guy. Brought down, 1 for 1. They are finding it difficult to get into this site. LEV, finally, making moves, and luckily nobody just tucked away towards the back section of it. They could have just really put an end to this. Plant down. What's a call being made here by Loud? Listen, they do have the weaker guns. They're in through B main, tagged up QCK. Pushing them back, reflanked by Com. All the way behind them. Backup policy in effect. Decay kicking in. King has fallen. And there's another one, ripping them apart. I talked about it. Accuracy with the Sheriffs. Com had to come up clutch there, and he has got the 1 kill, but he's left it to Mazzino. Into the back of the site, smoked off. In through the smoke. This is stuck all the way. Loud. It's daylight robbery. It's daylight bloody robbery.
It's unbelievable what this team is doing. The weaponry that they came into this round with was essentially
nothing. Bottom of the barrel.
2 Buckies, couple of Sheriffs.
But what did I say, man? What did I say? I mean, there's always danger in these rounds. You can't count these teams out.
No. And the mad part is, LEV were seeing ghosts everywhere. There was only 2 players defending B, and yet LEV was so scared.
They used the whole arsenal to clear B main, and even then they used a dash, a flash, everything, past that point.
And they still got caught by Kawanzin at logs.
Yeah.
So what good does it do? You tried to be as thorough as possible, clearing out every possible location that Loud could be playing in, still got caught by a Bucky, and then King gets spammed through the wall, and it spirals out of control. Com completely cleared out of B main, by the way, by the paranoia play too.
Yeah.
I mean, Loud just thorough on the retakes, making sure that everything is cleared, even when they have a smaller chance of winning the round because of the weapon.
Unusual timing for the Loud timeout, but who knows? Yeah. LEV going to be making full usage of it.
For sure. But at the same time, man, I think, you know, LEV have shown that they know what they're doing on this map. And Loud are mostly going to be playing for retake. If LEV aren't going to give them nice timings to fight them with the utility, then Loud are going to play a lot of retakes, and LEV have got to sharpen up in the post plan. Loud's retake protocols, though, look so good. And they're going to be coming back into a potential retake in this round or the next with Phoenix and Breach Ult, which are both excellent in those situations.
Get out of my way!
Paranoia dodge for now, but this is Rapid again. Real fast playing to B main, making them think that there could be even more presence here, but dropped. Now to no command.
Oh no, Tex
flying, Tex is dead! That's a spike!
It was supposed to be a pivot. Mazzino teleported into B and the spike is just dropped. They now know exactly where Mazzino is.
And he's walking right to them. Oh my goodness, still. Lands his shots, but Les cleans it up. It's getting messy, it's getting scrappy, and this is Loud. Setting themselves up for the slam dunk finish.
At the same time, though, LEV are going to be permitted access to get this spike back. And so now the round is actually going to calm down a little bit into a more normal-looking 3v4.
Say normal.
Yeah, well, Loud control a lot of the map.
If Com got that kill, there was a chance. Take nothing short of a miracle, I think, for them to try and make their way past this round, get a win. Oh, what a flash.
Yeah, that lineup is excellent, but nobody to follow up on it. Sadak grabs info over here, and it misses Com. The knife giving bad information. And so Com looks like he's called the mid-round. Tried to pull everybody else from LEV into an A hit. Push back QCK, but again, Loud, I think, are going to be fairly happy to play retake here, even without the Breach ultimate.
They got so much util.
Oh, they go for it.
It's boundless. They just want to flush straight in. They know it. It's got to commit to the spike plan. Loud.
Down A.
Looking in prime control here. It's 12-6. One more step. That's all that needs to be taken.
Amazing decision to decide to flood there with the Phoenix ult. Everybody on the same page. It would have to take 6 rounds in a row for LEV to pull this one back.
Just doesn't look possible. The money running short for LEV as well. I can see it. It's going to be an absolutely dire purchase to stay into the map, to stay into the series. Yes, it's not an elimination game, but there's so much on the line. A win here brings you right to the playoffs. One more game away from Madrid, and Loud can taste it. They can feel it. Turning up the tempo, turning up the heat. It's the B crunch all the way through, but it gives LEV a window. They can try and go fast, hard and loose right now into the A site. Maybe a chance for them to get this plant down, but a spike is still sitting in main. Site access is dead. Door finally being closed, but less. I mean, they brought them enough time. They're all the way here already. Lockdown has to be used to push them back, and it's good timing on it.
Yeah, I think this is really useful because it buys them an extra few seconds here. And it actually allows Leviathan to fight, get into more aggressive position.
Into the position, rolling Thunder now, pushing, cleaving all the way around. QCK, such a forward-backwards position, in through mid. Flash, no connection. Rest of his team making marks and making the moves out towards him, and it's Aspas and the rest of his team. Critical juncture in the map. It all lied on this. And it seems like LEV might have done enough. Fading away, no easy kill. Aspas has always got the covering fire. It's available for them, and with the time ticking, Les, you got to give this one up here. So LEV, taking a deep breath here.
Taking guns away is actually important. And that is a huge amount of guns taken away. Aspas and King both fall to the spike of all things. That's really damaging for the Leviathan economy. It genuinely is going to make a difference. But LEV had such a great call in that round to pop down this lockdown and then refight over tree. Because it helped them dodge the breach ult. I don't think Kawanzin caught a single player with that retake ultimate because everyone had evacuated the site. Extremely good call there from LEV in the post plant, but they're going to need to pull out so many more of those. So many more.
Do it against the ults. Viper's Pit.
drop that one down into B main. That's going to be giving them nice and easy control of it throughout this entire round.
Alarm bot out.
What is the call for Lev? Viatan, one slip up.
Lev can try to work slowly around the map and maybe punish these jiggle peaks. I mean, look at QCK jiggling A main, Sadak jiggling market. If they tried to contact around, maybe they'd find some of these opportunities.
Shadows traveling.
But they're, at the moment, trying to get posted up a tree, and that's one of the most difficult places to try to work a pick. You know, you're heading into the Breach and Omen utility.
Major gaps straight down mid here in the defensive protocols. You can see it in the way that Sadak's positioned, but Lev all grouped up now into Cat. Spike really no intention of bringing this one out through into A, just seeing if they can force out that response, and they do.
It's going to be so difficult if Lev choose to go mid to B.
Here we go, course broken, nade down at their feet. Sadak still with the ult, ready to pop it off at a moment's notice here, but straight through mid again. Course being made with these adjustments, 25 seconds left. Again, it's just on absolutely anyone's game.
It's
a nice edge, scramble. Where do they go? Straight into Sadak and Code. Listen, straight to the back of the site. TP, reinforcements finally arriving. There's only a few seconds left, and this is the map. It's all on the line, and it's crumbled. It's fallen to pieces. 2 years, sharp, precise. It's how it finishes, it's how it ends. It's desperation, and Dire Straits all about. All you gotta do is hide, and Loud are going to playoffs.
Sick performance by Loud, showcasing that this combat is not a one and done. Lev had access to the VODs, they knew what was coming, they could not stop it. Incredible performance from Loud. And Lev kept it close, you know, it was a great game, happening over 3 maps. Lev, I think, proven over the course of this series that they are not just Aspas and friends.
Yeah.
And Aspas, in fact, actually getting shut down quite a lot by his former team, who played a phenomenal game. Again, knocking the doubters who thought they wouldn't be able to perform without Aspas, without that star at the front. This team has still got a lot of danger to them.
Oh, they do. And it proves it, right? Com's got legs on Ascent. Real danger zone.
Yeah. I mean, if they can refine it a little bit on Bind, maybe they can apply it to some other maps too. It's certainly possible.
2-1. So Loud, again, the victors here. This matchup, always being winners. 2-0. A little bit closer this time around, actually dropping the map in the end, but well earned is the victory. Well earned is the playoff spot.
Aspas didn't realize Sadak knew the whooshy finger hole. Incredible performance, though. They're heading through as probably the team to beat right now in Americas.
Yeah.
You're defending champions from the last regular season as well. And just incredible performance from Loud. Even when things got outrageously scrappy, the individuals stepped up. Right, we saw some nutty moments.
Oh, the individualism was off the charts.
It was.
With the plays that were being made.
I mean, when you have 2 really top teams playing against each other, sometimes individualism comes out even more because they're trying to work around the expectations of their opponents.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some bonkers stuff in this series, though.
Get the read, get the timing, yeah. It was nuts, man. I mean, Split. Revisiting that, I mean, Barla's going to be seeing it when he closes his eyes tonight.
Yeah,
he's going to be seeing it all day long.
I think half the other teams in Americas are going to be seeing this split comp. This Ascent comp. Yeah. When they dream, they'll be thinking, how do we counter it? What do we do about it?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, nightmare material for Loud as well, but well earned, as we've already been saying. Let's send it down to Liz. She's down at the stage, standing by with QCK for the Verizon post-match.
Thank you so much, boys. Now, you called them one of the most dangerous teams in the Americas. I think that's one of the most dangerous men in the Americas. Truly a menace in the server. It's QCK, a truly outstanding performance. First thing I want to ask you is about the second half on Bind. It was a very close comeback, very strong. What was happening there, and how did you almost bring it to your side?
Bom, primeiro ela falou, né, que vocês são dos times mais perigosos do mundo, mas você é o homem mais perigoso do mundo. E depois ela passou, a outra pergunta foi, o segundo tempo da Bind foi muito apertado, como é que foi a reação de vocês lá?
Cara, eu acredito que a gente entrou um pouco fraco no jogo, tanto individualmente, tanto coletivamente, e conforme os rounds foram passando, a gente conseguiu encaixar o nosso jogo, a gente começou a acertar mais bala, começou a ler mais o jogo dele, por isso que a gente conseguiu voltar.
I think we were very weak in the beginning, both collectively as a team and also like as players. And but I think as the rounds started, coming over and over, we were able to read their game, and then we were back in the game.
All right, similar idea. The conversation between map 2 and map 3, because this clearly went in your direction. What was that conversation like?
Qual foi o papo que vocês bateram entre o mapa 2 e 3 lá atrás? Porque parece que mudou a direção do jogo para vocês.
Além de a gente já estar aquecido dentro do jogo e mais confiante de ter ganho o segundo mapa, a gente só resetou. Era só mais um mapa e um mapa conforto nosso, então a gente só focou no nosso jogo e deu tudo certo.
We were already warmed up, so we just had to reset. And that is a map that we are comfortable playing, so we just needed to focus in the game.
Speaking of that map, we've seen that comp once again. Are you nervous or afraid that people might be able to anti-strat that comp now that they've seen it twice?
Todo mundo já viu aquele comp nova 2 vezes. Você acha que vai haver algum tipo de contra-ataque para essa comp?
Eu não posso dar muito spoiler sobre o que a gente vai fazer ou não, mas nosso time é um time muito flexível, então é só não subestimar a gente, que a gente pode vir com qualquer coisa para dentro do jogo.
Well, I'm not gonna say a lot. I don't want to spoil it, but I think people cannot underestimate us. We are very flexible and we have a lot to show.
Yes, scrappy and brutal, as Sideshow and Bren described it. You guys can clap if you feel free. One last question for you. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out or thank?
Quer mandar um alô para alguém da plateia? Alguém que tá ali, de repente, na sua direita? Na sua frente?
Primeiro, agradecer a minha esposa que tá aqui, aos meus teammates, a torcida da Loud, todo mundo que torceu. E queria mandar um recado pro Tex. Ele falou que era pra gente não abrir a mira neles, não sei o que aconteceu.
First of all, I want to say, got a shout out to my wife. She's here. And then I would like to ask Tex what's up, because he said to not aim at him or something, and I don't know what happened there.
Well, and on that note of love and strife, we're going to send it to the post show with Sadak. Thank you so much. So head to the post show, friends. Thank you.
Oh, geez, Liz, it doesn't get any easier for you out there, does it? My goodness, you're a trooper holding it down for us all out there in the arena. Welcome to the post show. I'm Uber, of course, and we're joined with the mastermind, Sadak. Welcome, bro. Fantastic
Thank you
game.
for having me, yes.
Great to have you here. I mean, that, from our perspective, was a really volatile game with a lot of individual moments. How do you feel coming out of a series like that where it could have gone anyone's way?
I mean, I'm super excited, to be honest. Like, facing Leviathan again, it's something that always makes me feel special. And now even more having to face Aspas, my baby, now my enemy.
Now, you're probably really tired of asking questions like this. I do want to talk about your team during this time, but just from you, I want to know what the rebuilding process has been like. Now, it's only one player that you changed, but feel like you sort of rebuild the team sort of in a big way to not play around Aspas. And you guys have been really quiet in the off-season, right? Working really hard, but no one knew what you were cooking up. So tell us what that process has been like for you and the team.
So basically, when I signed with Loud, I pretty much knew we were gonna have to change the game plan we had, because in the past we put a lot of resources into Aspas because the way he plays, he's basically a god when it comes to mechanics, right? So now we adopted more towards more of a flexible playstyle, whereas you can see Quick playing Raze, playing Phoenix, and that gave us like a whole new set of tactics we can use. The off season we pretty much focus on, tuning the compositions. Now you can see we're not playing with Sentinels, which is super good. I hate Sentinels, by the way, not the org. The thing. Yes.
Just to be clear.
Yes. But yeah, it was pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of tactics, a lot of changes in the compositions too. We'll get to that, but I want to ask a little bit more about Aspas, because in the first map you went 7-4 against him. It felt like.
You think you can defeat me?
Yeah, Dragon Ball villain.
I'm Shifu, and he's They want. Well, you
That's
know.
great. I mean, I think Josh
Yes.
said that on the broadcast too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like you were hunting him, man. It felt kind of.
I mean, when he left, I was pretty much, I have to kill him. Of course, like I have to, I don't. It doesn't matter if I'm gonna lose, but I have to kill him. Like every time I can, I'm gonna try to kill him.
When's the knife coming? Because you knife.
Bro,
what did you knife today?
I was so scared. I was so, how did I knife him? Like it was so amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you guys were in the off season, when you were coming up with these comps, who was like, let's try this Phoenix. Let's give the Phoenix and the Breach a shot.
I mean, I have a soft spot for flashes, so I was like, just play flashes, guy. Fucking just play. What does he have flashes? Yoru, nah, Yoru's bad. Fuck Yoru. Reina, Jesus Christ, no Reina, man. And it was pretty much Phoenix. Yeah, pretty much. Phoenix, and it used to be even better, but with the Sky nerf, we took a toll.
So are you telling me?
Oh, so you switched from Sky to Breach?
Yeah, basically, bro. When we had Sky, it was Jesus Christ. It was unstoppable. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because we have pretty much everything. We have info. We have like the dog. So it was super busted.
Why is no one trying? Why are you guys still playing Phoenix?
I mean, part of innovating is risking, and people don't like to risk at this level. So. Makes sense why we are a little bit crazy. I mean, I'm a little bit crazy, and my coaches always try to, no, don't do this.
Keep you in line, yeah.
Maybe we can try this. It's a little bit safer. And we're like, no, flashes. Give me flashes, Yeah.
Why do you think no one has figured out how to deal with that Phoenix-based composition yet, especially on Ascent? This is now the second time you showed it. You were not afraid to show it straight away this season. Some teams maybe, hide a little bit of their strats, but this is now two teams. Leviathan had a chance to look at the footage of your game against Hunter, your last game, or when you played that Phoenix comp. They haven't figured it out either. Why do you think that is?
I think we have a lot of flexible player in a way, like we can switch our playstyle a lot. You can see like we can play aggressive, we can play post plan, we can play retakes. We have like a lot of resources to switch our playstyle. So they see us in a way, and now we play a different way. Like for example, this match against Leviathan, we just went A, like non-stop, because we knew like it's super hard to stop a Breach, a Phoenix, all the Molotovs and all of that. But if it was really hard, we would go to B. And we have a lot of resources to do with B. So I think the composition gave us, at least for me as an IGL, gives me a lot of tools to play around and to maybe have fun with the enemy, So yeah, pretty much it.
For sure. I wanted to ask just on QCK, because he's been playing for so long at a pretty high pro level in Brazil, like since way back 2020, early in the game. Yeah. And this is his first shot on like a top team. So did you always see something in him that wasn't really being tapped into yet? Or like, how did you come to the decision that he was the right guy?
I'm going to be honest, way back, like when I used to play in LATAM, wasn't like nothing... Like way back at the beginning of Valorant.
Before Vikings.
Yeah, for Vikings. No, not even Vikings. Before that.
Before that.
I remember him just, how can I say, killing me on hookah over and over again with Reina. And I was like, how can that guy do that to me? Like I was so upset. And then watching him join Fury, I was gonna play with him on Vikings. Mm-hmm. So he's someone like we investigated. Like I investigated way back, and. Seeing him like playing other roles that there weren't like, he was playing Sentinels, he was playing like controllers, he wasn't playing Duelist, and that guy's a machine playing Duelist. Like he know how to take advantage. You saw like all the plays he did today. So for us, it was like, okay, what do we need? We need people that can be flexible. We need people that have experience. And for us, it was like, yeah, QCK, of course, it's gonna have to be him.
Now you're one step closer to going to Madrid, right? You're the first international tournament of the year. How are you looking at the landscape overall in the global scene right now? EMEA, Fnatic is over there still tearing it up, and Pacific. Are you guys feeling very comfortable going into those, that you could take home a trophy this year?
Well, I can confidently say NA has to be like high tier level of Valorant. Like I would have to like you can watch like all the games are higher level, whereas maybe in Asia and in Europe, I can see some, like, maybe people are struggling a little bit more than here. And here you have so much level, it's disgusting. Like, people play really well here. And the competitiveness is super high here. So I think maybe if we win or maybe, I don't know, NRG goes or whatever, it's going to be like NA is going to have a lot of chances to succeed outside.
I would agree, but the beginning of the split game was making me really mad.
We don't talk about that. I'm going to be okay.
We're going to talk about it more,
honest, it was super cold there, okay? It was super, super cold, and we were missing our shots, and we're like, come on, guys. What are we doing, man? I mean, we had to read every single time we were just struggling to kill them.
All over the map, man. Like, it was, there's a round I want to show you. That's like, I have a question.
You have to answer for your question.
Strongly disagree.
You have to answer for this.
Look,
I don't know what to tell you. What was going on?
So the spike is planted on B.
Oh, yeah, I knew he was there.
Dude, that was like 20 seconds away.
I was going to kill him. I was like, guys, you guys play the retake. I'm killing him. Don't worry. Yes.
Oh, poor
that was
kid.
My,
I thought you were counting kills against Aspas, not other individuals.
I mean, if I have the kill in my hand, I'm not just going to leave it.
Oh, man. All right, let's move on and play a bit of a game. You want to play a game with us?
Agree.
All right, love that. We want to know where our pro player friends stand on some of these very important, very impactful kick-off takes. The game is simple. I'm going to read a statement, and I want to know where you stand. So, you can join us, Sadak. You two down there as well. Get involved with the paddles. Do you agree, strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree? First statement, here it is. Sentinel agents are overrated.
Oh my God. If I had like 4 of these, I would use it for sure, yeah.
I feel like I'm getting peer pressured into agreeing.
Why is that?
Overrated?
Yeah.
I mean, it just give you like sight. That's it, Like, okay, you have Killshot, they have the turret, you have Cypher, you have the camera. Like, you can get information in so many ways in this game, so you don't really need those.
Even with like Sky now having just less flash flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about like the Sky meta. It should be the Sky meta. Like the flash is saying blinded, right? It was like a lot of good information, and you don't need to play with a Sentinel to have the info you need to finish the round.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that he's overrated. I disagree that Sentinels are overrated because, like, the fact that you have information is one thing, but you also can cheat so much with Sentinels. And then you could also run setups off of like trips, off of cameras, all that stuff that you can't necessarily, like, without risk. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So like, I don't think they're overrated, but I also don't like them too.
You mean how we're seeing like
I'm with you on that. Like, I don't like
Sitting
Sentinels.
on the fence.
I don't like Sentinels, but they're good.
You're referring to like NRG stacking, like 4 players on a site.
Yeah, you could cheat. Like, you don't even have to play the site sometimes.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's true.
Okay, let's go on to our next one. Just a little bit more spicy, maybe divisive even. South American Valorant is better than North American Valorant. Agree, disagree, strongly agree, strongly disagree?
What's South America Valorant? Like, that goes to Brazil and all of that?
Yeah, let's say LATAM. Let's say LATAM.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Agree.
Okay, agree.
He has to. He has to.
Yeah, of course.
But
You disagree?
I disagree.
I give not the strong agree, but I give it the agree.
Me too, like a good agree.
I give it the agree.
Come on.
Sentinels need
North
sausage.
America are the Ascension champions. They literally won the tournament about
Ascension.
Yeah.
That doesn't. I mean, you could have picked anything. You just use Ascension.
Yeah. Why does that matter more than
I would say like maybe last year it was more towards NA, but like this year I think it's more towards South America because you can see like.
Can I just say something real quick?
If it's a better
take your time, honestly.
We have
go for it.
one South American team, you guys, and obviously MIB, like, who's a top team. We have MIBR Furia. They're good, but they're not top teams. And then Leviathan is not even a South American team anymore. It's a North American split.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
true.
but it's majority South American.
It is. They have a Brazilian and 2 Latam, right?
Yeah.
So it counts as a South American.
I'm just saying, though, it's not full.
and I'm just. Listen, I'm going to throw it back to Saucy. Still on Sentinels. That matters too.
Yeah, that matters too.
We have a secret agent there.
Sleeper agent.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Next statement. Americas will win Masters Madrid. Strongly agree. Strongly agree.
America.
Tiebreaker?
A regular agree.
Okay.
A regular agree.
You're a little more lukewarm on this. Why is that?
I mean, it's just
Actually,
the existence of Fnatic.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Fnatic exists, bro.
I think it's not that Fnatic are untouchable. They're very good, but do I think that Loud could be Fnatic?
Right.
Yes.
Oh my God,
NRG could beat them? Yes. Like, I think NRG or Loud could certainly beat Fnatic.
You went straight for the strong knee, agree, Sadak?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the thing I said before, like, I think in NA it has to be the highest level of Valorant right now.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, we will have to see in Madrid because I don't know how the teams are now. But, like, that year for me was super clear, like, and it was super, super goated.
Do you have much time to keep an eye on other regions while you're in the middle of tournaments
Not
like this?
really. I'm not. Now I'm watching a little bit more of Pacific because they play at night here, right? So I have a little bit more of time, but yeah, not really. Like, I'm not following EU that much.
Yep. Yeah, busy, of course, down here trying to take dubs and make it to Madrid for Americas. So with the day coming to a close, let's take a look at our bracket. Tomorrow, we've got only the singular match, of course. Finally, we'll get our first look at the new Evil Geniuses roster when they take on G2. I saw a face, Barlow.
I was laughing because I thought he was laughing at the game, and I was like, "Wait, what's to laugh about?" And now I'm just dying. But no, I'm excited for that game. I'm excited to see EG. I'm also kind of disappointed that we stopped playing, to be honest. I was like, one more take.
I should have gone to Twitter for the takes, honestly. We could have found a backlog of all of them. So that's what we have to look forward to tomorrow. See what EG has been up to in a very, let's be honest, tumultuous off-season. Of course, big thanks to Sadak for coming by. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Bro.
Thanks for playing the game with us as well. And thank you to everyone for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more here for the Americas Kickoff. You best not be missing it.
Woo!
So let's send it over to your casters. It's the always stylish duo of Doug and Baby Bang.
He's going to use that to his advantage. Temple falls. He's still healthy. The spin on the Whippy. Can he get away with this? Has to reload the clip as it runs dry. NRG not really concerned about that. They're just going to commit to the plant mark. Dropping Oxy, dropping Whippy. 3 on the round. Jake left alone. Can he pull off what would be a ridiculous miracle? No.
I killed Ethan twice. Know that?
Like he's going to want to go deal with this on his own in the smoke. He finds one. He gets a second.
One enemy remaining.
Another one falls. Spam cleans it up.
Oh my days, it's nice.
The tap doesn't force him out. Out wide, King. This might be absolutely brilliant.
Phoenix down. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Simply no chance that he is getting through all 5 players of Leviathan.
Looking preordained. Aspas. Finally, there it is. The fight. Mazzino. Forwards now. There's the one. Can't get it. A 4K for less.
Spike down. That's all we need.
Bless. This is the map. It's all on the line and it's crumbled. It's fallen to pieces. 2 years. Sharp, precise. It's how it finishes. It's how it ends. It's desperation and Dire Straits all about. All you gotta do is hide.
Bye.